Paramashivoham Nityananda Paramashivoham Nityananda Paramashivoham Nityananda Paramashivoham Nityananda Paramashivoham Nityananda Paramashivoham Nityananda Paramashivoham.
Nityananda, we welcome all the Paramashivoham participants to the first session of the day, Nityananda Yoga. We are going to perform the Pratama Vinyasa Krama and the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama, the 108 and the 308 Asana sequence. Requesting all the participants to please settle down on your yoga mats. Have your Panchapatram and Udani ready, 1 cup and a spoon and some water for the ritualistic cleansing. Apply Vibhuti and Kumkum on your forehead. All the male bodies, please remove your upper cloth and apply the Vibhuti on the 16 places over your body. All the female bodies, please apply it on 5 places on your body. Settle down where the Avaranam, the Vidaksha Mala, and sit in a comfortable cross-legged position with the head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Bring your hands and Namaskara Mudra in front of your heart center. Close your eyes, take a deep breath. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as we open this session with a Sadguru Vandanam. Nityanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Vandvatitam Gagana Sadusham Tatpamasyadi Laksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshi Bhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Next, we are going to invoke Paramashiva's presence by chanting the Shiva Mula mantra, Om Ham Hum Shivaya Namaha, 11 times. Please follow along internally. Om Ham Hum Shivaya Namaha. 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 Next, we're going to perform the Tattvachavanam, the ritualistic cleansing. Take your Panchavatram and Udani, 1 cup and a spoon and some water. Take your right hand and keep it in the Gokarna Mudra in the shape of a cow's ear. Now take 1 Udani of water and pour it into your right palm. Each time the word Swadha is chanted, sip the water from the bottom of your right palm. Om Atmatatvam Shodayami Swadha. Take another Udani of water into your hand. Om Vidyatatvam Shodayami Swadha. Take another Udani of water into your hand. Om Shivatatvam Shodayami Swadha. Now wash your right hand with the water from the Panchapatam and wipe your lips twice with the bottom of your right thumb. Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha. Wash your hand again. With index, middle, and ring fingers joined together, touch above the upper lip and below the lower lip. Then wash your hand again. With your index finger and thumb joined together, touch your right nostril and your left nostril. With your ring finger and thumb, touch your right eye, your left eye, your right ear, and your left ear. Then wash your hand again. With your little finger and thumb, touch your navel, your right chest, and your left chest. And with all the fingertips joined together, touch the crown of your head, the right shoulder, the left shoulder, and your heart center. Then wash your hand again. Now place your right hand over the left and place both hands on the right thigh. Close your eyes and make a conscious resolution. Set a sankalpa, what you're going to manifest as part of today's ritual of Nityananda Yoga. Hold this visualization as we chant the sankalpa mantra. Om Mamopata Samasta Turitakshaya Dvara Bhagavat Shri Nityananda Paramashiva Prityatam Shri Nityanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nityanandeshwara Paramashiva Prityatam Cha Adya Purvokta Evam Guna Visheshena Vishishtayam Asyam Shupadito Purnarokya Yukta Tridagatra Yogida Sharira Sityatam Paramashiva Shakti Avishkaranatam Nityananda Yoga Abhyasam Karishye. Now wash your right hand once more. Om Apa Upasprisya. And then keep your Panchapatram and Uttarani aside. Before we enter into the asana sequence, let us cover the components of Nityananda Yoga. Starting off with asana, physical body postures, aligning your physical body to the cosmic geometry, awakening the Kundalini Shakti by intensely infusing energy into your nadis, your energy channels, and bring strength and flexibility to your body, aligning your body to Paramashiva. Next up is pranayama, breathing techniques, cleansing the nadis, the energy channels, by infusing the intense prana through your breath, by controlling the inhalation, retention, and exhalation of the breath. Next up is mudra, energy circuits, performed by keeping your hands in certain hand gestures and aligning various other body parts as well, redirecting the flow of the prana within the body and awakening the non-mechanical parts of the brain. Next is bandha, energy locks, performed by contracting certain muscles and diaphragms within your body, which are redirecting the prana flow upwards to the higher energy centers and preventing the prana from seeping out into the space around you. The bandhas we're going to perform are the Mula Bandha, contracting the perineal floor and pulling it inwards. Uddiyana Bandha, the abdominal lock, contracting your muscles above and below the navel and pulling your stomach in and up towards your spine. And the Jalandhara Bandha, the throat lock, tucking your chin to the chest, internally contracting your throat muscles, thus locking the throat. Performed together, they form Mahamudra Bandha, which is a powerful technique for Kundalini awakening, especially when combined with the pranayama. Bandhas also align your internal organs to Paramashiva. Next is Karana, sacred dance postures, as they have been preserved throughout the temples in India, carved in stone, frozen in time, and now revived with the right context as part of Nityananda Yoga. Gracefully moving your limbs in synchronicity, aligned to the cosmic body movements, is a Karana. So bring grace to your movements as we transition between certain asanas, performing Karanas. Next is the visualization. Throughout the asana sequence, we request our participants to sincerely perform the visualization, which you are going to project in the top right corner of the screen, as you embody the qualities of that animal, that tree, that deity. You align your thinking to Paramashiva, manifest Mano Shakti, the power of thought, the ability to formulate a will and hold that will with will persistence until it manifests. Next is japa, the internal repetition of mantras. We are also going to project certain japas on screen throughout the asana sequence. We are also going to announce whenever the japa changes. internally repeat this mantra continuously, visualizing it rotating around your throat in a circular manner, cleansing your Vishuddhi chakra, and activating Vak Shakti, the power of speech, as you align your speech to Paramashiva. Next up is listening to the pramanas, the references for the asanas given by the great Mahapurushas and the great masters of the yogic lineages. We are so blessed to have the pramanas in the voice of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself. Listen deeply to the pramanas in the Sanskrit language, since they carry phonetic significance capable of awakening certain energies within your body. Even if you do not speak the Sanskrit language, the Sanskrit effect is happening on your system. Just be intensely and intently listening to the pramanas. Next is weightlifting. Implement some weights into your yoga practice. Understand, building your body is a spiritual practice as per the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Strengthen your body, strengthen your nervous system to hold on to the spiritual energy for a longer period of time. So whenever you attend the darshan, when the energy is showered on you, you will be able to retain the experience for a longer period of time. Hold yourself in the higher energy space if you build your body consciously. Strengthen your nervous system and intensify the Kundalini awakening by implementing some weights into your yoga practice. Next up is Avaranam, the sacred Rudraksha jewelry. Rudraksha beads function like a spiritual battery capable of holding onto spiritual energy for a long time. So wear them on your body so they can give off the spiritual energy to your body gradually. Next is mandala, the visual representation of certain gods and goddesses. As you can see in the background of our acharyas representing the Sri Yantra, which is the reflection of Mahadeva's inner space, gazing at a yantra intensely but gently like you would gaze at a rose, makes this sacred geometrical figure reflect into your inner space and manifest the macrocosmic energies into your microcosmos. So gaze at the Sri Yantra as much as possible. And if you have one of the energized Kapayantras from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, we recommend you to place it on the front of your yoga mat so you can gaze at it at your own convenience. The next component is Aushadha, the sacred energy medicines from the Siddha tradition, the sacred herbal remedies energized with intense prana. When applied on the skin or ingested into your system, infuse that intense prana into your body, which is capable of curing even chronic diseases. So make sure to apply vibhuti and kumkum during the yoga practice. And if you have any other aushadhas prepared by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism available, you can also wear them on your skin. With this, we covered all the components of Nityananda Yoga, and we're getting ready to enter into the first asana of the sequence. The first asana is Sukhasana. Sit in a comfortable cross-legged position, keeping your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Place your hands on top of the knees in Bindu Mudra with index fingers and thumbs together. Engage Mahamudra Bandha, all three bandhas, the root lock, the abdominal lock, and the throat lock together. Visualize Lord Shiva in your inner space as you breathe in Tamana Kumbhaka. Inhale fully into your navel region and lock the throat. Hold your breath. Visualize a flame being kindled in your navel, rising upwards. Internally chant the first japa of the sequence, Soham. Visualize it rotating around your throat in Sukhasana.
Sukhasana. Tat Sukhasanamityuktamashaktastat Asanam vijitam yena jitam tena jagatrayam. Parvatasana.
Now place your feet in Padmasana with your feet on top of opposite thighs. Join your palms in Anjali Mudra and raise them up above your head. Engage Mahamudra Bandha or Tribandhas and visualize yourself as Mount Kailash.
अथवक्षे महादेव पर्वतासनमङ्गलम् यत्कृत्वा स्थिररूपी स्यात् षट्चक्रादिविलोपनम्. Adibhasana.
Now extend your feet away from the body with the soles of the feet together. Interlock your hands behind your back and lean forward and down, placing your forehead on the ground behind your heels. Engage Mahamudra Bandha and visualize Swamiji in Halipavasana.
पूरव विधिया भूमे जानो उभय पगथली संपुटठानो विष्टुपछेदो भूकरल्यावो दक्षिण करसो वाम गहावो. Nadibhavasana.
Now extend your arms out in front, cup your palms and place them on the ground in front of your feet with your forehead on the ground behind the heels. Engage Mahamudra Bandha, all three bandhas, gaze to the nose and visualize yourself as a snake.
पूरव विधि परि आगाने नीचो हो भी कहू निपनास्यो लगागी हाथ आगाने धरते लगावे पसारी दो वो हाथ की अंजुली करे. कोकिलासना.
Now bring your hands into Prana Mudra, extend index and middle fingers and catch your little and ring fingers with your thumbs. Hold onto the big toes, extend your legs forward and up, straighten your knees and then cross your legs into Padmasana. Lean forward and down onto your elbows, engage all three bandhas and visualize yourself as a bird.
अथान्यदासनं वक्ष्ये येन सिद्धो भवेन्नरः अकस्मात् वायुसञ्चारं कोकिलाख्यासनेन च. नेतियासना.
Now rise up, shake your knees and ankles. Hold onto opposite elbows and start rotating your arms in wide circles. Engage all three bandhas, gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space. And every once in a while, change the direction of the movement.
घोड़ा बामा पाद की आशमा हिली सोज दक्ष चरण को बारलौता परिकुल्प समोज वाम पाद को महिलौ बहुरौ बुल्फतुतान तापरि घोड़ा दक्ष की आश बारली ठान. गजासना.
Now place your hands flat on the ground and raise your hips up high. Scoop your head and chest forward and down again and again. As you pull your stomach in and up in Uddiyana Bandha, and visualize yourself as an elephant in Gajasana.
न्युज्जं पादाग्रे भूमौ कृत्वा लम्बी भूयामस्तकाग्रे निधाय नितम्बं ऊर्ध्वमुन्नमय्य नाभिलक्ष्यं भूमौ नासिकामानिञ्ज. वृक्षासना.
From the same position, with your head in between the shoulders, push one heel to the mat and lift the other heel up alternatingly. Engage Uddiyana Bandha and visualize yourself as a bear.
एकैकं पादमापुञ्ज्य गजासनं कुर्यात् वृक्षासनं भवति. वैश्यासना.
Now rise up, stand on the tips of your big toes if you can, otherwise stand on the tips of your toes. Bring your hands in front of your chest in Hridaya Mudra with index, middle and ring fingers joined together. Pull your stomach in and up in Uddiyana Bandha and visualize Swamiji in Vaishyasana.
केशेन पादयुगलं बन्ध्वातिष्ठे दधोमुखः अथ वैश्यावक्ष्ये यत्कृत्वा सत्यवान् भवेत्. बाललिंगासना.
Next up is Urdhva Janukarana. Stand in Arimandi with the heels together, toes pointing outwards and knees bent. Bring your hands in front of your chest with the elbows raised. Then lift one knee up along the center of your body in a circular motion and follow along with the respective hand on both sides again and again. Moving on to Balalingasana. Now interlock your fingers from the outside in Savashankari Mudra. Raise one knee towards your chest and pull it close with your hands as you engage all the bandhas, Mahamudra Bandha. Stand straight and visualize yourself holding a baby.
एकं दानुकुरसि आलिङ्ग्य स्थातव्यं बाललिङ्गनं भवति. पादपीडनासना.
Now pull the foot behind towards your buttocks with both hands interlocked in Parashva Mudra. Engage Mahamudra Bandha. Keep your knees close together and visualize Swamiji in Parapidanasana.
स्थित्वैकस्मिन् पादतले कराभ्यां वेष्टजेतनं पृष्ठे संस्थाप्य यत्नेन पादपीडनमासनम्. Natarajasana.
Now hold the sole of the foot from the inside, kick your leg back and up, and lean forward with the other arm extended, the hand in Bindu Mudra with index finger and thumb together. Visualize yourself as Lord Nataraja in Natarajasana.
Uttanapadam krauncham cha maricim veerabhadrakam natarajam trikonam cha suttandushta prasarane. Balalingasana.
Now raise the other knee towards your chest. Pull it close with your hands interlocked in Sarva Shankari Mudra. Engage your Bandhas and visualize yourself caressing a baby.
Ekam janukurasi alingya sthatavyam balalingaram bhavati. Padapidanasana.
Now pull the foot behind towards your buttocks. With your hands in Padasha Mudra, engage Mahamudra Bandha and visualize Swamiji.
Sthitvaikasmin padatale karabhyam veshta yetanam prishte samstapya yattena padapidanamasana. Natarajasana.
Catch the sole of the foot, kick the leg back and up and lean forward. Extend the other arm, your hand in Bindu Mudra, and perform the cosmic dance as Lord Nataraja in Natarajasana.
Uttanapadam krauncham cha maricim veerabhadrakam natarajam trikonam cha suttangushta prasarane. Tadasana.
Next up is Ardha Chakarana from Arimandi position. Heels together, toes pointing outwards and knees bent. Bring your hands to the chest, elbows raised. Step the right foot behind the left and swing the right arm back and forth like a pendulum. Gracefully move your fingers one by one. Then place your right hand over your nose. Uncross your ankles, step the other foot behind and repeat the movement on the other side. Moving on to the skeleton dance. Now visualize yourself as a skeleton and shake your body intensely. Hold the visualization of your bone structure and move every single bone of your body. There is no muscles, no skin, no tissue, just bones. So move your body completely without any resistance, freely, without any patterns. Moving on to Katichina Karana from Arimandi. Cross your arms over top of your head. Then turn your body to one side and open up your arms over top of your head. Return to the center and cross your arms. Open them up to both sides again and again as you follow along with your breath. Now rise up onto the tips of your toes and raise your arms up parallel above your head. Engage Mahamudra Bandha, all the bandhas. Breathe in Samana Kumbhaka. Visualize yourself as a palm tree and internally chant the new japa Shivoham in Tadasana.
Mahamudra baddha kono tadasana vibhedakan vinotanam sada puryadantarvatni padipriyam. Uttanasana.
Now lean forward and down. Place your palms on the mat. Resting all the female bodies who are currently in pregnancy not to perform any of the forward bends. If you cannot bring your hands to the mat, you can hold onto your shin or your knees and pull yourself lower. Try to bring your head towards your knees as you engage Mahamudra Bandha, all the bandhas, and visualize Swamiji in Uttanasana.
Mahamudra baddha kono tadasana vibhedakan vinotanam sada puryadantarvatni padipriyam. Tarakshvasana.
Now walk your hands forward and set your feet back into a tall plank position. Lock your throat in Jalandhara Bandha and rotate your head from side to side as you visualize Swamiji in this place.
Gajasanavastitva mastakam varam varam dakshina kokshim savya kokshim najet tarakshvasanam bhavati. Bhujangasana.
Now lay down on your stomach. Keep your hands at the side of the shoulders. Then lift your head and chest. As you open your mouth wide and inhale through the hollow of your throat in Bhujangani Mudra. Visualize yourself as a cobra in Bhujangasana.
Angushthanabiparyantam adho bhumo vininyaset karabhyantadaran dritva urdvashirshaphanivashi dehad nirbardhate nityam sarvaroga vinashanam jagarti bhudagi devi bhujangasana sadhanate. Shashasana.
Now push your body back up into a plank position and alternate pulling your knees in towards your chest as you breathe calmly through your nose in Sahadra Kumbhaka. Lead the prana along your spine and visualize Swamiji in Shashasana.
Gajasana samstito janudvayamapuncha varam varam kartavyam shashasanam bhavati. Prathasana.
From the same position, now step one foot in between your hands and simultaneously jump the front foot back and bring the other foot forward again and again, visualizing yourself as a chariot in the Rathasana.
Gajasana samstito ekam padam purvamargena brahmajitva kartavyam tathasanam bhavati. Virabhadrasana.
With one foot at the front, the other foot far back with the back toes facing sideways, bend the front knee at a 90-degree angle. Raise your arms up parallel above your head and engage Uddiyana Bandha, the abdominal lock. Gaze towards your third eye and visualize yourself as Lord Virabhadra in Virabhadrasana.
Vasishtamata kaundinyam urdhakukkutameva cha ashtavatkramatottanam mayuram setu bandhanam uttanapadam krauncham cha maricim virabhadrakam natarajam trikonam cha suptangushta prasarane. Virabhadrasana.
Now exchange the position of your feet. Again, raise your arms up, pull your stomach in and up, and bend the front knee. Engage Uddiyana Bandha, gaze to your third eye, and visualize yourself as Lord Virabhadra in Virabhadrasana. On the other side, lower your front leg a little bit more, go into 90 degrees in Virabhadrasana.
Vasishtamata kaundinyam urdhakukkutameva cha ashtavatkramatottanam mayuram setu bandhanam uttanapadam krauncham cha maricim virabhadrakam natarajam trikonam cha suptangushta prasarane. Vrikshasana.
Now raise one foot towards the inner opposite thigh. Join your palms in Anjali Mudra and raise your arms up straight over top of your head. Perform Uddiyana Bandha, the abdominal lock, and visualize yourself as a tree in Vrikshasana, the tree pose.
Vamurumula deshe cha yamyam padam didhadyatu tishte tu vrikshavad bhumo vrikshasaramidam viduho. Gurvasana.
Now bring the raised foot on the opposite hip and join your hands in Namaskara Mudra in front of your heart center. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda in Garudasana.
Garudasana mavakshe jena dhyanam stiram bhavet sarvadoshad vinirmukto bhavadiha mahabali ekapadamuro badva ekapadena dandavate janghapada sandideshe januvyagram yavastitaha. Vrikshasana.
Now exchange the position of your feet. Bring the other foot towards the opposite thigh. Join your hands and raise them up. Engage Uddiyana Bandha and visualize yourself as a tree.
Vamurumula deshe cha yamyam padam nidhadyatu tishte tu vrikshavad bhumo vrikshasanamidam viduhu. Brahmasana.
Now bring the raised foot on the opposite hip. Your hands in Namaskara Mudra in front of your heart center and visualize yourself as Lord Garuda.
Garurasana mavakshe jena dhyanam stiram bhavet sarvadoshad vinirmukto bhavatiha mahabali ekapadamuro badva ekapadena dandavate janghapada sandideshe januvyagram yavastitam. Trikonasana.
Now step one foot forward and the other foot far back with the back toes facing sideways. Extend your arms out parallel to the ground and lean forward and down. Place one hand by the front foot, the other arm pointing up to the sky. Gaze up along the raised arm and visualize yourself as a triangle in Trikonasana.
Uttanapadam krauncham cham haricim virabhadrakam natarajam trikonam cha suptangushta prasarane. Trikonasana.
Now rise up, exchange the position of your feet and lean down to the other side. Keep your arms extended. Gaze up along the raised arm and visualize yourself as a triangle in Trikonasana, the triangle pose.
Uttanapadam krauncham cham haricim virabhadrakam natarajam trikonam cha suptangushta prasarane.
Now rise up and stand in Arimandi with your heels together, toes pointing outwards and knees slightly bent. Bring your hands in front of your chest with the palms facing each other. Raise one heel off the mat, then stomp the raised heel down, lift the other heel up, and simultaneously exchange the position of your hands in front of your chest again and again in Niku Takakarana.
Ushtasana.
Now squat down, raise your heels off the mat and place your perineum on the heels. Keep your knees off the ground and together. Join your palms in Namaskara Mudra in front of your heart center and start buzzing like a bee on the inhalation and exhalation of Brahmari Kumbhaka. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you internally chant the new japa, which is Sadashivoham in Angushtasana.
Kabandhasanamityāhuः Gorakṣāsanameva ca Angushtamushtikam nyayam Brahma prasaditam tata. Saurasana.
Now step one foot forward and keep your hands at the side of the body with the palms facing forward in Vara Mudra. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Keep buzzing like a bee in Saurasana.
Prasaryekam padatalam samsthapitveekapadakam Vidunanasana.
Now lean forward and down, hold on to the big toe of the front foot and the heel of the back foot, balance as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
Gulphastito padamekam prasarya tatpadagram samsprishyet tatkarena Gulpham chanyam dharayet tatkarena Dhunam bedam chabhyaset chobhayatra. Saurasana.
Now exchange the position of your feet, step the other foot forward with your hands at the side, palms facing forward. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
Prasaryekam padatalam samsthapitveekapadakam Vidunanasana.
Now lean forward and down and hold on to the big toe of the front foot and the heel of the back foot. Balance as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
Gulphastito padamekam prasadya tatpadakram samsprishyet tatkarena Gulpham janyam dharayet tatkarena Dhunam bedam chabhyaset chobhayatra. Brahmajuram Kushasana.
Now step both feet in, sit on raised heels and separate your knees. Place your hands on top of your knees with the palms facing up. Lock your throat in Jalandhara Bandha and gaze through the gap between the palms as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Brahmajuram Kushasana.
Dobu pranapani hoye vaise edi dobu dani vaise Korabakatalya ki mahili ayusa mahera shemili. Kapilasana.
Now drop your knees down to the ground. Keep your toes tucked and sit on raised heels. Keep your hands on your thighs and engage Uddiyana Bandha, the abdominal lock. Gaze towards the tip of the nose and visualize yourself as sage Kapila Muni in Kapilasana.
Ubhai bakathali samartharave tinako mahili kor milave Panapani kukar hoye vaise edi dobu joni nivaise. Bhadrakodakasana.
Now shift your gaze up towards your third eye and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
Dobu bakatali samputkare koravarili bhuparidhare koravarili raphe aise tapari mooladvaridi kibese. Suryasana.
Now raise your knees off the ground, keep the toes tucked, join the soles of the feet together and separate your legs wide apart. Join your thumbs and little fingers and open up your palms, resembling a lotus flower in Padma Mudra. As you raise your arms up, gaze up through the gap between the palms as if you're offering flowers to Bhagavan Surya. Engage Uddiyana Bandha and visualize Lord Surya in your inner space.
Edi dobu butatariyane pranapani baitak punithane goda janga adhar kari rahe ade vam isi vidhi kahe. Mandukasana.
Now drop your knees to the ground, place the top of the feet flat on the mat and sit in between your heels. Keep your toes touching behind your back. As you place your hands flat on your knees, gaze towards your third eye. Breathe calmly through your nose in Sahaja Kumbhaka. Visualize yourself as a frog and press your tongue up flat against the palate of your mouth in Manduki Mudra in Mandukasana.
Padatalau prishta deshe angushte dvecha samstrishete Danu yugman puraskritya sadhadyen mandukasanam. Uttana mandukasana.
Now raise your arms and bring them behind your back, holding on to opposite shoulders. Gaze towards your third eye, visualize yourself as a frog and press your tongue up in Manduki Mudra as you engage Uddiyana Bandha, the abdominal lock in Uttana Mandukasana.
Mandukasana madhyastam kotparabhyam dhritam shiraha etadhyekavaduttanam etaduttana mandukam. Simhasana.
Now, cross your feet and sit on the raised heel with your hands flat on your knees. Gaze towards the tip of the nose. Stick your tongue out and exhale forcefully through your mouth again and again as you visualize yourself as a lion, roar like a lion in Simhasana.
Dakshinam savyapulphena dakshinena tathetaram hastaushchajanko samsthapya swangulischa prasarya cha. Bhadrasana.
Now, bring the soles of the feet together behind your back with the toes pointing backwards, your knees wide apart. Cross your arms behind your back and hold on to opposite big toes in Pranayama Mudra with the index and middle fingers. Fix your gaze at the tip of the nose and lock your throat in Jalandhara Bandha as you again start buzzing like a bee in Brahmari Kumbhaka and visualize Swamiji in Bhadrasana.
Gulbhau tavrshanasyadho vyutramena samahitaha padangulshtau karabhyam cha dritva cha prishtadeshataha. Kakabusandhyasana.
Now, with your feet flat on the ground, your knees raised, bring your arms in between the legs, wrap them around behind your back, and interlock your fingers in Parashu Mudra. Fix your gaze at the tip of the nose and visualize yourself as a crow.
Pratame besako kritane dogu hatapakam visane tinuko modinalya parilyave pishtapathe kakasi karave. Kanipavasana.
Now place your hands flat on the mat in front of you. Bring your knees onto your arms towards your armpits. Raise your hips and lean forward. Find balance and lift your feet off the mat as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
Asana ko guna ashidashita hogi to achi hoyi. Kapalyasana.
You're coming now to the first inverted posture of the sequence. Set yourself up in front of a wall for support if needed. Now place your hands on the ground, shoulder width apart. Bring your head on the mat, forming a triangle between your head and your hands. Keep your knees on your elbows. Bring your hips above the shoulders. And then raise your legs up straight into a headstand. Gaze towards the tip of your nose, visualize Swamiji, and keep buzzing like a bee in Brahmari Kumbhaka while internally chanting Sadashivoham in Kapalyasana.
Tisha dharti teki pabdo bhumiliva ucha bhukare. Parshvamayurasana.
Gently lower your legs down and come to a squatting position. You're now shifting to the next pranayama, which is Rechaka Kumbhaka. Exhale fully and hold your breath after each exhalation. Now place your hands on the ground in front of you and twist your body. Align one knee and the respective hip with your elbows. Lean forward, find balance. Lift your body off the ground and extend the legs out to the side. Balance on your arms as you gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself as a peacock.
Mayuram dandavat kuryan mayuram dandanamakam kuryan mayuram parshvabhyam mayura parshvanamakam. Parshvamayurasana.
Now twist your body in the opposite direction. Again, align one knee and the hip with your elbows. Lean forward, find balance. Extend your legs out to the side and gaze to your third eye while visualizing yourself as a peacock.
Mayuram dandavat kuryan mayuram dandanamakam kuryan mayuram parshvabhyam mayura parshvanamakam. Bahiraganathasana.
Now walk your hands forward, step your feet back into a plank position. Step one foot outside the respective shoulder and in between the two hands. Lift your head, push your hips forward, and gaze to your third eye while visualizing yourself as Lord Kala Bhairava in Bhairaganathasana.
Asana ko guna piti jayi. Bahiraganathasana.
Now step the front foot back and bring the other foot forward in between the hands. Gaze up and visualize yourself as Lord Kala Bhairava in Bhairaganathasana on the other side.
Asana ko guna piti jayi. Unmukha bidasana.
Step both feet back and lower yourself down onto your elbows. Keep your forearms on the ground, your hips raised, and walk your feet closer in towards your body. Try to bring your heels to the mat Lift your head and gaze towards your third eye as you visualize Swamiji in Unmukha.
Gunistau januni hastau chatushpadamamanguham utthapitangriyubalakatistalamabhiruka. Vasishthasana.
Now rise back up onto your hands and rotate your body. Lift one arm up to the sky. Keep your shoulders aligned, your body straight as a plank. Gaze up along the raised arm and visualize yourself as Sage Vashishta.
ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटवासिष्ठमरीच्यहलमत्स्यकं परिवृत्तिं चोदरस्य विविधं धनुरासनम्. Vasishthasana.
Now place the raised hand down, lift the other arm up to the sky, rotate your body in the opposite direction. Keep visualizing yourself as Sage Vashishta as you keep your core engaged intensely in Vashishthasana.
ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटवासिष्ठमरीच्यहलमत्स्यकं परिवृत्तिं चोदरस्य विविधं धनुरासनम्. Anjaniyasana.
Now come to a seated position with your legs extended forward. Bring your hands underneath the buttocks with the palms facing up. Lock your throat in Jalandhara Bandha and gaze towards the tip of the nose. Internally chant the Mahavakya, the new japa, Mahasadashivoham, as you visualize yourself as Lord Hanuman in Anjaniyasana.
Dobo karki ubay hateli koravarli maile beli so agane bhuparidashe mahani anguli milirashe. Paschimottanasana.
Now lean forward and down and hold on to your big toes in Prana Mudra with index and middle fingers. Engage Mahamudra Bandha, all the bandhas, as you visualize Swamiji in inner space. Try to bring your forehead to the knees in Paschimottanasana.
Janu parilalatantu paschimam tanamuchyate yena kena prakarena sukham dharyam tajayate. Ugrasana.
Now rise up, interlock your hands around your neck and lean forward and down. Separate your knees slightly and bring your head in between the knees. Squeeze your core, engage Mahamudra Bandha, and visualize Goddess Kali in your inner space in Ugrasana.
Swapanidhyam dridham dhritva janu parishironyaset asanogramidam proktam bhavedanila deepanam dehavasana haranam paschimottana samyakam yaye tadasanam shreshtham pratyaham dharayet sudhihi. Varityasana.
Rise up and step one foot in towards your body with the knee raised. Wrap your arm around the raised knee and interlock both hands behind your back. Lean forward and down and visualize yourself as Sage Marichi in Marichiyasana.
Uttanapadam krauncham cha maricham veerabhadrakam natarajam trikonam cha suptangushta prasarane. Mahamudrasana.
Now drop the waist into the side. Keep the heel against the perineum and lean forward and down. Hold onto the front foot with both hands. Engage Mahamudra Bandha, gaze to your nose. Exhale and hold your breath and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
Mahamudram pravakshami tantresvin mama vallabhe yam prapya siddha siddhim cha kapiladyah puragataha. Varityasana.
Now exchange the position of your feet. Step the other foot in towards your body. Lean forward and wrap your arms around your back as you visualize yourself as Sage Marichi.
Uttanapadam krauncham cha maricham veerabhadrakam natarajam trikonam cha suptangushta prasarane. Mahamudrasana.
Now drop the waist into the side. Keep the heel against the perineum. And then gaze to the nose. Exhale and hold your breath. Hold onto the front foot with both hands. Engage Mahamudra Bandha and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
Mahamudram pravakshami tantresvin mama vallabhe yam prapya siddha siddhim cha kapiladyah puragataha. Bhadrasana.
Now rise up and join the soles of your feet together in front. Interlock your hands around the toes and pull your heels against the perineum. Push the knees down to the ground, gaze towards your third eye, and visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Padmasana too.
गुल्फौ तवृषणस्यादः सीवन्त्याः पार्श्वयोः क्षिपेत् पादपार्श्वे तु पाणिभ्यां दृढं बद्ध्वा सुनिश्चरम्. वालीपवासना.
Now, extend your feet away from the body. Keep the toes together and separate your heels. Place your hands on the respective knees and lock your throat in Jalandhara Bandhana. Gaze towards the tip of the nose and visualize Swamiji in Valipavasana.
पूरवचर पिटचोक कख्यो सोयी वाही विधि चोकी जे सोयी यामे एडी भिन्न जराशे अंगुल 8 अंतरो राशे. Donyasana.
Now, bring your feet back in towards your body and hold onto the soles of the feet with all 10 fingers. Lean forward and down and place your forehead on the ground. Gaze towards the tip of the nose and visualize Yoni Mandala, the visual representation of Devi Paramashiva Shakti.
दोगो पगदली संपुट करे एडी मेड़ के ढिंग दरे अर्धहात को अंतर राशे लीलाट पकचलिया उपरदाशे. बिडकी पवसना.
Now rise up and extend your feet away from the body. With your heels together and the toes apart, extend your arms out to the side and lean forward and down. Place your forehead on the ground behind the heels. Gaze to the tip of the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
पूरव विधि परिपगथली संपुट शोल एडी मिली राशे. सिद्ध समाधि आसना.
Now rise up, bring your feet back in towards your body. Scoop your hands below the shins with the palms facing up. Place your face on the mat and bring your toes against your throat. Fix your gaze at the tip of your nose and visualize Lord Surya in your inner space.
दोगो पगदली संपुट करे सोले मेढ़ आगा मेधरे अंगुल 8 अंतरो राशे एडी को ऐसे विदिदाशे. चीनी की पवसना.
Now rise up and bring your feet in towards your perineum. Hold onto the feet with both hands and open them up like a book as you press your elbows onto your thighs. Fix your gaze at the tip of the nose and visualize Swamiji in Chinaki Pavasana.
दोगो पका की एडी धरती मदिवा मेढ़ रगावे. करब्र चुकासना.
Now, bring the soles of the feet together and bring your knees down to the mat. As you place your hands on the knees and gently push them down to the ground. Perform Uddiyana Bandha, the abdominal lock. Gaze up towards your third eye and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
दोगो पगदली संपुट धारे आबा ने कैजारे पसारे गोरा भूसो लगता राशे हाथ दोगो गोरा परिदाशे. Virabhasana.
Now, rotate your feet. Lift your heels up and bring your toes down to the mat. Push your knees to the ground and place your hands on top with the index finger and thumb together, palms facing up in Bindu Mudra. Engage Uddiyana Bandha and visualize yourself as Lord Kala Bhairava in Bhairavasana.
गुल्फो संपीठ चान्योन्यं विक्रमेणोतितं शनैः चान्वो पार्श्वगतो हस्तो दण्डवद् भैरवासनम्. समानासना.
Now, keep one heel against the perineum and lift the sole of the opposite foot up against your chest. Gaze up towards your third eye as you visualize Swamiji in Samanasana.
समानासनमावक्ष्ये सिद्धमन्त्रादि साधनात् एकपादमरो दत्वा गुह्योऽन्यलिङ्गवक्त्रके.
I welcome you all with my love and respect. Let you all open all your three eyes. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Nityananda Paramashivoham Nityananda Paramashivoham Nityananda Paramashivoham Nityananda Paramashivoham Nityananda Paramashivoham Nityananda Paramashivoham
Yes, Nityanandam. Sorry for the technical glitch. Let us now move on to the next asana of the sequence, Apanasana. Now, lift one leg over top of the respective shoulder. Keep your hands down to the ground and extend the opposite leg forward and up. Gaze towards your third eye and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
Panasana. केवलं पादमेकञ्च स्कन्धे चारोपे यत्ततः एकपादेन गगने तिष्ठेत दण्डवक्त्रभोन्. Samanasana.
Now, bring the other heel against the perineum and lift the sole of the opposite foot against your chest. Gaze to your third leg over top of your shoulder and extend the opposite leg forward and up. Gaze towards your third eye as you visualize Swamiji in Apanasana.
केवलं पादमेकञ्च स्कन्धे चारोपे यत्ततः एकपादेन गगने तिष्ठेत दण्डवक्त्रभोन्. Omkhasana.
Now stack your knees in front of your body and bring your heels outside opposite hips. Place your hands interlocked on top of the knees, gaze to the tip of the nose. Breathe in Shitkari Kumbhaka, hiss with your teeth on the inhalation. Internally chant the new japa Om Nityanandoham and visualize the face of a cow as you gaze to your nose.
Sabve dakshinabulphanto prishtaparshvin yojayetem dakshineti tata sadyam gomukham yatham. Anasuyasana.
Now hold on to your big toes in Prana Mudra with index and middle fingers. Pull your stomach in and up in Uddiyana Bandha. Gaze to the nose and visualize yourself as Rishika Anasuya.
दक्षिण कोटो नीचो ठाने बाबोता के ऊपर आने गोड़ा संधि मिलावे भारी आडा पद बुनिदे संधि पसारी. Anusuyasana 2.
Now interlock your hands behind your back and lean forward and down. Bring your chin over the knee, the nose to the ground. Gaze towards the tip of the nose and visualize yourself as Rishika Anasuya.
जीमना पोता की संधि उपरिटा बागोड़ा की संधि मिलाई राशे गोड़ा से उले पकतल्यारो आरवाई सुधा राशे. Garvasana 2.
Now place the right foot flat on the mat and bring the left heel against your perineum. Place your hands on the respective knees and gaze towards the tip of the nose. Gaze
Keri Bhuparida Hilava Veperi Goda Sudo No Hejogi the Chipashitira Shesogi Matsipita.
I welcome you all with my love and respects. Let you all open all your three eyes. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Paramashivoham.
Yes. We are back. Let us now move on to the next asana of the sequence, Matsya-Pitaka. Now place the right foot flat on the mat and place the left foot on top of the right thigh. Hold on to the right big toe in Prana Mudra and to the right shin with the left hand. Gaze towards the tip of the nose and visualize Matsya, the fish avatar of Lord Vishnu.
Vamena Vamangustanto Grihitam Matsya-Pitakam Yori Vamena Sambhidya Medradubari Dakshinam Vamkhasana.
Now stake your knees in front once more with the other knee on top this time. Interlock your hands on top of the knees in Padusha Mudra, gaze to the nose and visualize the face of a cow.
Sabve Dakshina Bulphanto Prishtaparshvin Yojayetem Dakshine Pitata Sabyam Gomukham Yatham Anasuyasana.
Now hold onto your big toes, pull your stomach in and up into Jnana Bandham, and visualize yourself as Rishika Anasuya.
दक्षिण कोटो नीचो ठाने बाबोता के ऊपर आने गोड़ा संधि मिलावे भारी आडा पद बुनिदे संधि पसारी अनुसुयासना 2.
Now interlock your hands behind your back and lean forward and down. Bring your nose to the ground, gaze to the nose, and visualize yourself as Rishika Anasuya.
जीमरा कोता की संधि उपरिटा बागोड़ा की संधि मिलाई राशे गोड़ा से उले पकतल्यालो आरवाई सुधा राशे गर्वासना 2.
Now place the left foot flat on the mat and bring the right heel against the perineum. With your hands on the knees, gaze to the nose and visualize yourself as Lord Garuda.
Davo Bakamori Yedi Bahila Vilpamula Saide Naradasana.
Now sit on the heel, interlock your hands around your neck and twist your elbows outside the raised knee. Gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself as Sage Narada.
Pishtijavam Bagdali Keri Bhuparita Hilava Veperi Goda Sudo No Hejogi the Chipashitira Shesogi Matsya-Pitakasana.
Now place your right foot on the left thigh and raise the left knee. Hold on to the left shin and big toe, gaze to the nose and visualize Matsya, the fish avatar of Lord Vishnu.
Vamena Vamangustanto Grihitam Matsya-Pitakam Yori Vamena Sambhidya Medradubari Dakshinam Matsyendrasana.
Now extend your legs out in front. Then place the left foot on the right thigh and raise the right knee. Twist your left elbow outside the raised knee with the hand by the neck and place the right hand on the ground behind you. Gaze to your third eye and visualize Sage Matsyendrasana.
Udiram paschimabhasam kritva tishtati yattataha nambrangam vamapadam hi tatkhachanu parinyaset. Ubhasana.
Now, extend the front hand down towards the foot, holding onto the big toe in Prana Mudra. Place the other hand on your ear. Gaze towards your third eye and visualize yourself as a camel.
Asana ko guna jholo jaye. Matsyendrasana 2.
Now drop the hand from the ear to the ground behind you. Twist your spine even more. Gaze to your third eye and visualize Sage Matsyendrasana.
Vatsendrapitham dadara pradiptim pratandara pandala khandanastram abhyasatat kundalini prabodham dandasthiratvam hidatati pumsam. Matsyendrasana.
Now extend your legs out in front. Place the right foot on the left thigh and raise the left knee. Twist your right elbow outside the raised knee with the hand by the neck, the left hand on the ground behind you. Gaze to your third eye and visualize Sage Matsyendrasana.
Udiram paschimabhasam kritva tishtati yattataha nambrangam vamapadam hi tatkhachanu parinyaset. Ubhasana.
Now extend the front hand down to the foot. Hold on to the big toe in Prana Mudra. And place the other hand on your ear. Gaze up and visualize yourself as a camel.
Asana ko guna jholo jaye. Matsyendrasana 2.
Now place the hand from the ear to the ground behind you. Gaze to your third eye and visualize Sage Matsyendrasana in Matsyendrasana 2.
Vatsendrapitham dadara pradiptim pratandara pandala khandanastram abhyasatat kundalini prabodham dandasthiratvam hidatati pumsam. Padmasana.
Now place your feet on top of opposite thighs. Gaze towards the tip of the nose. Engage Mahamudra Bandha and breathe in Shitali Kumbhaka. Stick your tongue out, roll it up, and inhale through the rolled up tongue. Then exhale through your nose. Internally chant the new japa Om Nityananda Mahasadashivoham as you visualize yourself as Lord Shiva.
Asanam dvidham proktam padmam vadrasanam tatha urdho rupaiche dhatte ubhe padatale yatha. Padmasana 2.
Now cross your arms in front of your body. Hold on to the big toes in Prana Mudra. Gaze to the tip of the nose and visualize yourself as Goddess Parvati.
Uttanau charanau kritva uru samsto prayattataha uru madhye tathottano pani kritva tu tadrisho. Ukkutasana.
From Padmasana, now bring your hands through the legs. Place your palms on the ground and lift your entire body off the mat. Balance on your arms and visualize yourself as a rooster in Kukkutasana.
Padmasanam susamsthapya nanvororantare karo niveshya bhuma vasishted yomastap kukkutasana. Baddhakekyasana.
I welcome you all with my love and respect. Let you all open all your three eyes. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Paramashivoham.
Yes, again, moving on to Baddha Asana. From Padmasana, rise up onto your knees and place your palms on the ground in front of your body with the fingers pointing towards your knees. Bend your elbows against your navel, lean forward, and lift your body off the mat. Balance on your arms as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
धरामवष्टभ्यकरत्वेन तत्कूर्परिस्थापितानाभिपार्श्वः उच्चासनो दण्डवदुत्थितर्खेमायूरमे तत्र वदन्ति पीठम् मयूरं पद्मकं कुर्यात् बद्धकेकीति कथ्यते. Mayurasana.
Now, from the same position, extend your legs back. Keep your palms on the ground, fingers pointing towards your body, elbows bent against your navel. Lean forward, find balance, lift your legs up straight, and visualize yourself as a peacock.
अथ वक्ष्ये महादेव मयूरासनमुत्तमं भूमौ निपात्य हस्तौ द्वौ कूर्परोपरि देहकम्. Makarasana.
Now lay down your stomach, interlock your hands around your neck, rotate your feet so the toes are pointing outwards and the heels are touching the ground. Visualize yourself as a crocodile in Makarasana.
अध्यासशेदे हृदयं निधाय भूमौ च पादौ च प्रसाद्यमानो शिरश्च धृत्वा करदण्डयुग्मे देहाग्निकारं मकरासनं तत्. Salabhasana.
Now place your hands on the ground next to your shoulders and lift your legs up straight off the ground as you visualize yourself as a locust.
अध्यासशेदे करयुग्मवक्षो भूमिमवष्टभ्यकरयोस्तलाभ्यां पादौ च शून्ये च वितस्तिचोर्ध्वं वदन्ति पीठं शलभं मुनीन्द्राः. Ustrasana.
Now bend your knees and pull your feet outside the hips towards the ground, visualizing yourself as a camel.
अध्यासशेते पदयुग्मव्यस्तं पृष्ठेति दायापि धृतं कराभ्याम् आपुञ्चयेत् सम्यक् उदरासेवाढमुष्प्रञ्च पीठं योगिनो वदन्ति. Dhanurasana.
Holding onto the feet, kick your legs back and up and raise your head and chest. Gaze towards your third eye and visualize yourself as Pinaka, Lord Shiva's bow.
प्रसाद्य पादौ भुविदण्डरूपौ करौ च पृष्ठे धृतपादयुग्मं कृत्वा धनुस्तुल्य विवर्तिताङ्गं निगद्य योगी धनुरासनं तत्. Barbasana.
Now come to a kneeling position. Sit in between the heels with the toes touching behind your back, hands on your knees. Gaze towards your third eye as you breathe calmly in Sahajra Kumbhaka. Visualize Swamiji and internally chant the Mahavakyam, Om Nityananda Paramashivoham.
उल्टा मोटी पावतो वैसे बहुरोचुगति करे के कैसे पावन महिला बुल्पुस होवु कुलापा शिथिला वेसोवु. वही आसना.
Now place your forearms on the ground, elbows shoulder width apart. Interlock your fingers and get ready for another inverted posture. Place your head on the ground and support it with your hands. Raise your hips. Walk your feet forward and lift your feet off the ground. Keep your knees bent and pull your knees in towards your chest. As you gaze towards the tip of the nose, visualize Swamiji in Gohi Asana.
तो वो हाथ की कहुनी जोगी पुनः कलाई जाने दोगी. शीर्षासना.
Now extend your legs up straight into Shirshasana. Gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Breathe calmly in Sahajra Kumbhaka.
विपरीतं मण्डलं तद्विधैव विदितं हिनः दण्डासनं दिदा प्रोक्तं विपरीतोपवेशने. ओड्यासना.
Gently lower your legs down and come to a seated position with your legs extended forward. We're now going to enter a sequence of rapid exhalations in Bhastrika Kumbhaka, exhaling rapidly again and again from your abdomen like the bellows of a blacksmith. Now hold on to your calves, extend your legs up as vertical as possible. Try to bring your head towards your knees as you visualize Swamiji in Podyasana.
दो वो हाथ पक बाहर आने गोरा तरे काकसी ठाने अंगुष्ठ पिंडली लगता धरे चरण उभे आकाश दिशी करे. परिभाषना.
Now bring your hands behind your back, hold on to opposite shoulders. Keep your legs raised, gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself as a mace.
उत्तान शयनं कृत्वा पादौ मिलित्वा प्रसाद्य नितम्बं भूमौ स्पृष्ट्वा हस्ताभ्यां कन्दरां बद्ध्वा. नौकासना.
Now extend your arms out in front, parallel to the ground, and gaze towards your third eye as you visualize yourself as a boat.
उत्तान शयनं कोट्पराभ्यां भूमिं वष्टद्य हस्तो नितम्बं निधाय. रुद्रासना.
Now, scoop your hands below the feet and pull them against your chest. Try to touch the soles of your feet against your chest. As you gaze to the nose, exhale rapidly and visualize yourself as Lord Rudra.
Pagarali samputa karihata upoka uchadi pakaka angutha dobo levo parlikani talave. Unmukha Asana. Urdve tajanuni kritva chavitvordva mukham tatha uthapya hasto tishthetu peta unmukha namage.
Relax. Lay down on your back with the feet flat. Place your palms down on the ground just behind your heels. Then push your hips off the ground. Contract the perineal floor. Lock your throat and hold your breath for a long time in Mocha Kumbhaka. Gaze to the tip of the nose and visualize Swamiji in Unmukha Pitasana. Now lay down flat on your back.
Savasana.
Keep your hands at the side of your body with the palms facing up. Forcefully pull the awakened Kundalini Shakti up along your spine from the Muladhara all the way to the Sahasrara Chakra in Shakti Chala Mudra. Lay completely still, untouched from any micro movements of the body and mind. Visualize your body is dead and Swamiji is liberating you as you internally chant the Mahavakya. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham in Shivasana.
Uttanam shababad bhumavu shajanam tu shabasanam shabasanam shranti haram chitta vishranti karakam.
I welcome you all with my love and respect. Let you all open all your three eyes. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Paramashivoham 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 Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham
Now, slowly return to your physical body. Start to wiggle fingers and toes. Rotate your wrists and your ankles. Move your arms and your legs. Lift your knees towards your chest and circle them with your arms and rock your body from side to side. Slowly return to a comfortable seated position. Congratulations, you completed the Pratama Vinyasa Krama, the 108 asana sequence of Kailasas Nityananda Yoga. With this, we conclude today's Nityananda Yoga for the Paramashivoham Level 1 participants. Thank you all for joining us today. Get ready for the first round of power manifestation of the day. The next set of acharyas is ready to take over the session from here. For the Paramashivoham
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. 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 Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Om
Nityanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gaganasadusham Tattvamasyadiraksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadhi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Nityanandam. So what a wonderful day, as today is Ganesh Chaturthi, and all of you are going to have the special darshan today on this auspicious occasion. Swamiji himself will be coming as embodiment of Ganesha. So and of course you have started with 108 asana sequence, Prathama Vinasikrama, and also if you have anything to share, the today breakthrough, what all breakthrough today you have, you can share that as well. Any asana that you had breakthrough, you had more flexibility today, or you felt much relaxed today, or you had some click today through the asanas, through the practice of yoga. You can share, take a moment and share. And shortly we'll be entering into the power manifestation round. We'll be waiting for a couple of more minutes so that participants who have gone back to freshen up after yoga. Meanwhile, you can have the I-band with you.
Yes, so requesting all participants, if you've come back from the yoga, come back from freshening up, please come on camera. So request all participants that are here with us, please turn your cameras on and get ready for the power manifestation session. So grab your I-bands, anything, any cloth or anything else that you want to use to cover your eyes in preparation.
Meanwhile, while you are getting ready, let's enter into the Sas Pramana, which is a scriptural reference for manifesting the powers of third eye. Meanwhile, if you haven't gone back yet from yoga, or please ask others also and help them to quickly, because we'll be shortly starting with the power manifestation round.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasudashiva. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nityananda Paramashivoham 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 Om Nityananda.
Yes. So I hope all of you have come back. So now if you have anything, okay, we have sharings from yoga today. Mahapingli shares I feel body softer. Wow, that's great.
And Marcia Wu also says, me too, a little softer. Yes, thank you very much for sharing.
Actually, that's when you look at the child, when they are fresh, your whole body is fresh. Their whole body is so soft and fresh, alive. So, I mean, the time when we start growing, because of social conditioning, bodies start to become tense. So, being a body soft and fresh is like the original state. So, that's great that you're manifesting this. Thank you, ma. Thank you for sharing as well. So, let's enter into the SAS Pramana. Meanwhile, if you don't have the I-bands with you, take a moment to have the I-band. If you don't have the I-band, you can have a piece of cloth with you. The SAS Pramana for manifesting the powers of third eye is Kapalantar mano yasya tishtan milita lochanaha kramena manaso dharyat lakshaye lakshamuttamam. Paramashivoham says, by fixing the mind on the inner space within the ground center and sitting stably without any movement, having the eyes closed in succession, by that stability of the mind and the inner space, through the power of third eye, one directly sees the ultimate goal, Laksham. By having the vision beyond the sight that reveals any object or place, attaining the space of oneness with the source, Paramashiva. So let's get ready. Take a moment to cover your eyes with the eye bands. We'll be entering into the power manifestation round, and also requesting other participants as well to switch on their cameras. So those who have not switched on their cameras, be available in the camera. As today is a Ganesha Chaturthi, and all the obstacles, Ganesha is remover of all the obstacles. So with this intense cognition, let's bring oneness with Paramashiva. It is through oneness that power starts manifesting through you. So be completely relaxed. Do not allow your logic to intervene, that you are able to manifest or not. What is being shown? Am I shown right or wrong? Do not allow your logic to intervene. Just be completely relaxed. Meanwhile, other participants can switch on their cameras. Bring your awareness to your third eye. Yes, those who have not covered their eyes, please go ahead and cover your eyes. Visualize Paramashiva has come down as Bhagavan Nityananda Paramashivoham from Kailasa with absolute unclutching, complete completion and oneness to experience the state, space, powers and being of Paramashiva. Now the image is being projected on your screen. Let's begin this manifestation. Paramashivoham
Paramashivoham Om Nityananda 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 Paramashivoham Om Nityananda.
Yes, you can relax now. So please take a moment to remove your eye bands or any cloth that you use to cover your eyes. And take a moment and let us know in the chat what was being revealed to you in your third eye. So what image did we display?
So take a moment to share whatever was revealed to you. Okay, so we have translation for what Ma Pinglu has shared. I could do Padmasana since yesterday. Amazing yoga. Okay, so that's awesome because Swamiji says that Padmasana, if you sit in Padmasana, your reactionary assumptions will reduce drastically. And also, in yogic tradition, if you sit in Padmasana continuously, it raises, it helps you, it gives you a ecosystem or a vatavarna to raise your kundalini. So that's why if many yogis just sit in Padmasana because it the position itself makes the head and spine in a straight line. So it helps facilitates the kundalini to raise up. So that's beautiful, actually.
Yes, and Swamiji, if you ever see Swamiji, most of the time he'll be sitting in Padmasana himself, and he'll be sitting for hours and hours and hours. No issue at all. So with practice, you can learn to sit for longer and longer time as well.
And also it brings flexibility in the body. So much of tension that we have that releases due to Padmasana. Okay, yes, you can. We have received the sharings. You can please go ahead and start sharing what was revealed to you.
Yes, so the sharings have started coming in. We request all participants to please share what was being revealed to them in their third eye.
So Ma Pinglu shares a lotus, a sunflower, a swan, a boat. Okay, thank you for sharing, Ma.
Yes, Ma Nityananda Paramashiva Parashakti shares riverbank, mountain covered with snow, trees without leaves, grass or flower pot filled with earth. Yes, thank you for sharing, Ma.
Ma Pinglu shares again water. Okay, thank you for sharing.
Ma Lin Yi Ting shares sea, blue sky, ocean, beach or land. So sea, blue sky, ocean, beach or land. Yes, thank you for sharing, Ma.
Ma Pinglu shares again trees. Okay, thank you for sharing, Ma.
Yes, Ma Shukra Indrananda shares green, bird, black, Ganapati. Yes, and tree. Yes, thank you for sharing, Ma.
Sri Mahasarveshwar says, I saw something yellow like flame. Okay, thank you for sharing.
So requesting all participants that are not currently on camera, if you've taken part in this power manifestation round, please do let us know in the chat. So let us know what was being revealed to you. So if we have Ma Chen Yu Jun, Ma Zheng Hui, Ma Zheng Shua, Ma Zhu Zhuan, Wu Jie Chi Aya. So if you've taken part in this power manifestation, please take a moment and share with us what was being revealed to you.
Okay, so let's move to the verification.
Yes. Alright.
So as you can see, it's a picture of Ganesha. Ganesha made of the clay. A lot of Ganesha, as you can see, with the more than 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, at least 7. There are more, but at least 7, 8. So let's start. Actually, Ma Shukrandra has mentioned Ganpati. So congratulations, Ma. Of course, it's Ganpati. Thank you for sharing, Ma. So even okay. So Ma Pindi shares a lotus, a sunflower, swan, a boat. If you look at the crown, actually it gives because most of the crown has the flower. The design itself of the crown is of flower, so that you might have resembled with.
And also you have a lotus flower and a swan, which are both white. So there's a lot of white in the image, in the background, and of course there's the white clay as well. So that's a connection there as well, Ma. Ma Nityananda Paramashiva Parashakti, riverbank, mountains covered with snow. So again, snow, white is definitely there. Trees without leaves, grass or flower pot filled with earth. Yes, Ma, thank you for sharing.
Water. Okay, thank you for sharing. Ma Lin Yeting shares sea, blue sky, ocean, beach or land. Okay, so because the Ganapati, the deity itself is made of the clay, so we might have connected with that with the land. Thank you for sharing.
Yes. So Ma Ping Blue also shares trees. Yes, thank you for sharing, Ma.
Ma Shukrananda, as I already mentioned, she says green bird, black and Ganpati. So definitely it's Ganpati.
Yes. And Sri Mahasharbeshwar shares I saw something yellow like flame. So we have the clay itself is a light yellow in color, so almost cream. So yes, thank you for sharing, I.
And whenever Ganapati is portrayed in the picture, mostly behind the Ganapati there is a yellow flame which is shown as a bright light behind Ganapati. So you might have interpreted like that. Mahashkrananda says yes, Ganesha came up first instantly. Great.
Yes.
Thank you for sharing, Ma. So let's enter into the second round of this manifestation.
Yes, so request all participants, please come on camera and please take part in this power manifestation. So if you're there but haven't turned your camera on, please turn your cameras on. And let's manifest this second round of power manifestation. So power of third eye vision. So they're requesting all participants to please put on their eye bands once again. Just waiting on a couple more people.
Yes, so I hope all of you are ready. Those who haven't yet switched on their cameras, please go ahead, switch on your cameras. Let's enter into the second round of manifestation.
And of course, we remind participants the power manifestation is from the space of oneness with the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, with Swamiji himself, who is the embodiment of the divine.
Yes. So more and more you manifest powers, you are deepening your connection with Swamiji, you are growing more oneness with you. So it's always participate in the power manifestation, because when you are not participating in the power manifestation, we are involved in the worldly activities, you are going on that side. When you are manifesting the powers, you are moving towards Swamiji, you are moving, deepening your connection to Swamiji, you are growing oneness with you, within you. So I hope all of you are ready with the eye bands. Let's enter into the second round of manifestation. We'll be projecting the image on your screen. Let's begin this manifestation.
Nityananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Nityananda Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Om Nityananda 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 Paramashivoham Om Nityananda.
Yes, you can relax now. So take a moment to remove your eye bands and let the light back in gently. And let us know in the chat box, what is it that was being projected on the screen? So write down, don't have any judgments, don't bring in the logical mind. Everything comes from the oneness, from the feeling connection with Swamiji and with the divine. Of course, Swamiji is the embodiment of the divine.
So take a moment moment to share. We already have started receiving the revelations. We're waiting a few more participants to share.
Yes, requesting all participants, please share what was being revealed to you in your third eye. So Ma Shukra shares temple, hills and sky. Thank you for sharing, Ma.
Ma Sia says green glass. Okay.
Yes, thank you for sharing, Ma. Ma Nityananda Paramashiva Parashakti shares stone wall, green trees and grass. Yes, thank you for sharing, Ma.
Bengali shares Devi, dragonfly and turtle.
Yes, thank
Thank
you,
you
Ma.
for sharing, Ma.
And Sri Maha Sharbeshwara shares, I saw some red like flames or flowers. Yes, thank you for sharing, Aya.
Ma Bengali shares again moon, tower, building. Okay, thank you for sharing, Ma.
Yes, Ma Lin Yi Ting shares background, have little orange, red, black, human body and game shark.
Thank you for sharing.
Yes,
Ma Bengali shares again a leaf. Thank you for sharing.
yes. Ma Chen Hai Hui shares, I saw a large white pillar, blue sky and white clouds and a red sunset. Yes, thank you for sharing, Ma.
Sri Mahasarvesha shares I also saw Kalavera. Great. Thank you for sharing.
Yes, thank you, Aya.
Okay. So let's verify.
Yes, so let's just share now. The image that we shared with you earlier, that was displayed earlier. As you can see, it's a beautiful, beautiful green forest. There's a little stream right down the middle, very small stream. There's lots of green. Green is everywhere. There are stone blocks here and there. So there are stones everywhere that the stream is flowing over gently. There are trees filled with moss or grass. And there are leaves. There are some dry leaves on the floor. So yes. And of course it's daytime. We see the sunset coming through a little bit. The sunlight coming through, reflecting off the green leaves and the trees. So
And
yes.
just at the front looks like the dry leaves have fallen down. Okay, so Mahashukanda shares temple, hills, sky.
So the forest itself looks like a temple, Ma. It is a beautiful picture.
And hills, you can because it's a landscape where a lot of maybe it's like on the hill, the small mountains might be there, small mountains.
You can see, so you've got the string down the middle and
so it's like a valley.
Yes, like a valley, and on either side the land goes upwards as a hill. So yes, Ma. Ma Xia Wu shares green class, green, so there's definitely a lot of green. So yes, well done, Ma.
Ma Paramashiva Parashakti says stone wall, green trees and grass. So definitely
Yes.
we have a lot of grass, a lot of trees.
Yes, and we have lots of stones as well that the stream is going over.
Yes.
Yes.
Ma Pingu shares Devi, dragonfly and turtle. So if you look at the dragonfly, maybe the dry leaves might look like a dragonfly, which is just at the front.
Yes, Sri Mahasharbeshwar says, I saw some red like flames or flowers. So there's a little bit of brown, and there's the dry leaves that might look a little bit reddish. So thank you for sharing, Aya.
Mahapuri shares moon, tower building. So we don't have moon now because it's day time, and tower building that also is not there. Okay, thank you for sharing, Ma.
Yes, we have the trees that are towering up above the landscape.
Yes.
Ma Lin Yi Ting says, background have little orange, red, black, human body and game shark. There is a little bit of orange in the color of the trees and the leaves that have fallen down. So yes, thank you, Ma.
Mahapuri shares a leaf. Actually, a lot of leaves are there. So
Yes.
you saw one leaf, that's great. As you have manifested this power, Ma. Thank you
Yes.
for sharing.
Ma Chen Hai Hui says, I saw a large white pillar, blue sky, and white clouds and red sunset. So we have the sunlight that's coming through, so the connection there with the sun itself. And some of the trees are a little bit lighter in color, so you can so they look a little bit like a white pillar. We can't see the blue sky or the white clouds, so they might be there, but we can't see them. So yes, thank you for sharing, Ma.
Sri Mahasavesha shares, I also saw Kala Bhairava. Okay, thank you for sharing. And we have Chen Haihui in Chinese. It will be better if you can somebody translate that.
Yes, Ma Shukrendrana, could you please translate the second elephant?
Oh, okay.
Right. So, see, we have one of the trees on. If you have a look on the side, one of the trees that has grown sideways and then started going up. So that could look like an elephant's trunk or an elephant's tusk as well. So there might be a connection there.
Okay, so
yes,
thank you for
very
participating
much.
in this power manifestation.
And well done to everybody.
Yes, congratulations to all those who have manifested this power. Keep participating in the power manifestation. Not only you'll manifest the oneness grows in you, you'll be able to manifest in your life. And as we unclutch from the thoughts, the moment we unclutch from the thoughts, you'll be able to unclutch from so many things that you are clutched into your life. In terms of relationship, in terms of various other things that you are clutched with. Moment you start practicing unclutching, you'll be seeing that so much of relaxation comes to you because you are getting close to your being.
Yes, and don't be downhearted or don't be disappointed that if you haven't manifested successfully completely. So every power manifestation, so whether it's successful or unsuccessful, it is still getting that feeling connection with Swamiji. You're still getting in that space of oneness with Swamiji. So even if you are successful, unsuccessful, you're still building that oneness connection with Swamiji. So don't despair. With more and more practice, everything will start manifesting. So let's keep up the practice.
Yes. So now we'll be entering into today's theme itself, which is experiencing the space of victory as Arihanta. Arihanta is the term which Jainism uses, is popular in Jainism. The word itself belongs to the Arihanta. The word itself belongs to Jainism. Arihanta is the one who has conquered all the enemies, who has killed all the enemies. Whether it is fear, lust, who has conquered all the enemies and become enlightened. Not only enlightened, but the one who radiates the enlightenment. And anyone who is in the presence of Arihanta gets the same experience of it. And the space in which the Arihanta is in helps us to unlock the potential that we carry. And Mahavira is the master who is the Arihanta from Jain tradition. Today we'll be going through the Jain Sutras. Swamiji himself will be taking us, guiding us through the Jain Sutras. And Mahavira, who is one of the greatest enlightened masters, happened on the planet Earth. And he is the only master who is able to create the technology or the formula to reproduce not only the enlightened beings, but also to create the purest tradition. As some of you might be knowing, Jainist still has kept the tradition fully in its pure form. So even though too much time has been spent, has gone, so much of time upgradation has happened, but Jain tradition has maintained its purity at its peak without dilution itself actually. So we'll be entering into this. Swamiji will be guiding us through the opening of the Jain Sutras itself. How to conquer the enemies by surrendering I and mine. So please come to the space of listening. It will be a short video where Swamiji himself will be giving the introduction of it. So let's begin.
few words about this leader consciousness. What do you mean by the word leader consciousness? See, we all work to achieve the status of the leader, but we forget something called state of the leader. Status of the leader is related to society. If there are so many people under you, you became leader. Status is not something related to you. State is something related to you. Status comes from the society. State comes from within. Unless we achieve the state, just achieving status will harm you and others. See, all problems in the corporate world, the personal level or the interpersonal level. The personal level, stress, too much of depression, unnecessary worries, insecurity, everything. And in the interpersonal level, the backbiting, politics, or whatever problems we have, the relationship level, everything is just because we achieve the status without achieving the state. Without achieving the state, we just achieve the status. Then all the problems just follows us. What do I mean by the word state? What do I mean by the word leader consciousness? The power to respond spontaneously, the power to live every moment, the power to live in this moment, power to process information and take decisions. I always tell people, responding spontaneously is real responsibility. When you are able to respond spontaneously without the load of the past, you will be the leader. You will be able to lead your life. First thing, leader is not a person who manages things. Manager is different, leader is different. If you are just having the status of the leader without the state, you will be managing. You will be just holding on to your seat. You will be trying hard to catch your seat and to keep people under you. But leading is totally different. Leader consciousness is totally different. If your decision making is affected by your engraved memory, you create more and more suffering for you and for others. Consciously you know smoking is injurious, but suddenly you decide from unconsciousness. The engrams takes away your intelligence. The engrams twist your decisions. When the engrams are more, it's like a file passing through so many tables. Each person puts his signature, writes his opinion. By the time file reaches the ego is completely confused. What decision it should take, it doesn't know. Constantly, if all the files have to move through the engram, you will never be able to decide. You will never be able to decide. Naturally, you will be suffering with dilemma and stress. And one more thing, we always think that instinct means immediately we take decision. No. In instinct, you suffer. Only in intuition, you take immediate decisions. In instinct level, you don't take immediate decisions. Even if you take, you will not be deciding. You will be just throwing your responsibility. Deciding quickly and behaving responsibly is intuition. Just deciding without responsibility is what? Instinct. You decide, but you don't bother about the result. The instinct level, you take more time for process than the conscious process. The unconscious process takes more time than the conscious process itself. We speak so much about intuitive management. Constantly we are hearing the word intuitive management. But unless you remove your engrams, you will not be able to experience what I call intuition. One more thing, we always think, is it really something we call intuition exists? Is it possible? Let me give you a small example. Somebody asked me in one meditation program, Swamiji, many times when I enter some place, new place, suddenly I feel I have seen that place, I know that place. After a few minutes, I can say everything clearly, what is there in which room and the whole thing. When I go and see, it is there really, as I felt. And at some party, sometime, suddenly I feel after 5 minutes, somebody is going to come, something is going to happen. And it really happens. When I get a call, when my telephone rings, suddenly I remember somebody's name. When I pick up the phone, I see that person is there on the line. Like this, many things happen in my life. Why? How? And I ask the group, how many of you have experienced this at least once in your life? Let us see in this group. How many of you have experienced something like this at least once in your life? See, in that group also I saw at least 80% of the people raising their hand. Here also again you can see 80%. If something happens in somebody's life once, rarely, you can say it's a coincidence. But when it happens in 80% of the people's life, how can we say it is coincidence? We can't say it is coincidence. There is something called intuition. There is something called intuition. How you experience that intuition at some moment, then why you are not able to experience that always? Wherever your engrams are active, whenever your engrams are active, you will not be able to experience that intuition. At some point, suddenly, even without your knowledge, the engrams are silenced. If you are in a deep fear, or if you are completely threatened, even your basic existence is threatened, or if you are completely relaxed, in a high energy or in a complete relaxation, both the time your engrams will not work. Your engrams will stop working. When your engrams stop working, you experience the intuition. You experience the intuition. This is the basic theory from yoga science. Engram. For example, you are sitting in a beach. Somebody has abused you or disrespected you. After 2 years, you come back to the beach again. Neither that person is there, nor the same atmosphere is there, but you will have that same feeling. Even if you try to avoid, you will have that same mood. Somehow you will feel like you don't want to sit there. The beach is nowhere responsible, but somehow you associate that experience with that place. Like this, so many things. For example, when you have a disease, if you are admitted to hospital, after that, whenever you go through that hospital, that same memory will rise in you. That is why we associate experiences with places, experiences with people, experiences with things. Next time, when you have the same thing, you will not have the same experience. Even joy, sweet. When you taste the sweet, first time your experience is different. And the next time your experience is different. But you try to create the same engram and you expect the same thing from that situation.
Yes, so what a wonderful way Swamiji has described about intuition, and just a brief Swamiji gave about how the mind works. So with this, keeping this in mind, how the mind works and what is intuition, how the intuition starts, it comes from the full restful awareness. We'll be entering into the next session, which is actually going to be the segment where Swamiji talks about the Arihanta. Arihanta is the one who has conquered his all enemies. Arihanta is the one who is not only is enlightened but radiates enlightenment. Just by being in the presence of the Arihanta, you receive his grace. So please come to the space of listening and let's get ready to conquer all the enemies in your life. All the enemies that you are struggling with, all the enemies who are have conquered you. Swamiji will be guiding us so that you can conquer all your enemies and declare victory over them. So, without any ado, let's begin.
Let us first understand this mantra. It's such a wonderful mantra. I'll tell the translation, I'll read the translation, then we will try to understand this mantra. I bow in reverence to Arihantas, means the people who have conquered the enemies. Enemy does not mean the outer world enemy, the inner world enemies. I bow in reverence to Siddhas, means all liberated souls. I bow in reverence to Acharyas. I bow in reverence to Ubadhyayas. I bow in reverence to all sadhus. This fivefold salutation destroys all sins, and amongst all auspicious things, this is the most auspicious one. Mangalanancha savesim. Padamam havai mangalam. This mantra is an amazing mantra. We should understand a few things before understanding this mantra. See, this great tradition of Mahavir starts with this mantra and ends in this mantra. Whatever he has to say, the whole gist of this tradition is this mantra. Please understand. They are not worshipping the gods who will give wealth. No. They are not worshipping the gods who will give knowledge. No. They are not worshipping the gods who will give power. No. We should understand the psychology of religion. Bible says God created man in his own mold. But actual truth is man created God in his own mold. If you are caught in ignorance, you worship the goddess of knowledge, Saraswati. Whatever you don't have, you worship that because you want that. If you are matured, your worship or Ishta Devata also will be matured. Understand? A person who has renounced the world, who wants enlightenment, you will never expect him that he will be sitting in front of Lakshmi and worshipping Lakshmi. No. What is he going to do? Even if Lakshmi showers on him, he has no utility, he has no use. So naturally you will not see a monk sitting in front of a Lakshmi. Maybe he will worship Moksha Lakshmi, not Dhana Lakshmi. Surely not Santana Lakshmi. So, your Ishta Devata will very clearly tell in which state of consciousness you are living. Here this whole tradition starts with worshipping enlightened masters, means the highest conscious beings. Understand? There are different levels in religion. If you are caught in ignorance, the lowest level, you will worship or you will be interested more towards a fanatic beliefs. You will expect somebody to give you the ready-made beliefs. You will not analyze. Any charismatic leader is enough to take you for a ride. If he tells you, hey, do this, do that, this is heaven, this is hell, if you do this, you will reach hell, you will reach heaven, this is enough. A charismatic guy is enough. Hypnotizing guy is enough. You are taken for a ride. All terrorist groups are based on ignorance-based religions. Understand? All terrorist groups are based on this group, this level. Second, if you are fear-oriented, if you are fear-based, if you are afraid and you want God who will remove fear from you, you will worship gods with the big swords, with too many weapons, 18 hands, 20 hands, all kinds of weapons. But here, you are worshipping Arihantas and Siddhas who are sitting in meditation. You are not worshipping gods who are with too many hands. If you are fear-based, if you are caught in fear, you will create a god who has got too many hands and too many weapons so that you will be protected. At least some one weapon will protect you. And if you are greed-based, naturally you will worship the gods and goddesses who are giving wealth, who are promising you wealth. Lakshmi or any gods and goddesses who are showering gold coins. And if you see the Lakshmi statues and photographs, you will see that she is showering gold coins. And it is just projection of your fantasy, nothing more than that. If you are greed-based, it is very easy to exploit you. If somebody comes and just verbal enough or creates such a words that your fantasies will be fulfilled through him, you are gone. And really an incident which happened, one astrologer used to come to our ashram. Earlier he was coming in two-wheeler. One day suddenly I saw him in a new car. I asked him, how come? Suddenly a new car. Did you win any lottery? He said, no, Swamiji. These are all happening around me because of Lakshmi Yantra. I said, Lakshmi Yantra? I never heard of this. Who gave you this? No, nobody gave me, Swamiji. I started giving to others. Understand? If you start having Lakshmi Yantras, maybe a person who sells will become rich. I don't know about you. If you are greed-based, you will worship the gods and goddesses. You will bow down to the gods and goddesses who are promising wealth. If you are logic-based, the next level, you will worship philosophers. You will worship the people who give you words. Communism. They don't worship other gods, but they worship their leaders. Any ism, any philosophy, person who gives you words, he is worshipped, respected. And all these four levels you can't call as a religion. They are not religions. They are not going to give you solutions, they give you support. Understand? This 4 level will give you only support, not solution. Totally 7 levels are there. First 4 level, this 4 level can't be called as religion. It is just sort of a support. The next 3 level, there you will see the true spirituality. Love based means you worship a person who is radiating love. You will be attracted towards a person who radiates love. Next, meditation based. You will be attracted to a person who is sitting in meditation, who is radiating peace, who is radiating energy, who is radiating life, who is radiating consciousness. Last, ultimate, celebration based, who is not only radiating, who can make you also to radiate the same energy. Celebration means who can share, who can create that ambience, who can create that energy in you also. Celebration based. See, Arihanta means not only the person who has achieved himself, who can reproduce it, who can create it in you also. This is religions, traditions based on enlightenment. Understand the 7 levels: ignorance based and fear based, greed based, logic based. These 4 are preliminary levels. You can't call them as religions. They are just solutions, not support, not even solution. It's like adding little oil to you and making you run in the same way. Like when too much friction happens, you need to add little oil to reduce the friction. Same way, this 4 level, it's like a little oil to run your machine. It won't give you solution. The other 3 levels, higher levels, love based, meditation based and celebration based, joy, bliss, ananda based. Here we are worshipping, bowing down to the great energies, masters who are love based, meditation based and celebration, enlightenment based, ananda, ecstasy based. This great tradition, that is the reason I am saying, this is the tradition which retains its purity. One more thing, if your core message is love, meditation and enlightenment based, maybe outside your temples you can have few statues also, nothing wrong. Like a visiting card. Like a visiting card. Please, if you are greed based, fear based, ignorance based also, you can come, you are welcome. We don't say you can't come, but please come beyond that. There is something beyond. If you keep this as a main idol, means the love, compassion, love, meditation and celebration base as the main Mula Vigraha or the main base, you can have a few of the other things also in the outside. Nothing wrong. But there are some traditions which started keeping the fear-based, greed-based, ignorance-based things as in the main altar. That is where corruption starts. That is where dilution starts. That is what I call dangerous distraction. As long as our focus is towards these main truths, corruption or dilution is impossible. Somehow, Mahavira, the great master, managed to create a tradition without dilution, without corruption. Still, the main truth, even after 2500 years, is same. Still, the core is same. Still, the religion is love-based, meditation-based, and enlightenment, celebration-based. Maybe in course of time outside, there is a little bit of fear-based or greed-based, but that is not the core. That is not the truth. The dilution also is not able to affect the truth or the core. Here he starts, Namo Arihantanam, I bow in reverence to Arihants who achieved the highest truth. Not only who achieved, who are radiating the truth so much that others who go near him, they are also inspired to achieve. Understand? An important truth. Arihant does not mean person who teaches, no. Person who inspires. You can't reproduce enlightenment by teaching, no. If you can, long before we would have started selling. We would have created stores. www.enlightenment.com. Please visit our website to get enlightened. And we have created enlightenment guaranteed shop. No. Fortunately or unfortunately, you can't create enlightenment in some being by teaching. No. Only by inspiring you can create enlightenment. You can reproduce enlightenment only by inspiring. Arihanta is a person who is radiating the truth so powerfully, so strong. His presence is so intense. Anybody who comes near him, even if they spend few minutes around him, they are inspired. The fire is ignited. The transmission of lamp happens. They feel this is the best state to live in. This is the best space to exist. This is the best thing which can happen to me in my life. Understand? If you go near an enlightened being, even if you have spent 2-3 minutes, suddenly you will feel this is the best thing which can happen to me. If you had that thought in you, only then he is enlightened. Otherwise, be very clear, something is seriously wrong with his enlightenment. If he cannot radiate, if he cannot create that inspiration in you, forget about him. There is something seriously wrong in his enlightenment. Arihanta is a person not only who became enlightened, who radiates it. Just his very presence, you will feel God. He will become fantasy in you. He will inspire you so much. He will occupy your inner space so much. Either you start working towards achieving that state, or you feel, I am not able to. Even if you feel, I am not able to, that's okay. At least you have put the first step. You have started. Understand? Respect towards an enlightened being is the first step towards enlightenment. Means you wanted that state, you will not respect anything unless you agree with that ideology. Unless you have a little bit of attachment, feeling towards that ideology, a subtle feeling that you should also have that same. Unless you get that, you will not have respect for that. If you are respecting somebody beautiful, handsome, be very clear, you have a subtle desire to be in that state, to have that quality. Same way, if you respect a rich guy, there is a subtle desire to have wealth. Anything you respect automatically enters in your inner space. When you say, I bow in reverence to enlightened being, you give respect to enlightenment. Here, you are not bowing down to somebody who will help you when you are in fear. No. You are not bowing down to a king. No. You are not bowing down to a rich guy who will give you money. No. You are not bowing down to a person who will give you logic or philosophy, words. No. No. You are bowing down to a person who inspires, puts the seed of enlightenment in you, who helps you to achieve enlightenment. Arihanta is such. There is a beautiful commentary, means the explanation, which says, when you sit in front of an Arihanta, the ultimate conscious being, without your knowledge, without even your conscious understanding, your whole being is integrated towards that one goal, enlightenment. Understand, as on now, you are not one being as you think. Your head is calling you, pulling you in one direction, your eyes are pulling you in the other direction, your ears are pulling you in that different direction. People ask me, just the other day I was facing a question, Swamiji, in all organization there is so much of politics, and why are you creating one more spiritual organization, and you know there is going to be so much of politics? I told him, and this is an important thing, I told him, you don't need even two persons to create politics. Single person is more than enough to create politics. You can't escape from politics by not creating organization, because organization has got its own benefits, merits also. You can escape from politics only by creating a strong group consciousness, means a strong inspiration. And the commentary says, the Arihanta is a person who creates a group consciousness among parts of your being. As on now, there are so many parts in your being, you have so much of politics amongst the parts. Your head is doing politics against your leg, and your eyes are doing politics against your ears, because ears want something else, your eyes want something else, and your tongue wants something else, and your touch wants something else. Each guy is having his own agenda, and they are having big problem amongst themselves. Finally, you are suffering. I should tell you a beautiful story, how by the politics of the trustees gods suffer. Politics between the trustees, how the god is put to suffering. In a South Indian temple, very famous temple, fight between the trustees and the pujaris, who worship, who do the rituals and who pay for the rituals. Fight started between these two. A simple reason, the thing is that whether you should put U-shaped mark or the straight, the vertical mark. Among that Vaishnava mark, there are 2-3 varieties. They call it Vadagalai and Tengalai. Means just a straight line or U-shape. Curve or straight line. That's the problem. And not even on God, on the elephant, temple elephant. Somebody don't know, understand, it's really happened. I wanted all of you to know. It may look funny, but it happens in every temple. You may not publicize all these things. It happens in every temple. The fight is whether to put the U-shaped mark or the straight line mark on the temple elephant. The pujaris are saying it should be only U-shape. And the person who paid for the elephant, he says, no, it should be only straight line. Because I paid for elephant. And pujari says, you may pay for elephant, but we are only going to do the mark. So fight went to the local court. Local court gave the judgment. The god which is going to sit on, who is going to sit on the elephant, he is wearing only the U-shape. So only the U-shape should be put on the elephant. But the trustees, they have enough money, so they went to the high court. And high court said, the person who paid for the elephant, only he should decide. And the pujaris, they are very strong with their ideology, went to Supreme Court. Really, understand, I am not telling the story, I am telling the history. Went to Supreme Court. Finally, Supreme Court gave the judgment. Whenever God is traveling on the elephant, he should have the mark of that God, which is U-shaped. And whenever the elephant is free without the procession or anything, for public programs, he can have straight line. And one important thing, 2 days after the judgment, elephant died. Because the process took 15 years. Elephant died. And the next, don't think story ended. Story is not ending here. Somebody donated one more elephant. Now the pujaris came and they want to put the mark according to the judgment, Supreme Court judgment. Trustee said no. That judgment is for that elephant. Not for this elephant. Let us go to the court again. And still now, at least 25 years, God is going in procession by walk, not on elephant. Last 25 years, he stopped riding an elephant. The fight between the trustees and pujaris, who is suffering? God. Same thing happens to us when your indriyas suffer, when your indriyas fight among themselves, your consciousness will be suffering. Understand? When your senses and mind fighting amongst themselves, your consciousness, your inner space will be suffering. Arihanta is a person in whose presence all your senses, indriyas and the mind is integrated by itself. Understand? In front of a warrior, automatically you will feel that you are supposed to behave with respect. Just by his presence, you will not talk anything. It is called sthana bala. In Sanskrit we use the word sthana bala. Anybody who holds that seat, that very sthana, You just go in front of him and sit silently and come out. You know, if you talk, what will happen? The results. Just the very sthana bala, you will be frightened. Same way, in the presence of Arihanta, just the very presence, just the sthana bala, your senses will be integrated. Your inner personality, your mind, indriya, buddhi, chitta, everything will be integrated, because all your senses, they know he has killed all his enemies. Any moment he may kill me also, let me be silent. For example, if you are going and sitting in front of a person who has done 100 murders, will you talk? Will you oppose him? Unless you are mad. You know he has killed all his enemies. So, if I give an idea that I am also his enemy, simply I will be killed. You will keep quiet. Same way, all your senses, your mind, they know he has killed his enemies. Arihanta, who has conquered all his enemies. So naturally, he will kill me also. Better let me keep quiet. Your personality will be integrated just by his presence. Understand? This bowing down, remembrance will invoke their presence. You need to understand an important thing. Remembrance is not just thinking. In ordinary things like a flower or a sweet, in ordinary things, remembrance is just thinking. But when it comes to an enlightened beings, remembrance is invoking their presence. It is called avahana. When you remember enlightened beings, they are there in front of you. You invoke their presence because constantly they are waiting, they are available, they are waiting just to help you. Please understand, when you remember some object of the outer world, that object doesn't have intelligence or power to appear in front of you, to be there in front of you. But enlightened beings are not objects. They are energy and intelligence. One more thing, which is a very important thing you need to understand. Enlightened masters, even if they leave the body, they will have to retain their sukshma sarira, subtle body, till all their disciples and followers become enlightened. They will have to be in the, they will have to make themselves available. They will have to available for all of you. Please understand, till you all become enlightened, they can't disappear. Even if they have given up their bodies. One more thing, for enlightened being, even while he is in the body, he is not touched by the body. I always tell people, enlightened masters are not present as you think, and they are not absent as you think. See, always when some enlightened masters die, you think they are absent. No. Same way, when some master is in the body, you think they are present just like you. No. They are not present even while they are in the body as you think. They are not present, it is their presence. Understand? When an enlightened person is in the body, He is not present as you think. He is present in a totally different dimension. He may be in front of you, but he is not present as you think. He is in a different space. His body may be visible to you, but he is in a different space. Same way, even after he leaves the body, he is not absent as you think. A small incident which happened in Nisargadatta Maharaj, a great enlightened being who lived in India. Somebody asked him, Master, you say the enlightened beings don't have karma. Then how you are speaking with us? How you are able to talk? Nisargadatta Maharaj says, I am not talking to you. He is talking and he is saying, I am not talking to you. The disciple was completely confused. He said, what are you saying? I am not talking to you. And you are talking to me. And you are saying, I am not talking to you. And Master says, Maharaj says, because you want, you are getting the answers from this system. This system is programmed to respond like a voicemail. Automatic intelligence which responds to you. That's all. Otherwise, the system itself does not have an ego like you. Understand? You can't say automatic replying machine is living mechanism. No. It just responds to you because you wanted somebody to respond. Maharaj says, I am responding to you because this is the way you wanted. And he says beautifully, if somebody approaches me with the attitude of dasabhava, means servant, I look like a leader. If somebody approaches me with the attitude of a disciple, I look like a master. If somebody approaches me with the attitude of father and son, I look like a father. So, whatever attitude they have, just I reflect it. I just fulfill what they want. Otherwise, I myself don't have any identity or ego. He says, I am not talking to you. You are listening the answers which you want to listen, which you need to listen. That's all. Automatic replying system. They are not present as we think. Same way, enlightened beings who have left the body, they are not absent as you think. When they had a body, their presence had a body. When they left the body, their presence does not have a body. That's all. Otherwise, having a body or not having a body is no way going to disturb or change you connecting with that master. Understand? As far as master is concerned, whether they have the body or not, it's not going to disturb them. It is not going to change anything. It is not going to, they are not going to miss anything. So do not think just because they don't have a body, you can't experience their presence. This simple remembrance can invoke their presence immediately in that very moment, wherever you are. Remembering them will simply create their presence because they are waiting. They are waiting to be called. The TV advertisement, you see that operators are waiting for your call. Please call now, call now, call now. Same way, masters are waiting. Please chant now, chant now, chant now. They are waiting, available. All you need to do is remembering them. Just the remembrance is enough. You will see that their presence is in front of you. They are not absent as you think. Just because you are not able to see the stars, you can't say stars doesn't exist. Same way, just because you don't see them with your eyes, you can't say they don't exist. Only one benefit, if the master is with the body, you may be able to feel him with all your five senses. If he is without the body, you have to feel him, experience him only in the inner space, which is beyond body. That's all. But you can verily experience him because they can't disappear till you become enlightened. During initiation, before every initiation, all the masters, enlightened beings, they take vow. Understand? During initiation, don't think only you take vows. Only you make commitments. Master also makes commitments. He says, till you become enlightened, the energy which is working through this body, even if this body is dropped, will help you and assist you till you reach the same state in which I am living. That's the commitment all the masters give. Till you achieve that same enlightened state, even if this body drops, this energy promises you to guide. That is the commitment a master takes. Understand? So even Mahavir leaves the body, he has to make himself available to all of us till we become enlightened, till we achieve enlightenment. He has to make himself available. The moment you remember these great masters, you will see their presence is there in front of you. And next line, I bow in reverence to Siddhas, means the liberated souls. The word Namo, you should understand that word also. Namo means you offer I and mine, ahankar and mamakar. Na mama, ahankar and mamakar, you offer both, me and mine, I and mine. See, important thing, it is very easy to offer mine, means wealth. You can very easily give wealth, check, because after some time all rich guys feels the futility of wealth. What will you do? What will you do? Now you can buy anything which money can buy. After all these basic things, what will you do with the money? Maybe more and more zeros are getting added in your bank balance sheet. And in this country, you don't even see the currency. Only 2% is in the printed currency form. Only the passbook or the bank balance, more and more zeros are getting increased. And for that zeros, you give your whole life and you are constantly running. And finally, the person who is making you run, only those leaders' egos are expanding and you don't even know what are you going to do, and suddenly you will leave all the zeros one day and become zero. And after some time, all rich people feel the futility of wealth. What to do? It's okay. It is very easy to give money. I have seen all rich guys erecting temples in every city. Why? They understood there is no value. There is no value. Money is valuable only till you achieve all your basic needs. That is why people are kept in poverty without giving them the feeling that they have all the basic needs. To tell you honestly, you think India doesn't have wealth? It can simply support 100 million people. It's not a big thing. Or a billion people. It's not a big thing. Sorry, 100 crore, not 100 million, 100 crore. It can support 100 crore people. Forget about India, whole world. We have enough wealth to take care of all the beings who are already on the planet Earth. We can give them food, we can give them clothes, we can give them shelter, we can give them medical care, all the basic care we can provide. It's a cunning strategy created by the so-called leaders to keep common man in poverty without fulfilling his basic needs, so that he will run, work and create more and more infrastructures, and these guys' ego can be feel fulfilled. Understand? We have everything. A right strategy is all we need. Right planning is all we need. And we have enough intelligence.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nityananda.
Yes, welcome back from that wonderful video by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on Arihanta, on the Master's presence. So Swamiji was beautifully telling us that a Master is not only has enlightenment, but he shines. He what's the word?
Radiates enlightenment.
Radiates enlightenment as well.
So,
yes.
And Swami says, till you get enlightened, till all the devotees get enlightened, Master is there present in the subtle body. Unless you get enlightened, he is not going to leave. Even if the enlightened Master leaves the body, he is present much more than before. So, we'll be entering into a short meditation where you'll be invoking the presence of Mahavira by chanting the mantra of Arihanta. We'll be displaying the mantra for the reference. As Swami says, Master is always present, especially when he is not in the body. With his subtle body, he is always present. Just by remembering, invoking, the Master comes available to you. So let's get ready. So this is the mantra. Close your eyes after you have read the mantra and start chanting for the next 7 minutes. We'll be continuing to chant Mahavakya. This Namo Arihanta. Once I'll go through the mantra itself. Namo Arihantam, Namo Siddhanam, Namo Ariyanam, Namo Vajjayanam, Namo Loya Swa Sahunam, Esho Pancha Namokaro, So Pavapapsano, Mangalanchana Swasinam, Padmam Havai Mangalam. So chant this, close your eyes and remember this mantra, chant this mantra. And if you're not able to chant this mantra, close your eyes, offer deep gratitude and surrender to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Sit with the eyes closed. Let's begin this meditation. I'll be playing the meditation music so that you entangle with Swamiji. Let's begin. relax. You can open your eyes. You can relax from this meditation. A powerful mantra of Arihanta to invoke the presence of the Master Mahavira. With this, we'll be entering into the power manifestation round, and today we'll be manifesting the power of body scanning. So be in the space of listening, and also share your understanding about the meditation and the Arihanta itself, what you understood from the video itself, what Swamiji revealed about the truth. The Jain, today is going to be on the Jain Sutras. Arihanta is one who is not only enlightened but radiates enlightenment. Just by in his grace one can become enlightened. So please, you can take a moment and share the powerful cognitions that you received.
Yes, so meanwhile, let's prepare ourselves to get into the space for power manifestation. So this, once again, it is the power of body scanning. So first we'll be entering into the Shastra Pramana.
So power of body scanning. Now the power of body scanning, the scripture reference for this is Sadehe jagato vapi sukshma sukshma tarini cha tvavani yani nilayam dhyayetvam vyajate para. The translation of this verse is: cognize deeply that from the subtle to the subtlest constitute principles of your whole body, Swadeha, of the whole universe, simultaneously consist of the existential reality. They are being absorbed in the source, cause Sadashiva, Paramashiva. By the experience of such restful awareness, one becomes complete from all thoughts, and ultimate universal divine power, Parashakti, reveals, and the superpower manifestation happens. So this is a scriptural reference for manifesting the power of body scanning, which forms the basic anatomy education curriculum of the diagnostic levels in the diagnostic system. This the basics of all the scanning is from the anatomy of the education system. So scanning overall will be, for entering in the first round, scanning overall health and wellness of your body.
Yes, I request all participants to sit comfortably with your head, neck and spine in a straight line. So once again, we'll be scanning the overall health of our own body. So visualize Swamiji in your third eye. Have Swamiji in your inner space. To start off with, have Swamiji in your inner space. Feel Swamiji filling your entire inner space. Now visualize Swamiji in your third eye as well, and begin chanting the Mahavakya. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. And as you start
scanning your whole body, all the intra-organs, see through your third eye and start scanning your whole body and see what Swamiji is revealing. We'll be playing the oneness capsule so that we can entangle with Swamiji. Let's begin.
relax now from this power manifestation of body scanning. So take a moment and let us know in the chat box what you experience in this round of body scanning. So if you use the blindfolds to cover your eyes, you can remove your blindfolds now. You can relax and let us know what you saw. So you connected to Swamiji and scanning through the third eye, you're scanning for the health of your own body. So let us know how you went with this power manifestation session. Please let us know in the chat.
So take a moment to share what was revealed after scanning your own body. And also the persons who have not switched on their cameras, please switch on your cameras. So Master Prabhupada says, Swamiji showed my throat to me, and most of the time I felt strong kundalini gushing into my brain, and I felt body getting water and warmer and warm, and I was sweating. Okay, great.
Thank you for sharing that. So what about the other participants? Can I request all participants to please share? So Ma Nityananda Paramashiva Parashakti, Ma Lin Yi Ting, Sri Maha Sharbeshwara, please share what was revealed to you in your third eye. Ma Xia Wu, Ma Zheng Hui, Yuan Chang Aya, Wu Jie Chi Aya, please share what was revealed to you in your third eye as part of this power manifestation of scanning your own body. So please just take a moment.
We'll take a few more moments for this.
Ma Lin Yi Ting shares strong light clears the memory of school education in the throat chakra.
Beautiful.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for sharing that.
We're waiting for a couple of more moments. After that, we'll move to the next session.
So Ma Shukra Indrananda, in terms of, so Swamiji showed the throat. Did you look into the throat area as well, Ma? Okay. So just have some awareness, bring some awareness to the throat area and just have a look. So ask, just put the question, show me about my throat. Why is my throat being shown to me? So we're scanning for the health of our organs, of our body. So if your throat was shown to you, it was shown to you for a reason. So have a look into why the throat is being shown to you and what you need to do about it, or simply just give some conscious attention to the throat area and give it some healing, give it some energy.
And Swami says, just by bringing the awareness itself, you give healing to it. Just by paying attention, bringing awareness to itself, the pain goes, or any issues that is there, Okay, so we'll be moving on. So next that we are going to enter into is a video by Swamiji where becoming a Arihanta by surrendering I and mine. So all the identities that we carry is either related to I or mine.
Says the journey to becoming an Arihanta begins with the profound act of surrendering the I and mine. So most people are very comfortably surrendering the mind, so all the possessions, but it is the surrendering of the I that is harder to do, surrendering of the ego. So this process is not just about relinquishing possessions or ego, but involves a deeper inner transformation as well. When we surrender the I, we let go of our ego, our conditioned thought patterns, and the mental setup that binds us. This surrender allows us to transcend the limitations of our identity and connect with a higher state of consciousness. By releasing the attachment to mine, we free ourselves from material possessions and desires that create suffering.
So in this state of suffering, we align ourselves, the state of surrender. We align ourselves with the essence of enlightened beings, the Arihantas. And because they embody the wisdom, compassion and liberation from the worldly attachments, when we offer I and mine at their feet, we ourselves open to receive their grace and the guidance as well. So, in this sacred path towards enlightenment, we transform our existence from one of the suffering to one filled with the bliss and fulfillment. So let's enter into the video itself, where Swamiji himself will be guiding us how to become Arihanta by surrendering I and mine.
Strategy is all we need. Right planning is all we need. And we have enough intelligence. And first time we are facing a situation where so much of intelligence is available and so much of technology and science has done miracles. We have everything and we can take care of the whole society. All the basic needs can be taken care. It's not big thing. Rich guy knows money is valuable only for a common man who has not achieved fulfillment in his basic needs. Giving the mind is not a big thing, very easy, but giving I is the real thing. Giving I is the real thing. If you give I, you become God in the temple. If you give mind, you become a person who build temples. That's all. Mahavir became Mahavir because he gave I. He gave away the I. He dropped the ego. He has gone beyond the ego. He has gone beyond the I and mine. Understand? Do you want to be a donor or do you want to be a person who is sitting inside the temple? You want to become a worshipper or the person who receives the worship? The moment you give away the I, you become a person who receives the worship. If you are giving away only the mind, you are worshipper. Person who gives up I and mine both, he becomes the Arihanta. Now, when you give away your I and mine to the Arihantas, you achieve the same state in which they are living. See, the I and mine is the only thing which separates you from enlightened beings. When you drop this boundary, you become one with them. There is a beautiful stotra, beautiful line by a great enlightened master, Ramana Maharshi. Let me repeat the words and then I will translate. Amazing line. Tandadu yendanai kondadu undanai chadurar yargolo arunachala. This is a verse in Tamil. He says, I gave me and mine and got you and what you are having. Who is the winner in this game? Tell me, Arunachala. Tell me, O Lord. Understand? I gave up I and mine, but achieved what you and what you are having. Now, who is the winner in this game? You got only what I had. You see, normally what you will have? Sarira rogamaya, mana sogamaya, atma dukkhamaya. That's all. This three is your property. Sarira rogamaya means the body with sickness. As long as you have head, you have headache. As long as you have knee, you will have knee pain. As long as you have body, it will be rogamaya. Sarira rogamaya, mana sogamaya. Mind means depression. Understand? If you don't have depression, you will feel something missing in you. Now, if you don't have anything to worry, suddenly you feel empty in a vacuum. And you are thinking, what is happening? I am not having anything to worry. What is going on in me? And you feel lonely. And you catch something and start worrying. Manas sogamaya and atma dukkhamaya. Your inner space filled with pain and sufferings. This is what is our property. When we surrender these things to an enlightened being, an enlightened master, the Arihanta, let us see what is his properties. Sharira tejomaya means Sharira with which they are not even connected. Tejomaya means the conscious, filled body. See, there is a beautiful verse which says Mahavir's body is filled with milk. Understand, it's a metaphysical example. You need to understand, it means he is filled with a consciousness. Do not visualize in a physical way. Oh, if he is filled with milk. The story says when a snake has bitten him, only milk came out of his body. It's a metaphysical example. If you start thinking, oh, if he is filled with the milk, then what will happen if it becomes butter, if it becomes ghee? Don't think in an ordinary physical way. Try to understand the truth behind the story. He is filled with such a overflowing consciousness. Milk is considered as a very sacred thing, auspicious thing in those days. That's why they use the milk as a simile example to say he is overflowing. Sharira tejomaya means the body which is filled with consciousness, overflowing. That is why it doesn't feel like covering with cloth. He is radiating, liberated, does not need to cover itself. You see, we cover our body because we feel it's ugly. No, really. We don't feel completely settled inside our boundary. We always want to change the dimensions of our body. Some way, the moment you think somebody is beautiful, be very clear, you are not completely comfortable with your body. The moment you think somebody is beautiful, I am not talking about the male getting attracted towards a female. No. I am talking about male feeling, this guy is so handsome. I should look like him. Female feeling, oh, she is so beautiful. I should look like her. The moment you start appreciating somebody else's body, means you are not completely comfortable with your dimensions. You try to work on your dimensions. Be very clear. The other person may be handsome or beautiful, but you can't enjoy just even a cup of coffee through that body. You can't enjoy even a cup of coffee through that body. You have to experience only through this body. Sharira tejomaya means filled with consciousness, completely comfortable inside your body. Stiram, Sukham is called Tejomaya. If you are completely settled and completely comfortable, then it is Tejomaya. Mana, masters, doesn't have mind, so there is no description about mind. Atma, Anandamaya, radiating the bliss. Understand? If you surrender whatever you have, means actually what you have. We don't have even something worthy of surrendering. That is the truth. We don't even have actually something worthy to surrender also. And we may think that we have something. All you need to do is have a little bit of intelligence of what you really have. Simply you will surrender. All I am telling you is just see the accounts properly with the open eyes. You will surrender. You will realize Shariras Rogamaya, Manas Sogamaya, Anma Dukkamaya. Simply you will surrender. You will surrender. There is a beautiful sutra in which Mahavir is speaking about the past life. Maybe when we come upon that sutras, we will talk about that. The Bhashyakara, the later Acharyas, they are explaining beautifully. The intelligence about the past life will help you to surrender, because you will understand you are doing the same nonsense again and again. Again and again you are creating wealth. By the time you created the wealth, you are gone and finished. Then again you start the same game. By the time you feel enough and you relax, you are no more. When you get this intelligence, you are doing the same nonsensical game again and again. You decide, now I am not going to do the same game. Enough. It is time to break free from the circle. This Janana Marana, the Samsara Bandha. You decide to liberate yourself. When you offer whatever you have with the word Namo, Na Mama, let me surrender that I and me at the feet of Arihantas, immediately you will achieve what they have. See, to tell you honestly, surrendering is the best way to get the ultimate thing. When you offer whatever you have, simply no other way, they have to open whatever they have. It's no other way. No other way. The moment you open up, they have to open up. Actually, they are already open. Only you are stopping them. Somebody told me that knock and it shall be opened. I tell you, you don't even have to knock. He is standing in your door. Just open, he will come in. He is knocking. All you need to do is, you need to open your doors. That's all. You don't even have to go to his door and knock. He is knocking at your doors. Open, nothing else. When you open, he has to open, and he is already open. Surrender the I and mind, Sarira Rogamaya, Manas Sogamaya, and Anma Dukkamaya, and achieve Sharira Tejomaya and Manas Sukamaya. Of course, when it becomes Sukamaya, you can't call that as a mind. The idea, the name mind will be lost when it becomes Sukamaya. Anma Anandamaya means bliss, filled with bliss. That is what the word Namo means. I offer I and mine to Arihantas. Actually, it is a wonderful business. Best bargain. Offering you and achieving them. You can't imagine the best bargain. I bow in reverence to the Arihantas. I bow in reverence to Siddhas, liberated souls. I bow in reverence to acharyas who keep the tradition alive. Understand? Even if somebody is not enlightened, if he is working for enlightenment, he is also worthy of respect. That is the important thing you need to understand. See, if 100 people are running, only one will win. But that does not mean the people who ran, they are not worthy of your respect. One person can win only if 100% can run. If you stop the very tradition of running just because 99 are defeated, you can't expect that one person who will win. No. Only if thousands of people dedicate their life, that group consciousness, group energy which gives inspiration for people to run, one or two may achieve. So understand, if I have achieved something in my life, it is not just by me. All the sannyasis, all the sadhus, all the acharyas, they all have contributed to me, directly or indirectly. Even the confidence which I received by seeing them was reason for me to continue my running, continue my journey. I always tell people, understand, my enlightenment or whatever I achieved is the gift from this whole tradition. When I see so many sadhus, so many enlightened, so many mahatmas, so many swamis, I got the confidence, I should also become swami. I should also take up this life. The group indirectly inspires you and gives you the confidence and courage. Recently we had a Kumbh Mela in India. I took all my brahmacharis and swamis, told them all of you should come. They asked, why Swamiji? We have so much of work in the ashram, one batch can go and one batch can be here. I said no. Only when you see 2 million sadhus, this Kumbh Mela is attended by 2 million sadhus. Totally the estimated crowd is 90 million and 2 million sadhus and sannyasis. I told them, only when you see the 2 million sadhus, you will understand and have courage and confidence on this philosophy of sannyas. So acharyas are also responsible for enlightened beings happening on the planet Earth, for people achieving the Arihanta state and Siddha state. That is the reason we bow down to acharyas also. And I bow in reverence to Ubadhyayas, whoever is carrying that philosophy, whoever is carrying those truths. He may not have experienced in his life. A librarian may not have read all the books and become an intelligent person in his life, but he takes care of the library for other people to experience. If somebody becomes a great scientist by using a library, the librarian also has contributed. He himself may not have become a scientist, but the person who preserved all the literature, he is also responsible for that scientist. So we bow down in reverence to all the Ubadhyayas. I bow in reverence to all sadhus, all the monks and nuns who have dedicated their life to this goal. Understand? This is the only tradition which respects the people who are even traveling in the path of enlightenment. Let me be very honest. In Buddhism, Buddham Saranam Gacchami, Dhammam Saranam Gacchami, Sangam Saranam Gacchami. That's all. Buddha is respected and his teachings are respected and his Sangha, his community is respected. Of course, in community you may add the word, the people who are enlightened or the teachers who are carrying the truth, they are respected. But here, Mahavir takes one step further. I bow in reverence to all sadhus. Namo Sarva Sahunam. This actually great inspiration for all the people who are in the paths, in the spiritual journey. He says, I bow in reverence to even the sadhus, monks and nuns who are working towards the great goal, great truth. And the next line, beautiful line, this fivefold salutation destroys all sins naturally. When you respect the great masters, the idea to respect their teachings also starts growing in you, and those teachings will naturally destroy all the sins engrams in your life. Understand, sins does not mean the acts which you committed, it is engrams which you carry, samskaras which you carry, that is sins. When you bow down, when you offer the eye and mind to Arihanta, simply the samskaras which you carry will be destroyed. Patanjali says beautifully, you don't have to create a canal to get water, just remove the obstruction, the water will flow towards you. So you don't have to achieve enlightenment, remove the obstructions which you are having, that eye and mind, you will have enlightenment. It will simply happen in you. You are only just stopping it. The eye and mind is the blockage. Surrender it at the feet of Arihantas. One more thing. When the Arihanta is alive, it is difficult to surrender. You will be afraid that he may take it away. It is very difficult to surrender when a master is living. Now, we don't even have that problem. See, let me tell you a small story. One blind man, he was trying to find a stick for walking. So, he was searching something. Somehow by mistake he got a frozen snake. He was staying in Himalayas, in the cold. The snake was frozen. He thought that is a stick and started using it for walking. One enlightened being saw this and told, hey, drop that. In 1 hour when the sun comes, the snake will come back to life and it will bite you, you will be killed. Please drop that snake. You are not carrying a stick, you are carrying a snake. That guy said, no, 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 I know it is a snake. You take care of your work, leave me. And the master said, no, no, you are carrying a snake, leave it. Then that guy started shouting, I think you don't have a stick. That's why you are asking me to drop. The moment I drop, you may pick up this stick. And master told no. Master forced him to drop the stick. And this guy started beating the master with the same snake. Understand? Same way, when Arihantas say, drop eye and mind, you may think that I think he doesn't have, that's why he is asking me to drop, he may pick it up when I drop. If I drop this too, he may take it away. No. He is not asking you to drop for himself. And now we don't even have that problem. We have only his presence. So understand, sincerely offer yourself at the feet of these great masters. You will see the conscious transformation starts from this moment. From this moment. Whatever samskaras, sins you have, will be washed away, will be destroyed. And amongst all auspicious things, this is the most auspicious one. Understand? Best thing you can ever do in your life is dropping your eye and mind at the feet of enlightened beings. The sutra says the best thing which can happen to your life is dropping the I and mind at the feet of Arihantas. So now, maybe we will take few minutes. Integrate your whole being and offer the whole thing at the feet of the great enlightened masters, Arihantas, Siddhas, Acharyas, Ubadhyayas and Sadhus. Let us do it with full sincerity. Understand? Do not think, I chanted this mantra lakhs of times, what is going to happen now? I know this mantra. No. Now do it with intensity. Tell them, please use this body, radiate in this body. Enough, I abused this body. I abused whatever I have, I and mine. It is time you all take charge of this and let you all use this. Let me offer the I and mine at your disposal, at your feet. Let you all fill this body and mind. Whatever I have, I and mine, please sincerely let us offer at their feet. You will see this destroys all samskaras. The ultimate thing, the best thing which can happen to human being, which can happen to you, will happen this moment. This moment. It says, Mangalanancha Savesim Padamam Havai Mangalam. The most auspicious, amongst all auspicious things, this is the most auspicious one. The best thing which can happen to your being will happen the moment you bow down, you surrender the I and mine at the feet of these great masters. Let us take few minutes, close your eyes. If you know this mantra, you can repeat or at least offer yourself with a intense devotion. First, feel connected to these great masters, all the 24 Tirthankaras and Arihantas, Siddhas, Acharyas, Ubadhyayas, Sadhus. First, feel deeply connected towards all of them for bringing the science of enlightenment to the planet Earth and keeping it alive for so many thousands of years, through which we are enriching our life, our inner space. Namo Arihantanam, Namo Siddhanam, Namo Ayariyanam, Namo Vajjayanam, Namo Loye Savasahunam, Eso Panchanamakaro Savapapanasano Mangalanancha Savesim Padamam Havai Mangalam. I bow in reverence to Arihantas. I bow in reverence to Siddhas. I bow in reverence to Acharyas. I bow in reverence to Ubadhyayas. I bow in reverence to all sadhus. This fivefold salutation destroys all sins, and amongst all auspicious things, this is the most auspicious one. Carry this one feeling, this one truth with you now.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasudashiva. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nityananda.
Yes, welcome back. So that was a wonderful video by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on the Jain Sutras on Arihanta and surrendering the I and the mind. So Swamiji was also giving the mantra that we just did just prior to this. So now we'll be moving into the internalization exercise. And meanwhile, if you have any questions at all with regards to any part of the program that you've seen, that you've experienced so far, please let us know in the chat box and we shall address it. So now let's get ready for an internalization exercise. So we'll be projecting a set of instructions for you on the screen. So just in a moment we'll be projecting a slide on your screen, and yeah, yes, so you should be on your screens now. Identify, step number 1, identify and pin down where you are acting out of active ego and through which words it is expressing you. So where are you acting out of active ego, and through which words? What words do you use to express it? So I'll just read through the 4 steps first of all, and then we'll go back and we'll do just step number 1, and go through one at a time. Step number 2 is identify and pen down where you are acting out of passive ego, through which words it is expressing you. Step number 3, identify and pen down where you are acting out of social ego. So these are all different aspects of your ego. So active ego, passive ego, social ego. And finally, complete and decide to align to the Guru's words and teachings. So we'll be putting on the putting on the oneness capsule. Go ahead and do just the first step for now. Identify and pen down where you are acting out of active ego, through which words it is expressing you. Okay. Yes, so just to identify the 3 different aspects, 3 different egos. The active ego, so there's active ego, passive ego, and social ego. That's what she talks about. The active ego is more overt and easily recognizable. Individuals with an active ego display arrogance and self-importance, so more important about themselves. They assert themselves aggressively and are less willing to let go of their inflated sense of self. So while this type of ego can be broken down more easily by a master or through self-awareness, it still represents a significant barrier to spiritual growth. So active ego is someone who displays a little bit of arrogance, a little bit of self-importance. The passive ego is a little bit more subtle and more cunning. Individuals with a passive ego often appear humble and shy away from taking credit. So they may think they are not egoistic because they are appearing humble and shy, but in reality they are carefully guarding their ego from being hurt. So whilst in the active ego, it is out of where we display arrogance and we display self-importance. This passive ego is where we appear more humble and more shy. So being shy and being more humble out of carefully guarding our own ego from being hurt. And the social ego revolves around the image that we project to society, we project in society. So when people with social ego feel that their lives are private and fear that exposing personal matters may damage their reputation. So we are too much concerned about how others perceive us And because of that, we manipulate our behavior, we change our behavior to maintain a certain image. So active ego, where we act out of arrogance and self-importance; passive ego, where we act humble and shy; and social ego is where we change our behavior in order to avoid exposing certain things and to maintain a certain image. All right. So now let's go back to the exercise. So I request all participants to please once again identify and pen down where we are acting out, where you are acting out of active ego, and through which words is it expressing in you. So please go ahead now. let's move on to the second step. Identify and pen down where you're acting out of passive ego, so where you appear humble and shy, and through which words is it expressing in you. So please go ahead. Identify, pen down where you're acting out of passive ego, so humble and shy, and through which words are you expressing it. let's move on to the third step. Identify and pen down where you are acting out of social ego, through which words it is expressing in you. So identify and pen down where you're acting out of social ego, so where you change your behavior so you don't show a certain aspect of yourself. So please go ahead and identify this. Yes, and now let's move on to the last step. Complete and decide to align to the Guru's words and teachings. So Swamiji says that surrendering the I is by far the hardest thing. Surrendering the mind we can easily do. Everything that belongs to us we can easily surrender. But surrendering the I, the ego, is the hardest thing to do. So now let's complete with the ego. Let's complete with the inauthentic identity of ourselves. And let's consciously decide to align to the Guru's words and teachings. So go ahead and let's do this last step as well. Yes, so as part of this last step, we will be surrendering the ego at Swamiji's feet. We'll be completing with the ego and surrendering the ego at Swamiji's feet. And once again, consciously decide to align to Swamiji's words and Swamiji's teachings. relax. So Ma Chen Hai Hui says, sorry, the network was unstable just now, moved to a different location. No problem, Ma. So we just went through an internalization exercise, identifying the times in our lives where we acted out of active ego, out of passive ego, and out of social ego. So active ego is where we act out of arrogance, so where the ego is acting out of arrogance and self-importance. Out of passive, when our ego is acting out of humbleness, so it's showing humbleness and shyness, but it's really just afraid of being hurt. Or out of social, so the social ego, acting in a different way such that it doesn't display a certain part of yourself to the outer world. So if you get a chance, please do this exercise for yourself as well, Ma. So now we'll be moving on to the power manifestation session. So today's power manifestation is the power of body scanning. So previously we scanned the health of our own body, so the overall health. So now we'll be moving on to scanning our vitals. So scanning our blood pressure, scanning our heart rate, and anything else that you want. You can scan your current weight, and then we'll verify it. So any vitals, everything that you identify for the body. So let's go ahead now. Let's prepare to get into the power manifestation. So I request all participants to sit comfortably with their heads, neck and spine in a straight line. Have Swamiji in your inner space. So bring Swamiji in your inner space. Show gratitude to Swamiji for manifesting through you. So as you invoke Swamiji in your inner space, just feel the warmth, feel the love inside in your inner space. Connect to Swamiji in your third eye as well. And through the third eye, just start scanning for your blood pressure and for your heart rate through your third eye. Don't concentrate, just have your gentle gaze, your gentle awareness in the third eye. Don't concentrate, don't put pressure on it. Just have Swamiji show you your vitals, your blood pressure, your heart rate, your weight. Start chanting the Mahavakya. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. And from the space of oneness with Swamiji, with the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and with Paramashiva, the source of everything, let them show you, let them manifest through you this power of body scanning. Let's go ahead now.
प्रशक्यशाकिने नमो वयं वै श्रवणाय कुर्महे कामे कामान् कामकामाय मह्यं कामेश्वरो वै श्रवणो ददातु कुबेराय वै श्रवणाय महाराजाय नमः சிவன் சேவடி போற்றி, நேயத்தே நின்றறிமலனடி போற்றி, மாயப்பிறப்பருக்கும் மன்னனடி போற்றி, சீரார் பெரும் துறையிடம் தேவனடி போற்றி, ஆராத இன்பம் அருளும் மலை போற்றி. ஈசனே சிந்தை கவல வந்த நேசனே, நீ வருவாய் பூவோடு கனிகளை கொண்டு உன்னை பூஜித்தோம், அருள் தருவாய் கலி என்னும் கடலினில் மூழ்கிட்டையும் இனி கரம் தந்து காத்திட்டு கருணை மழையை பொய்கையில் அலர்ந்திட்ட அலபத்மம் போல உன் திருவடியில் வாழ்ந்திட நித்தியனின் வாராய் அருணாச்சலனே நீ வாராய், அகண்ட ஜோதியனே வாராய், அல்லல் நீக்கிடவே வாராய், அகிலம் போற்றுகின்ற ஈசனே சிந்தை கவரும் வந்த நேசனே, நீ வருவாய் ஒடு கனிகளை கொண்டு பூஜித்தோம், அருள் தருவாய். சூலமும் மெய்யினில் வில்வமும் நிறையாக்கடல் நீர் குடியோடு தரிசனம் அருளவா, செம்பொன் மாட சிற்றவை தனிலே சிந்தை கவர்ந்த உன்னை சிக்கன பிடித்தேனே, மண்ணும் புகழ் பெறும் நான் வரை நாயகா மதியனில் நிறைந்திடுவாய், மதி உணராதவர்க்கு மதி உணர் செய்திட வான்மழு நீ ஏந்திவா, அறவாடிட சூழ்ந்திட சேர நீ வருவாய், அகம் உணர்ந்திட புறம் அழிந்திட புலித்தோலோடு நீ வருவாய். विमुक्ति कारणे नादिकेश दिव्य ब्रह्मरूपने, मीनाक्षि शक्ति सहित सुंदरेशने, अन्नामलै उदित नित्यनंदने, चित्त अचित्तெல்லாம் முன்னாலே இயக்கும் முன்னாலே உந்தன் கண்ணாலே, சிகையில் அணிந்திட்ட மதியாலே மதியின் மொழியாலே தெளிந்திடும் வழியாலே, ஜீவன் முக்தி பெற விழைந்தோமே திருவடியை தொழுதோமே, வெள்ளியாகினாய் கேள்வியாகினாய் கேள்வி காண மகிழ்வாகினாய், ஒளியாகினாய் உலகுமாகினாய் அதுமாகி அருள்மணி தரும் கர்ம வினைகள் தீர்க்கும் காசிநாதனே, எங்கள் கர்மம் போக்கி எம்மையாலும் நேசனே, ஏகாந்தமாக ஏக பாதம் தூக்கியே மணியாரை காக்க வேண்டும் நித்யநந்தனே, ஈசனே சிந்தை கவர வந்த நேசனே, நீ வருவாய்.
நமஸ்தே அஸ்து லம்போதராய ஏகதந்தாய விக்ன விநாசினே சிவசுதாய ஸ்ரீவரதமூர்த்தயே நமோ நமः.
ಪಾರ್ವತಿನಂತನ ಪರಮದಯಾಕರ ಪಾರ್ವತಿನಂತನ ಪರಮದಯಾಕರ ಪಾರ್ವತಿನಂತನ ಪರಮದಯಾಕರ ಲಂಬೋದರ ನಿತ್ಯ ಗಜಾನನ ಲಂಬೋದರ ನಿತ್ಯ ಗಜಾನನ ಬಂಧ ವಿಮೋಚನ ಭವ ಭಯ ಭಂಜನ 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 ಪ್ರಣವ ಸ್ವರೂಪ ಹೇ ನಿತ್ಯನೂತನ ಪ್ರಣವ ಸ್ವರೂಪ ಹೇ ನಿತ್ಯನೂತನ ಪ್ರಣವ ಸ್ವರೂಪ ಹೇ ನಿತ್ಯನೂತನ ಪ್ರಣವ ಸ್ವರೂಪ ಹೇ ನಿತ್ಯನೂತನ ಪಾಹಿ ಪ್ರಭೋ ಮಾಂ ಪಾಹಿ ಗಜಾನನ 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 ಲಂಬೋದರ ನಿತ್ಯ ಗಜಾನನ ಲಂಬೋದರ ನಿತ್ಯ ಗಜಾನನ ಪಾರ್ವತಿನಂತನ ಪರಮದಯಾಕರ ಪಾರ್ವತಿನಂತನ ಪರಮದಯಾಕರ ಬಂಧ ವಿಮೋಚನ ಭವ ಭಯ ಭಂಜನ 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 ಪ್ರಣವ ಸ್ವರೂಪ ಹೇ ನಿತ್ಯನೂತನ ಪ್ರಣವ ಸ್ವರೂಪ ಹೇ ನಿತ್ಯನೂತನ ಪಾಹಿ ಪ್ರಭೋ ಮಾಂ ಪಾಹಿ ಗಜಾನನ 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 ಲಂಬೋದರ ನಿತ್ಯ ಗಜಾನನ ಲಂಬೋದರ ನಿತ್ಯ ಗಜಾನನ ಲಂಬೋದರ ನಿತ್ಯ ಗಜಾನನ ಲಂಬೋದರ ನಿತ್ಯ ಗಜಾನನ ಪಾರ್ವತಿನಂತನ ಪರಮದಯಾಕರ ಪಾರ್ವತಿನಂತನ ಪರಮದಯಾಕರ ಪಾರ್ವತಿನಂತನ ಪರಮದಯಾಕರ ಪಾರ್ವತಿನಂತನ ಪರಮದಯಾಕರ ಲಂಬೋದರ ನಿತ್ಯ ಗಜಾನನ ಲಂಬೋದರ ನಿತ್ಯ ಗಜಾನನ ಬಂಧ ವಿಮೋಚನ ಭವ ಭಯ ಭಂಜನ 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 ಪ್ರಣವ ಸ್ವರೂಪ ಹೇ ನಿತ್ಯನೂತನ ಪ್ರಣವ ಸ್ವರೂಪ ಹೇ ನಿತ್ಯನೂತನ ಪಾಹಿ ಪ್ರಭೋ ಮಾಂ ಪಾಹಿ ಗಜಾನನ ಪಾಹಿ ಪ್ರಭೋ ಮಾಂ ಪಾಹಿ ಗಜಾನನ ಪಾಹಿ ಪ್ರಭೋ ಮಾಂ ಪಾಹಿ ಗಜಾನನ ಪಾಹಿ ಪ್ರಭೋ ಮಾಂ ಪಾಹಿ ಗಜಾನನ.
Welcome you guys for the Ganesha Chaturthi celebration. The celebration marks the birthday of the most important and first deity in Hindu tradition, Ganesha. The Hindu tradition says that Ganesha was made out of the sandal paste applied on Parvati's body. So she makes a child out of the sandalwood paste on her body and gives life to the child. The child is Ganesha. So today is the birthday of Ganesha. Every year on his birthday we make a form of Ganesha out of sandalwood paste and celebrate. Today we are doing that ceremony only. So along with this decoration, I will also translate and comment on a great book written by a great yogi, a female yogi, very popular in South India in the name of Avayar. She wrote a beautiful verses on Ganesha after Ganesha gave her enlightenment, on Ganesha and the yogic tradition. The great truths of yogic tradition she reveals in that verses.
சீதக் கலப செந்தாமரைப்பூம் பாதச் சிலம்பு பலவிசை பாட.
See, the first part of the book sings the beautiful form of Ganesha. It's a stotra. The later part is Shastra. Shastra talks more on the science of enlightenment and achieving the experience of Ganesha. The first part talks more of a bhakti, the form of Ganesha. It describes the form of Ganesha. So she says, Sida Kalava Sendamarai Pum Badachilambum Balaisaipada. She is describing the feet of Ganesha. In the Hindu tradition, there are two ways of visualizing the deity. Padadi Kesham, Keshadi Padam. All the Vaishnava traditions follow the Keshadi Padam. They start from the head and describe till the feet. But in all Shaiva tradition, the Padadi Kesham is followed. They start with the feet and go up and describe the deity's beauty. So she starts with the feet. Sida Kalava Sendamaraipum. Basically, when a female looks at a male, her eyes fall first on the feet and then she lifts the head. Because in Indian tradition, female always walks putting the head down in those days. So the Avayar is describing Ganesha from bottom to top, but usually when a man looks, his eyes first fall on the head and then comes down to the feet. So when Adi Shankara describes Devi, he does from Keshadipadam, from head to toe. But when Avayar does to Vinayaka, Ganesha, she does from the feet to the head. She starts the Padadikesham. Sida Kalava Sendamarai-pum Padachilambum Balaisaipada. The lotus which is really kept in a cold water. Sida means cold. Sida Kalava Sendamarai-pum Padachilambum Balaisaipada. The lotus which is kept in the cold water means fresh lotus. His feet is like a fresh lotus. The anklets in his feet are singing his glory. The anklets are creating beautiful music. Next.
பொன்னரை ஞானும் பூந்துகில் ஆடையும் வண்ண மருங்கில் வளர்ந்தெழ எரிப்பு.
After all, she is a woman. She can't describe a male too much. But Adi Shankara takes the liberty of describing everything of Devi. As a traditional procedure, she just switches from feet directly to hip. The whole remaining region, she leaves it to the cloth. But Adi Shankara does not leave like that. When he describes everything. After all, a young man sitting in Kailash can do anything. But she's an old lady sitting in a society. She has to be very careful with her words, not to hurt anybody's sentiments or anybody's visions. So she jumps. Ponnaraignanum undugiladayum means a beautiful dress made out of flowers and the beautiful golden hip thread. She describes the hip thread of Ganesha.
வண்ண மருங்கில் வளர்ந்தெழ எரிப்ப.
The word means exactly like a rainbow appearing in the cloudy sky. Same way, his golden thread on the hip appears in a very beautiful way. The color combination she is describing from her resemblance visualization.
வேழ முகமும் விலங்கு சிந்தூரமும் அஞ்சு கரமும் அங்குச பாசமும்.
Veda mugamum vilangu sinduram. She describes the elephant face and the beautiful kumkum on his forehead. Veda mugamum vilangu sinduramum anju akkaramum angusapasamum. The 5 hands, 4 human hands and 1 elephant trunk. She describes as 5 hands and the angusa and pasa. You can see this is angusa, the power of unclutching. This is pasa, the ability to disconnect from the emotions. Ability to disconnect, distance your thoughts and emotions. The pasa, angusa pasamum, the Ganesha who is carrying the ability to unclutch from thoughts and ability to unclutch from emotions.
நெஞ்சிற் குடிகொண்ட நீல மேனியும் நான்ற வாயும் நாளிரு புயமும்.
Now she expresses her love. She says that the blue body, like a sky, is staying in my heart. She actually compares that Parakasha settling down in her Chitakasha. That is a very subtle way she is describing by giving the blue color to Ganesha. No other literature attributes blue color to Ganesha. Only Avai, her book talks about Ganesha in blue color. Like Meenakshi was attributed with green, Vishnu was attributed with blue, Shiva was attributed with a red, Ganesha was not attributed with any color, but she attributes Ganesha with a blue color.
மூன்று கண்ணும் மும்மத சுவடும்.
She describes Ganesha with 3 eyes. And Mummatachuvad means the 3 muscles on the forehead. She describes as Mummatachuvadu. She is just describing the beautiful form of Ganesha.
இரண்டு செவியும் இலங்கு பொன் முடியும்.
2 big ears and the long hair glowing in golden color.
திரண்ட முப்புரி நூல் திகழொளி மார்பும்.
A beautiful sacred thread on the chest.
சொற்பதம் கடந்த துரியமென் ஞானம் அற்புதம் நின்ற கற்பக களிரே.
O my Lord, who is beyond any description or words, Swarpadam Kadanda Turyaminyana. Turya means the 4th state. Please understand, waking, dream and the deep sleep are the 3 states known to all human beings. There is something called 4th state which you experience during Kundalini awakening, the wakeful at the same time mind not functioning, which we call it restful awareness. So, the restful awareness is what Vedic tradition describes as Turiya, the 4th state. She says Ganesha appears in this form only when you reach Turiya, which is beyond the Sorpadam, the word, and the state. So, verbalization or visualization cannot describe the beauty of the 4th state. O Lord, who is established in the 4th state, who gives darshan only when you are established in 4th state. So, she is inspiring all of us to experience the 4th state to achieve the vision of Ganesha.
அற்புதம் நின்ற கற்பக களிரே.
Oh, miraculous Kalpavriksha. Kalpavriksha means the tree which gives whatever you ask. She says, oh, miraculous Kalpavriksha.
முப்பள நுகரும் மூஷிக வாகன இப்பொழுது என்னை ஆட்கொள்ள வேண்டி.
In Tamil tradition, it is said Ganesha enjoys 3 fruits: mango, jackfruit and banana. So, she says, oh Lord, you enjoy the 3 fruits and travel on mouse. That's a beauty. The elephant travels on the mouse. Only in Hindu tradition can happen. The mouse is the vehicle of an elephant. So Muppalam Nugarum Mushiga Vagana. You ride in mouse as your vehicle.
இப்பொழுது என்னை ஆட்கொள்ள வேண்டி
தாயாய் வந்தெனக்கு தான் எழுந்தருளி. She's telling, now to grace me, please come as a mother. Wow. She looks at Ganesha in Matrubhava, which is very rare and difficult bhava to have with Ganesha. I think, anyhow, fortunately she is able to enjoy all the 5 bhavas. As she is a young child connected to Ganesha, she is a motherless child. So orphan girl brought up by the local villagers and the grandmother. So naturally she must be missing the mother. So she expects Ganesha to be her mother. She connects with Ganesha as in the Matrubhava. So she calls him Taya Yanakku Tanelundu Aruli Maya Pirai Mayakkam Marutte. She sings, oh God, let you appear for me as a mother and remove me from this collective hysteric beliefs, Maya, illusions and delusions.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your 3 eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham.
Yes, welcome back. So we just had a wonderful oneness capsule where Swamiji was giving us context about Ganesha, Lord Ganesha, and on Ganesha Chaturthi, which is actually on today as well. So Swamiji was giving that context from Tiruvannamalai in 2012. So we just thought we'd let it run a little bit longer. Everyone seemed to be enjoying the context to Ganesha. So now let's move back to the power manifestation itself. So we asked you to scan yourself for the blood pressure and for the heart rate. So let us have a look now what was being revealed in your third eye. So I request all participants to now recall what was being shown in their third eye before Swamiji beautifully told us all about the Ganesha Chaturthi. So yes, Ewing Chung Aya shares, my body temperature getting slightly high, I feel hot and my heartbeat increased. Yes, thank you for sharing, Aya. Ma Shukra Indrananda shares, for my pulse, I think Swamiji shows me a blue colored 7, a tiny shiny 2. Yes, thank you for sharing. So if we have any way of measuring, can I request participants to check for measurements? So have some sort of a measuring, so whether it's a thermometer or perhaps a phone application that can take the body temperature and the pulse, or if you have anything to actually take the pulse and take the body temperatures, please make sure you do, so we verify what we are being shown. So for the verification, you get confidence when you get when we verify, we get the confidence in our power manifestation. So that way we feel there is something tangible, so we can move forward, we can connect deeper and trust that we are connecting deeper with Swamiji and with with Paramashiva himself. So, can I also ask all the other participants, please share what was being revealed to you in your third eye? So, body temperature and heartbeat. So once again, request participants, trust what you are being shown. So trust that if you're, whatever you are being shown in whatever form, Ma Chen Hai Hui can ask a previous question. Yes, Ma, anything, you can ask anything at all. Ma Sui Leng says, I wanted my blood pressure to be high, but it got low. Ma, that's totally fine. Now just reverse the process and intend for it to go low and it'll go high. But any change in the blood pressure itself is a power a successful power manifestation. So you should celebrate that. You should, congratulations. You should celebrate that, even though it went the other way. It's still a power manifestation, Ma. So congratulations. So yes, Ma Chen Hai Hui. So if you have a question about the previous exercise, anything that we've gone through in the program at all, you can always ask. So she shares, my family thought I was originally arrogant, but later I pretended to be humble, and then I felt powerless. If I were to return to my original state and be very rebellious, I would like to be in a rebellious state, but in our place I would be judged by society. I don't even know how to be a good person now, how to integrate oneself. So no problem, Ma. So Ma, the idea here is that both of these, being arrogant and being humble, they both come from the ego itself. So we've talked about the three different types of ego. There's the active ego, so the ego where we are self-important and arrogant, the passive ego where we are humble, and the social ego. So these, what you're stating there is the first two egos, so the active and the passive egos. The idea here is to let go of the ego, so to complete with the ego, understand that the ego is not our true self. So the ego is just something we've created to help us through whatever patterns we're going through. So this ego is not our true self, so we need to complete with that ego and drop the ego. So say, okay, I complete with the ego. I understand why it has come up in the first place. I'm now letting it go, and I'm deciding to follow the teachings of my guru and be integrated to my true self. So your true self is Paramashiva, is oneness with the divine. So that is your true self. The ego is just a creation, something that we've created, but the ego is not permanent. The only thing that is permanent is your true self, your divinity, your oneness with the divine. Okay, Ma? All right. So if we have any other questions or any more sharings in terms of the power manifestation, so for those that have come late, we've asked participants to scan themselves and see what is being shown, what Swamiji shows in your third eye in terms of your blood pressure and your heart rate. So I request all participants, if you've taken part in this power manifestation, please share with us. So Ma Zheng Hui, yes, Ma Nitya Guru Prashadini Joyce, if you've taken part, please let us know as well. Ma Sia Wu, please share. Who else was taking part? And Wu Jie Chi Aya, if you've taken part in in the power manifestation, please share with us what was being revealed to you in your third eye. And also Shri Mahasharabeshwara, if you're there, I know you're taking part in the power manifestation. If you're there, please let us know what was being revealed to you as well. So meanwhile, while we're waiting for a few more people to share, we'll get ready to move into the next segment, which is a video by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, a Jnana segment, so a knowledge segment, conquering life through Ahimsa. So Ahimsa is peace, is non-violence. So conquering life through non-violence. So Swamiji will be taking us through this teaching about non-violence. I request all participants to please come to the space of listening. Make sure that you are sitting with your head, neck and spine in a straight line, and bring your space, come into the space of restful awareness, and let's listen to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism.
Let's enter into the first sutra. First sutra is about Ahimsa. Dhamma Sutra, Ahimsa Sutra. Dhammo Mangalamukitam, Ahimsa Sanchamotavo, Devavi Tam Tamasanti Jasadamme Sayamano. Beautiful. It's not actually Sanskrit. It was the Sanskrit which was used in those days by common people. It's like a spoken Sanskrit. We call the different word Pali. All these words are used to name this language. There are a few more names, but this is not Sanskrit. It's a common man's language. Sanskrit was used only by Pandits. Buddha and Mahavir, both of them used the language used by common people. They wanted to reach common people. They wanted to express the truth. See, they are not interested in showing themselves as a great people. They are interested only in the truth. So they work towards reaching the truth to more and more people. Let me give the translation. What's the most superior dharma? Ahimsa is the most superior dharma. A person who has established himself in Ahimsa, even the devatas salute him. Understand, Ahimsa is the first step towards non-possessiveness. That is why Mahavira is speaking about Ahimsa, then goes to Aparigraha. Let us analyze this Ahimsa little deeply. He is saying, Ahimsa Sanjamotavo Dhammo Mangalamukitam. Ahimsa Sanjamotavo Devavitam Namasanti Jasatamme Sayamano. What is the most superior dharma? Ahimsa is the most superior dharma. Person who has established himself in Ahimsa, even the devatas salute him. Ahimsa is the most superior dharma. That's the truth. Understand, you can drop any dharma, but Ahimsa is a dharma which you can't drop. It is the basic understanding for human beings to coexist, to live together. Without Ahimsa, no human being can live on the planet Earth. Please understand, even the people who committed beautiful, it's not actually Sanskrit, it was the Sanskrit which was used in those days by common people. It's like a spoken Sanskrit. We call the different word Pali, all these words are used to name this language. There are a few more names, but this is not Sanskrit. It's a common man's language. Sanskrit was used only by Pandits. Buddha and Mahavir, both of them used the language used by common people. They wanted to reach common people. They wanted to express the truth. See, they are not interested in showing themselves as a great people. They are interested only in the truth. So they have worked towards reaching the truth to more and more people. Let me give the translation. What's the most superior dharma? Ahimsa is the most superior dharma. A person who has established himself in Ahimsa, even the devatas salute him. Understand, Ahimsa is the first step towards non-possessiveness. That is why Mahavira is speaking about Ahimsa, then goes to Aparigraha. Let us analyze this Ahimsa little deeply. He is saying, Ahimsa Sanjamotavo Dhammo Mangalamukitam. Ahimsa Sanjamotavo Devavitam Namasanti Jasatamme Sayamano. What is the most superior dharma? Ahimsa is the most superior dharma. Person who has established himself in Ahimsa, even the devatas salute him. Ahimsa is the most superior dharma. That's the truth. Understand, you can drop any dharma, but Ahimsa is a dharma which you can't drop. It is the basic understanding for human beings to coexist, to live together. Without Ahimsa, no human being can live on the planet Earth. Please understand, even the people who committed hundreds of murders, at some point they had Ahimsa. That is why they have not murdered some other people. See, from the young age, at some point they were with Ahimsa, means non-violence. Otherwise, the day they are born, they would have started killing from the parents. Ahimsa is the basic truth of life. One important thing we should understand, all the great masters, whether Buddha, Krishna, Mahavira, Shiva, all of them are talking more about Ahimsa. All the Eastern masters talk more about Ahimsa than about love. Love comes only second. Ahimsa is emphasized. But for a Western mind, the word love is looks more appropriate because it is positive things, positive thing. Non-violence is more like a negative, but Ahimsa is more like a positive. And love is more like a positive. But all the Eastern masters, they emphasize more on non-violence than love. Because in love, slowly you become aggressive. Not only that, when you say I love you, you give some promise to the other person. And all promises are failures. The moment you give promise to somebody and you don't fulfill, that is also non-violence. That is also violence. You give a promise to somebody that I love you, I am going to create heaven around you. The moment you say you love somebody, directly or indirectly you have given many promises, sharing roses and giving them the idea that you are going to create heaven for the other person, or you are really going to make the other person happy. You have given so many ideas to the other person, and when you don't fulfill, it is violence. With non-violence, you are very clear. When you start, you are very clear. I can say only one thing, I will not hurt you. That's all. So the right way to start love is non-violence, not love. Love will happen when you really experience non-violence. And you cannot make love happen. No. You can work only in the direction of non-violence. Love will happen as a byproduct. If you try to work directly in the line of love, you will mess up. And you will end up creating troubles for you and for the other. Non-violence, ahimsa, such a powerful dharma. I always tell people, even in my ashram, see, there is nothing, no rule which will take you away from enlightenment. To tell you honestly, even all so-called morality, everything is only a social rule. There is only one dharma, one rule, which is directly connected to consciousness. Understand? All dharmas are based on conscience. Means your mind, conscience, which will change in every century. In some part of the planet Earth, eating vegetarian food is the only right thing. And in some other part, you can eat non-veg. That's perfectly alright. The social rules always change. Morality has no solid base on consciousness. There is no dharma which is directly connected to consciousness. All dharma, all morality is related only to your conscience. Means a society. If you change the place where you live, the morality changes. It is just like a constitution of every country, law. It is just a social law. But there is one dharma, one truth, which is directly related to consciousness, which is universal. That is ahimsa. That is why we say ahimsa paramo dharmaha. That is the ultimate dharma, most superior dharma. Non-violence is the paramo dharmaha. See, unless you learn, you imbibe the idea of non-violence, you can't live on the planet Earth. It is a simple, basic, preliminary understanding to live and let live, to coexist on the planet Earth. There is a beautiful sutra in Patanjali which says, Ahimsa pratishtaya vairatyagaha. Amazing sutra. He says, if you are established in ahimsa, in front of you all enmity disappears. There are thousands of stories animals or people dropping their negativity and enmity in front of enlightened masters. Thousands of stories. In Buddha's life, we can say so many stories. There was a mad elephant sent to kill Buddha by one of the Buddha's cousin. And when the elephant came in front of Buddha, it just stopped and bowed to Buddha and did pradakshina and went away. The other day I was reading an article. One scientist was trying to fix some electrodes in the brain of the animals and manipulate it. There is a beautiful article, I was reading about it. He activated an electrode which creates anger, and the bull became mad. And after a few minutes, when it was about to jump on him, he just activated another electrode and the bull becomes just silent and sat. When you are really established in non-violence, in front of you, no animal can experience violence. The brain part which aggravates anger or violence simply disappears. It stops working in front of you. One important thing you should understand, whether you understand or not, believe it or not, whatever you strongly experienced, you radiate that quality. You express it. Even if you try to cover, you can't cover. You can't hide. You can't hide. You radiate. In the Sanskrit, we have a word called darshan, means seeing. They say even seeing negative people will create negativity in you. You may think, how can that happen? You don't know, because they are constantly radiating that same kind of waves, that same kind of thoughts. There are so many stories. Let me tell you a story which happened in my life. I was staying in a forest in South India after my experience of the spiritual enlightenment. And one evening I was just sitting and relaxing. There was no thought, just deep silence. It was a forest and a small hillock was there. I was sitting near that hillock, forest, just a complete silence. No thought. Eyes were open but no thought. There was no clutching, means the chain of thoughts. Just I was completely relaxed. There was a big snake in front of me, lying more than 3-4 hours, just 1 feet away. But I did not have a thought, it's a snake, it is dangerous to my life, all those things. As long as I did not have the thought, it's a snake, snake did not have a thought, I am a man and dangerous to its life. And after few hours, as usual, slowly mind comes down from that beautiful silence, intense silence. Slowly, when a thought started raising, when a mind started clutching, when the first thought came, oh, there is a snake. The moment I got the idea that there is a snake, I saw very clearly the snake got the idea there is a man. Till then, the snake did not have idea I am a man. Only when I got the thought there is a snake, this is snake, the snake started thinking I am man, there is a man. Then I slowly moved little backwards, and the snake also just moved little away, went and disappeared. Understand, as long as I did not have a thought, it's a snake. Snake did not have a thought, I am a man. Only when I feel threatened, when I felt I am in danger, so naturally now the possibility to attack, the non-violence has disappeared. Now the violence may start. There is a possibility where violence is there. Same way, the snake also felt that there is a possibility for violence is there. See, only when you are afraid you attack. Be very clear. All the people who think they are great warriors, they are all cowards. Only cowards attack. Mahavira never attacks. Mahavira means the ultimate warrior. He never attacks. If you are attacking the other person, you are afraid that he may kill you. You want to kill him before he kills you, that's all. See, all the wars are created only by cowards, not by courageous people. Never ever think army guys are courageous or brave people. No. Cowards. Just they want to kill the other person before they are killed. That's all. That is the truth. That is the truth. Even in your life, be very clear. If you are threatened by somebody, sit and analyze. That person must be feeling threatened by you. And try to sort out that issue. You will never be disturbed. Whenever people come to me and say, I am threatened, I am in danger, I tell them, no, wait. Just see. You must be threatening the other person in some way, directly or indirectly. Find out and remove the fear from him. Say, send him a message directly or indirectly that you are not going to be a threat for him. You will not have any dangers. You will attack only when you are threatened. This incident, it taught me a big lesson. Only when I had the thought that there is a snake had the idea there is a man. And one more important thing, this happens, this is a law of nature. This happens only with natural beings, never with so-called conditioned human beings. Conditioned human beings have moved away from nature, they moved away from the truth. If this is truth, Jesus shouldn't have been crucified. Mahavira shouldn't have been stoned. Buddha shouldn't have been poisoned. Then why that has happened? See, Patanjali says, Ahimsa pratishtayam vairatyagaha, means when you are established in non-violence, in front of you enmity disappears. But this is only with the natural things. This can happen with animals or the people who are living in a natural way, tribals. There is a beautiful story with in the Buddha's story, in the Buddha's life. Buddha's meeting with Angulimal. You heard of Angulimal? That guy is a big serial killer. He must have been Zodiac of those days. He killed 999 people and cut their thumbs and made a garland for himself. He was living in a forest. Buddha was advised not to enter into that forest because Angulimal is living. Buddha said, no, it's okay. He walked, and the story says Angulimal saw Buddha and was about to kill Buddha. Buddha said, wait, you can kill me, but answer few questions. Buddha asked few questions. Angulimal was not only not able to answer, and he transformed himself and became the disciple of Buddha. This can happen with Angulimal because Angulimal is not having any religious beliefs. He is not having any social conditionings. He is not corrupted. He is with nature. He kills just out of his animal instincts. Understand? Person who is killing because of his animal instincts can be transformed. Person who is killing because of belief systems, difficult to transform him. That is the ultimate corruption, the worst thing. When Jesus was crucified, the people who were crucifying him, they were not natural. They were conditioned. They were made to believe that it is good for their religion. It is good for their society. Understand? It was not nature. When Patanjali says, Ahimsa pratishtayam vairatyagaha, he means the violence in you will disappear, but the conditioning won't disappear. That is why if you see the master's life, whenever an animal is sent to kill them, it just settles down. It loses its enmity and comes back. And the same way, man who is living like an animal, if he goes to kill him also, he just settles down and comes back. But not a man who is conditioned. That is why I tell people, if you are conditioned with some religious beliefs, some conditioning, without enlightenment, you are more dangerous than any animal. You are the worst criminal than any animal. Here, the vairatyagaha can happen, means the disappearance of enmity will happen if you are natural or if you are facing the beings who are natural. There is a beautiful story in Adi Shankara's life. He wants to establish a monastery in South India, and he was traveling. One place he saw, frog was giving birth, and the snake was protecting that frog from the rain. Understand? Frog was giving birth, and there was rain. Snake was protecting that frog from the rain. Of course, it happened because of the presence of Shankara. In the great master's presence, animals lose their enmity. So Shankara saw this and he said, this is the right place to create the Pita. And he established a Pita. That place is called Sringeri. Still that Pita is there. It's one of the oldest traditional Vedanta mutts. In the presence of great masters, simply enmity disappears. When you are established in Ahimsa, non-violence, naturally the non-possessiveness starts expressing through you. The person who is established in himself in Ahimsa, even the Devatas salute him. Because, understand, even Devatas are not completely established in Ahimsa. If you are established in Ahimsa, you will become enlightened, not as a Devata. Devata is a being whose thought per second has come down little bit, who can enjoy little more pleasures. Devatas means angels. Angels are not gods. Word Devata should not be translated into God. It should only be translated as angels. These Devatas, even they are not completely enlightened. So when you really establish yourself in Ahimsa, you become enlightened. Even Devatas, the angels, worship you, respect you, and they offer their very being. They surrender at your feet. There are so many stories. Devatas coming and respecting, serving the enlightened beings. Ahimsa is such a dharma. Actually, you can live without any dharma if you hold on to just ahimsa, not hurting others physically, mentally, and verbally. This is enough. Nothing else is necessary. Just this one dharma, very clear, that I will not hurt others through physically, mentally, or verbally. One more thing, Eastern religions are the only religions, only they again and again emphasize on ahimsa. Even to spread religions, they do not want killing. Understand? Even to spread religion, because any religion will compromise on their teachings when it comes to the spreading, when it comes to the question of survival. Because if religion has to survive, it has to spread. If it doesn't spread, it won't survive. Eastern religions do not even bother about surviving. They do not bother about spreading. They do not bother about conversion. They are more established in ideology. Here, even for spreading, they are not giving exemption. No exemption. There is no word holy war. There is no word like holy war exists in the Eastern tradition. No, you can't kill, even for spreading, even for converting, even for teaching. No. Masters are very clear. I think the greatness of Mahavira, he took this ahimsa to the extreme. His followers they don't even do agriculture because it is related to killing the plants. Plants do have life. Forget about the question of non-vegetarian food. They don't even kill plants. And they even tie a cloth in front of their face so that the insects or the worms which are, or the bacteria which are in the air won't die when they speak. He has taken ahimsa to the extreme. They do not wear silk. They do not wear shoes. They do not encourage, directly or indirectly, any industry based on violence. Anything based on violence is not encouraged by the followers of Mahavira. All they do, all they help directly or indirectly is only towards ahimsa, non-violence.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om.
Yes, welcome back. So that was a wonderful video by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism about conquering life through Ahimsa. So just to give a brief summary, so Swamiji emphasizes that Ahimsa or non-violence is the first and foremost principle in the spiritual practice. So it is essential for creating a peaceful and harmonious life. So in order to conquer life through Ahimsa, one must cultivate deep inner awareness, which involves recognizing and transforming our violent thoughts and violent emotions within ourselves, because they ultimately manifest into action. So any violent thoughts and violent emotions that we have within ourselves will eventually manifest into actions towards others. Understanding that all beings are connected is also very crucial. When we harm others, we are essentially harming ourselves. So we are Paramashiva, we are everything and everyone. So understanding that we are all interconnected. When we harm others, we harm ourselves. So this realization will foster compassion and will encourage us to act with kindness towards one another.
So Swamiji here teaches that engaging in the process of completion, it can heal the past wounds, letting go of the grudges which we are, and which allows individuals to release negative energy and embrace a state of non-violence. moving on, that when it's a proactive responsibility. Conquering life, now we heard from Swamiji, that conquering life means taking proactive responsibility for our actions and choices that we do. Instead of blaming on the external circumstances, we must create our reality based on the principles of Ahimsa, non-violence. Here Swamiji tells that living with integrity by aligning our thoughts, words and actions with the values of non-violence. This integrity not only transforms our life but also inspires others around us. When living Ahimsa, it requires spiritual strength and courage to stand firm in our commitment to peace and even in challenging situations.
Yes, so now we're going to move into an internalization exercise. So, conquering life with Ahimsa. So let's first of all we can display this on the screen for everyone to see. So we'll go once again through the mantra that we looked at earlier, with a little bit more information this time. So we have the translations along with it as well. So just reading from the top. Namo Arihantanam, I bow to the enlightened souls. So Swamiji has gone through this, given the translations as well. Namo Siddhanam, I bow to the liberated souls. Namo Ayariyanam, I bow to religious leaders. Namo Uvajayanam, I bow to religious teachers. Namo Loe Savasahunam, I bow to all monks of the world.
Esho Panchnamukkaro. These 5 salutations are capable of Savapava Pasanno, destroying all the sins, and this is Mangalacha Sarvesan, the first happiness amongst all forms. Paramam Havai Mangalam, of happiness. So these are from the Jain Sutras of Mahavira, were composed using a language called Pali, the oldest language, we write after the Tamil period, with the intention of making them accessible to the general populace.
Alright, so going beyond desires to create more wealth. So desire is something which is related to these 3 life, death, life, death, and how to go beyond death. Desire is life. So if we don't know how to handle desire, we will eventually face death. If we don't know how to handle ourselves, we'll go beyond this cycle, and that is all. There is no master who did not talk about desire. It is an important subject that every master has to address. In some way, he has to touch this subject. Today, we will see the great master Mahavira, how he handles this subject of desire from different dimensions, from different angles, which empowers us to create more wealth and to handle it. These are beautiful sutras or verses that when we practice them, the result will be totally life transforming. So the first step towards non-possessiveness, Ahimsa. Dhamma Sutra, Ahimsa Sutra. Dhammo Mangala Mukitam. Ahimsa Sanchammo Davo, Devavitam. Tamas Shanti Jasadhamne Shaya Mano.
So what is the most superior dharma? Ahimsa is the most superior dharma. A person who has established himself in Ahimsa, even the Devatas salute to that. So Ahimsa is the basic truth of life. One of the important things which we all need to understand, that all great masters, whether it is Buddha, Krishna, Mahavira, or Paramashiva, all of them are talking about Ahimsa, non-violence. All the Eastern masters talk about Ahimsa more than about love. Love comes only second. So if you heard the discourse with Swamiji has given very beautifully, Ahimsa is emphasized in the very discourse itself. But from a Western mind, the word love looks more appropriate because it is positive thing. Non-violence, it is more negative. All the Eastern masters emphasize more on non-violence than love, because in love slowly you become aggressive. Not only that, when you say I love you, you give some promise to the other person, and all promises are failures. The moment you give a promise on somebody and you don't fulfill it, that is also comes under violence. So the right way to start love is non-violent, not actual love. Love will happen when you really experience non-violence. You cannot make love happen. You can only work in the direction of non-violence. Love will happen as a byproduct. If you try to work directly in the direction of love, you will mess up. You will end up creating more and more troubles for ourselves and others. So when we really establish ourselves in non-violence, no animal can experience violence in front of us. The part of the brain which we aggravates anger or the violence which we carry simply disappears. It stops working in front of us. You can actually see that happening. So here, did you know that Mahavira's followers don't even do agriculture, because it is related to killing the plants which do have life, and they even tie a cloth in front of their face so that the insects or worms or bacteria in the air don't die when they speak. They do not wear silk, they do not wear shoes, they do not encourage directly or indirectly any industry based on violence. In your life, if you are threatened by somebody, just sit and analyze that person must be feeling threatened by you and try to sort out the issue. You will see, you will never be disturbed.
Yes, so now let's move into the internalization exercise itself. Let's analyze conflict resolution with Ahimsa, so through Ahimsa, non-violence. So step number 1 will be to assess the situation. So let's sit and think about a situation where we had a conflict. So somebody threatened you. So as we just pointed out, when somebody threatens you, you feel they feel threatened by you, which is why they threaten you instead. So think about exactly what happened, why this person might be feeling threatened, and how your actions may have contributed to their feeling. Let's consider if there was a miscommunication or misunderstanding between you both. So identify a situation where there was a conflict and elaborately write down about the incident. So how your actions, so why this person is feeling threatened in the first place, and how your actions have contributed to their feelings. We'll be projecting a slide on your screen shortly. So please go ahead and do this exercise now. Yes, now let's move on to step number 2. Let's identify the cause of the conflict. So let's try to understand the emotions that you experience in this situation. Do not try to find a reason for the situation, only analyze your emotions. So as an example, if in your relay race you almost ran over a fellow participant and this led to a conflict, at that moment you felt threatened that you wouldn't make it to the end of the race and reacted out of anger. So once again, the conflict that you've identified, try to understand the emotions that you experienced in the situation when that conflict was happening, when that conflict was taking place. Don't look for the reason, just analyze your emotions. So go ahead and pen this down. And now let's move on to the third step. Analyze the situation by understanding the emotions the other party, the other person would have experienced, and how they felt threatened by you. So once again, analyze the situation by understanding the emotion the other person would have experienced and how they felt threatened by you. So this exercise will help you empathize with the other person and find possible solutions. So when we empathize with the other person, we find Ahimsa solution, non-violent solutions to conflicts. So for example, just to give an example, the reaction of your peer. See how they also felt threatened and reacted out of that space. So understanding that the person felt threatened by your reaction, and sort out the issue. Declare to yourself, Ahimsa paramo dharmaha. Yes, so Ahimsa paramo dharmaha. Non-violence is the best strategy. So go ahead now. Analyze situation by understanding the emotions of the other person, what they would have experienced, how they felt threatened by you. Go ahead now. Yes, you can relax now. So that was a very powerful exercise, internalization exercise, to identify for a conflict that you've had in your life, to identify what the situation is, why the conflict has happened in the first place. So to understand that conflicts come because people feel threatened. So conflicts will never come out of Ahimsa, out of the space of non-violence. So whenever someone feels threatened, they attack, or they cause a conflict, a situation. So let us know in the chat box, how did you go? What did you understand? What click did you have from completing this internalization exercise? So by having a look through, we have identified a conflict. We've identified how we felt from that conflict. We've identified how the other person felt as a result of this conflict, and what triggered this conflict in the first place, and how we can find a solution, a ahimsa, a non-violent solution to the conflict, by understanding the other person, by having compassion and understanding that we are from the space of oneness. When we harm ourselves, we harm others as well. When we threaten when we threaten the other person, we threaten ourselves as well. So from the space of oneness, ahimsa is the only thing that makes sense. Non-violence. So yes, Jayakumar Aya shares, I recollected all the conflicts, some of which I forgot, with the other beings as non-violence, and completed it, like with a snake. Yes, thank you very much for sharing, Aya. And yes, Ma Nitya Guru Prashadini Joyce, could you please translate? We have from right, do we have the translation already? Yes, Ma Chen Hai Hui. If the way of communication between generations and siblings in the family during childhood was often violent, I have this kind of imprint in my mind unconsciously. From time to time, I attack myself, and if possible, I attack others. How can I solve it? So Ma, what is the reason for the violence? So we only become violent when we feel threatened, and the other person becomes violent also when they feel threatened. So they feel threatened. Swamiji says if somebody feels threatened, they will attack. They will become violent to the other person that they feel threatened by. So have a look where the violence is coming from. Have a look, what is it that both yourself and the other person is feeling threatened by. So Swamiji also says beautifully that the violence comes out of anger. Anger comes out of fear. So this is where they feel threatened. Fear comes out of desire, and desire comes out of attachment. So work your way backwards from the violence all the way through, and see where is it that you feel threatened. Where is it? What is it that you fear? What desires are you attaching yourself to? What that you're attaching the fears to? What so work your way backwards from all the way from the violence back through the anger, the fear, the desire, and the attachment as well. And when you find the root of this, you can complete with those situations. You can complete with the earliest memory of when you had this type of violence, this type of conflict. So, and once again, just to remind you, Swamiji says relive and relieve. So by reliving that very situation in every aspect, then you can release that the power that it has over you. Yes. So Ma Saroj shares, violence comes from the mind. It's never the answer. Non-violence to myself and others is the only way. Yes, thank you for sharing, Ma. Violence may give short-term satisfaction, but it always comes back to bite. It can never make us happy. Yes, thank you for sharing, Ma. Ma Olga Bobrovnik says, Nityanandam, I was trying to log into PSM level 3, but it's locked. Can you advise how to get? We'll check this for you, Ma. We'll have a look for BSM level 3, and we'll let you know. Ma Swilang says, I discovered that my anger came from jealousy within me. So Ma Swilang, identify the jealousy. Why do you have the jealousy? So identify the first instant, the first situation where you had this jealousy, and complete with that instance. So relive that moment where you had jealousy. Relive that very first instance of jealousy that you've had in your life. Relive it in every single aspect. So if you are a young girl, wear exactly the same clothes, have exactly the same mindset, the same situation. So relive the same situation exactly with the same mindset, same feelings, same everything. If there were particular smells that you remember during that situation, relive that as well. If you had any emotions, relive those emotions as well. So relive that exact situation again, over and over, until you feel it never has any more hold on you. So that way the anger will just simply disappear as well. All right. Any more questions or any more sharings? What are we doing next? Power manifestation. Alright, so if there are no more questions, so Ma Olga will be following up in a little while with the PSM level 3 login. Now let's have a look. Let's move on to the next section, which is the power manifestation session. So the power manifestation today is body scanning. So previously we've scanned for our own vitals. So now what we will do is we'll scan someone else in the room. So I request everyone to connect to someone in the room, and you can scan for each other. So pick one partner from the room and ask them whether they want to be scanned. So you will scan for each other. So you will scan for their blood pressure and for their heart rate. So I request all participants to just take a little while and find a partner now. So we'll just give you a couple of minutes to find a partner. Right. If you can't find a partner, you can always scan us, the acharyas. So we can go ahead and scan the acharyas. So that might be easier. So everyone, I ask everyone to start scanning us. So either myself or my co-acharya, go ahead and scan us in terms of the blood pressure and the heart rate. So let's sit comfortably with the head, neck and spine in a straight line. Let's have Swamiji in our inner space. Let's feel Swamiji filling up our entire inner space. Feel the warmth, feel the love, and send gratitude to Swamiji for manifesting through us. And know that the power of manifestation has already occurred. We just need to bring it through into the physical realm. Let's connect to Paramashiva in our third eye. And gently through our third eye, let's scan for the blood pressure and the heart rate of another. So let's go ahead. We'll be playing a oneness capsule for you to be able to entangle with Swamiji. Let's go ahead now.
प्रशक्यशालिने नमो वयं वै श्रवणाय कुर्महे कामे कामान् कामकामाय मह्यं कामेश्वरो वै श्रवणो ददातु कुबेराय वै श्रवणाय महाराजाय नमः सनडि पोற்றி சிவன் சேவடி போற்றி நேயத்தே நின்றடி மலனடி போற்றி மாயப்பிறப்பருக்கும் மன்னனடி போற்றி சீரார் பெருந்துரையினம் தேவனடி போற்றி ஆராத இன்பம் அருளும் மலை போற்றி ஈசனே சிந்தை கவர்ந்த நேசனே நீ வருவாய் ஒடு கனிகளை கொண்டு உன்னை பூஜித்தோம் அருள் தருவாய் கலி என்னும் கடலினில் மூழ்கிட்டேயும் இனி கரம் தந்து காத்திட்டு கருணை பொய்கையில் அலர்ந்திட்ட அளவற்றம் போல உன் திருவடியில் வாழ்ந்திட வாராய் அருணாச்சலனே நீ வாராய் அகண்ட ஜோதியனே வாராய் அல்லல் நீக்கிடவே வாராய் அகிலம் போற்றுகின்ற ஈசனே சிந்தை கவர்ந்த நேசனே நீ வருவாய் ஒடு கனிகளை கொண்டு பூஜித்தோம் அருள் தருவாய் மெய்யினில் வில்வமும் நிறையார் கடல் நீர் முடியோடு தரிசனம் அருளவா செம்பொன்மாள சிற்றவைதனிலே சிந்தை கவர்ந்த உன்னை சிக்கன பிடித்தேனே வந்தும் புகழ் பெறும் நான் வரை நாயகா மதியினில் நிறைந்திடுவாய் மதி உணராதவர்க்கு மதி உணர் செய்திட வான்மழு நீ ஏந்திவாய் அறவாடிட சூழ்ந்திட புலித்தோலோடு நீ வருவாய் பக்தி சகித சுந்தரேசனே அண்ணாமலை உதித்த நித்யநந்தனே சித்து அச்சித்தெல்லாம் முன்னாலே இயக்கும் முன்னாலே உந்தன் கண்டாலே சிகையில் அணிந்திட்ட மதியாலே மதியின் மொழியாலே தெளிந்திடும் வழியாலே ஜீவன் முக்தி பெற விழைந்தோமே உந்தன் திருவடியை தொழுதோமே வேள்வியாகினாய் கேள்வியாகினாய் கேள்வி காண பதிலுமாகினாய் ஒளியாகினாய் உலகுமாகினாய் அதுமாகி அருள்படி தரும் கல்வ விதைகள் தீர்க்கும் காசிநாதனே எங்கள் கல்வம் போக்கி எம்மையாலும் நேசனே ஏகாந்தமாக ஏக பாதம் தூக்கியே எங்கள் மணியாரை காக்க வேண்டும் நித்யநந்தனே ஈசனே சிந்தை கவர வந்தனே சனே நீ வருவாய்
पदगे नमस्ते अस्तु लम्बोदराय एकदन्ताय विघ्नविनाशिने शिवसुधाय श्रीवरदमूर्तये नमो नमः
लंबोदरा नित्य गजानना लंबोदरा नित्य गजानना लंबोदरा नित्य गजानना लंबोदरा नित्य गजानना पार्वती नंदन परमदयाकर पार्वती नंदन परमदयाकर पार्वती नंदन परमदयाकर पार्वती नंदन परमदयाकर लंबोदरा नित्य गजानना लंबोदरा नित्य गजानना बंद विमोचन भव भय वंचन 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 प्रणव स्वरूपा हे नित्य नूतन 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 पाहि प्रभो मां पाहि गजानन 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 लंबोदरा नित्य गजानन लंबोदरा नित्य गजानन.
Yes, you can relax. So now let's have a look. So we requested everyone to find a partner. If you don't find a partner, you can scan ourselves to scan for the blood pressure and the heart rate of another person. So for those of you that scanned ourselves, you can let us know how you went, what our blood pressure and heart rate is. And for those of you that have had a partner, then just check in with the partner now and verify the results. So please take a moment and let us know the results of your scanning, your body scanning of another person. So go ahead now. So Ma Saroj says 124,158,463 for you, Maharaj. Is that for me, Ma? Or for yes, for me? Okay, yes. Thank you, Ma. And Ma Zhenghui says teacher's blood pressure 115/70 and pulse 62/66. Okay, thank you. Yes, thank you, Ma Saroj. Alright, so I'll be taking I have a watch that can tell my heart rate, so I'll just be measuring that now. And I'll show everyone the results. Unfortunately, I can't tell you my blood pressure. I don't have anything to take my blood pressure. But my blood pressure is usually very well within the range, the acceptable range. So every time I've had I think the last time I've had is probably about 2 months ago, and the blood pressure is always coming as really good. So I'm not entirely sure what that is. Okay, so just to verify, let's see if we can see this on the camera. No, it's too much light. Okay, so the blood, the heart rate is 78. So 78 beats per second. Per minute. So yes. Ma Chen Hai Hui says one of the teacher's heart rate is 55, low pressure 75, high pressure 95. So heart rate 55 and blood pressure 95/75. Yes, thank you for sharing, Ma. So yes, my usual heart rate, so if we're looking for the resting heart rate for myself, is usually around the 70 mark. But I've just had a hot chocolate, so it's a little bit elevated. So yes. Alright, so next we'll be moving into another Jnana segment, another video by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Is Ma Chen Hai Hui? Yes, thank you, Ma. Yes, so we'll be moving on to another Jnana segment, another video by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on Aparigraha, non-possessiveness. So Aparigraha is when you renounce all possessions. So earlier we spoke about surrendering the I and the mind. This is surrendering the mind, so surrendering all possessions. So let's come to the space of listening. Sit comfortably with your neck, head and spine in a straight line, and let's hear from Swamiji on Aparigraha. Let's hear from Swamiji now.
When you really enter into Ahimsa, the Aparigraha, the next step starts happening. Let us see that sutra, Aparigraha Sutra. Naso parigraha uddho naya buddhena tayina muccha parigho buddhi ye buddham mahesina loyisesa anukosi manne annaramavi jesiyo sannihikame gihi bhavayenase. Let me give you the translation. Parigraha does not mean to go have clothes and other items of basic need, but to have attachment towards this is parigraha. Beautiful. First thing is telling, parigraha means, possessiveness means, don't think that having clothes and other items of basic need, that is not possessiveness, but having attachment towards it is possessiveness. This is the one sutra which created so much of wealth around the followers of Mahavir. They were successful socially just because of this one sutra, this one teaching. This is the ultimate technique create and enjoy wealth. Understand? When you become non-possessive, the capability to enjoy increases. The power to enjoy, the intensity to enjoy becomes more. You can see in your life, whenever you are enjoying something which you are really possessive, you will be so suffocated. The fear that it may leave you will never allow you to enjoy it. Only when you are with a non-serious attitude, playfulness, the intensity with which you are enjoying will be so beautiful, amazing, you will create more wealth and live it and experience it. Aparigraha does not mean to have clothes and other items of basic need, but to have attachment towards these is Aparigraha. Again, Patanjali says beautifully, when you achieve the non-possessiveness, you get the insight, you experience the truth of why you took birth and knowledge about your past life. See, as on now, you are not able to have the knowledge of your past life because you are too much caught by the things which you are having. You are too much filled by the possessions which you are having. Your inner space is forgotten to move beyond the things which you are having in your life. Understand? The few things which you are having, few cars and your home and your few relationships, this occupies your inner space so much, you do not have enough space to look further, to look beyond. One more important thing, whenever you are possessive of something, be very clear, you are bound, you are binding yourself, you are putting a boundary for yourself. You are not allowing the further expansion. You are stopping, you are curtailing the possibility for growth. Any possessiveness is curtailing the possibility for growth. That is why a possessive person suffocates himself and suffocates others. Whoever is around him or her, he or she suffocates the other person also. Ahimsa and possessiveness, these two are very closely connected. When you really become non-violent, you will not possess people. If you are possessing somebody, you will be violent towards that person. Be very clear. Any possessiveness, the very possessiveness itself is a violence. Because the moment you possess, you reduce that person from energy to matter. Only matter can be possessed. You can possess this chair. You can possess this table. You can keep it wherever you want. It will be there as it is. But you can't possess a living being. If you do, you are reducing that living being from energy to the person, from energy to matter. Possessiveness is violence. Aparigraha is Ahimsa. That is why Mahavir touches Ahimsa first before talking about Aparigraha. See, two things. Not having desires or suppressing your desires means suicide. It is just suicide. Because desire is the energy which moves your body. Desire is prana, fuel for your system. Having desire is the only way to move your system. So not having desire or killing the desire is not the goal. creating enough of inner space to accommodate all your desires, so that desire does not torture you, desire does not suffocate you, so that you don't feel disturbed by the desires. Understand? Not having desires is not the goal. Then we can live like a buffaloes without being disturbed. People ask me, Swamiji, an enlightened person should not have a desire. You really don't have a desire? They come and ask me. I tell them, be very clear. Enlightened person, the word enlightenment should be very clearly understood. Only then you will understand the enlightened person also. See, as on now, in a normal human mind, if they have 10 acre, all 10 acre, they are growing something, some rice or paddy or sugar cane or something. It is filled, occupied. In an enlightened being, he has got 1 million acre, only 10 acre is used for agriculture. Will he even know that agriculture is going on in some place? No. I have 1 million acre. So even if agriculture is going on in 10 acre, I will not even know. Same way, enlightened being has got so much of inner space, the 10 acre is like a negligible. The inner chattering which is happening is negligible. All you need to do is expand the inner space. I am not telling you to kill all the, destroy the agriculture which is happening in 10 acre. No. That will lead you to tamas, means depression and inertia. That will lead you to tamas and depression. I am not telling you to destroy the agriculture which is happening in the 10 acre. No, I am telling you to expand the inner space so that the 10 acre sound will not disturb you. The noise which is being created in the 10 acre agriculture will not disturb you. You will not feel suffocated. You will have more space. You will feel expanded. You will feel the fulfillment. Aparigraha does not mean not having the basic items, basic things, no. But creating a bigger inner space. How to? How to do? Whenever you feel that you are possessing something, decide very clearly to unclutch from it consciously. Visualize how your life will be without that object or that person. Sometimes you may think, oh, I can do without it. That's all. Then perfectly all right. Sometimes you may have little suffering. Go through that suffering, that moment itself. That suffering itself will purify you. Understand? When you feel that you are too much attached, you are possessive of some person or some object, sit and visualize your life without that person or that object. If you feel you can do without it, relax, nothing to worry. If you feel suffering, oh God, my life will, I can't do without him or her or that object, then sit and meditate your life without that person. Create that pain, allow that suffering. Suddenly you will see that suffering itself is so powerful. The pain is so powerful. It will teach you, it will purify you. When you come out, when that suffering disappears from your inner space, because you can't be constantly suffering. At the most you can suffer for a few hours. Slowly that suffering will settle down. That depression will leave you. That pain will leave your inner space. When that pain leaves your inner space, already you would have learnt a lesson of Aparigraha. This is powerful technique to achieve Aparigraha. Start meditating your life without that person or object. Let that pain, suffering arise in your inner space and wait till it disappears. Be silent, have patience till that disappears. When that pain and suffering leaves your inner space, you would have been matured, because pain and suffering teaches you. It's a powerful master. It's a powerful teacher. No other master or teacher can teach you like pain or suffering. Using even pain to learn, using even suffering to grow, using even the failures to mature yourself. When you expand your inner space through this way, understand this technique is a very powerful technique. Try it. Whenever you feel you are possessive of somebody, something, sit, unclutch, disconnect, allow the pain, allow the suffering. Now what can be done? Because anything can be taken away from you. The product or that person can be taken away from you. It is not that he or that person or the product is going to be with you forever. No. So, just meditate the non-possessiveness, meditate on Aparigraha, and be without that person or the object. You will see the pain itself teaches you, and you are free from the pain, you are free from the suffering, you are free from the Aparigraha, you are free from the possessiveness. Doing constant struggle to hold stuff is an indication of the greed within a person. A person who continuously struggles to hold stuff is just a householder, not a sadhu. Understand? Mahavir is telling, doing constant struggle to hold stuff is an indication of the greed within a person. When you are greedy, even the things which is in your garage, you will be remembering about that constantly. Even the things which are under your control, you will be remembering about it. You can't forget even the things which are under your control, which are inside your locker. You will be afraid that somebody may take it away. Who knows, it will be there when I go back. Too much of greed constantly creates fear, and you struggle to hold, you struggle to hold, you struggle to hold. When a person is non-possessive, he is ready to take the risk. That is why all the majority of the Mahavir's followers have become business people, because that needs risk. You need to take risk. This great teaching of Aparigraha gives you the courage and inner space to take that risk, to take bold steps. See, only when you are non-possessive, you can do calculation. Usually the doctors don't treat their own family because they will be too possessive. They can't see the truth. The objectivity will be lost. Same way, if you are possessive of something, you can't put that thing at stake. Person who is too possessive about his life will not do anything which expands his life. He will not take any risky. He will not do anything which is risky. When you don't do anything which is risky, you are nothing more than a buffalo. We will be just vegetating, nothing else, just sitting and sleeping, couch potatoes. I have seen many people, they will not even climb some 100, 200 feet, 100, 200 steps. They will tell, no, I have little pain, I may get wheezing, I may get breathing problem. See, the idea that I may get this, I may get that, will completely put you in prison. I call this as a psychological prison. Not able to take risks. And the life without risk is not worth living. Life without risk means you are not living, you are just waiting for death to happen. Because you don't have courage to commit suicide, you just wait till it happens. Now nothing can be done, it has to happen only by itself. So why not wait? That's all. Aparigraha, the non-possessiveness, gives you such a big inner space to take risk, whether it is related to business or related to your life. So I tell you, Ahimsa is the greatest dharma. If you follow Ahimsa, others will live happily. If you follow Aparigraha, you will live happily. These two are the greatest truths. Non-violence. If you practice non-violence, people who live around you will live happily. If you practice non-possessiveness, you will live happily. One more thing, to really achieve non-possessiveness, you need to understand one thing. Life is not too valuable as you think. And don't be too serious. See, because we are constantly living in cities, we become too serious about our life. Every day thinking too many things and too much about how to avoid this, how to avoid that, what will happen to this, what will happen to that. And you clearly design the life. Understand, if you look into your life, every day morning till night, just try to see your life. If you do a video recording of your whole day, tell somebody else to do without your knowledge, you will see, you will realize few important things. You will come out of your bedroom through the same path, you will sit in the same sofa, you will go to the living room through same steps, and you will come out and take your car in the same way. The whole thing will be same, and you will not be even using some parts of your house for 1 year or 2 years. You will not be even using corners of your house your whole life. I tell you really, if you see, you will understand. Almost your whole day routine is under your control. Even if you face the accidents, there is an insurance. So everything is clearly pre-planned, visualized. No place for God. Because you did everything. Now where is the place for Him? You do not allow divine to intervene. People ask me, Swamiji, we are seeing so many miracles in your life. Why it is not happening in our life? Especially people who live around me, they get a little jealous of miracles happening around my life. Because whatever I tell becomes true. Every other day this is happening. One day you can say coincidence. And every day when this happens, these guys become a little jealous. What is this? How so many miracles are happening around you, but not around us? Because I am allowing God to intervene. I am not planning out and out. I leave little gaps so that He can do something. Miracles do not happen in your life because you plan for your life. completely, thoroughly. Living non-seriously is plan for miracles. Living in a playful way is plan for miracles. Understand? If you live a little playfully, it's okay. If you live a little non-seriously, you will attract so many beautiful miracles in your life. Patanjali says, Aparigraha is way to achieve the memory of the past life and your decisions, why you take birth and what for you came down. And I tell you, Aparigraha is the amazing way, best way to create miracles in your life, to attract miracles in your life. Person who lives in a non-serious way, playful way, attracts again and again miracles in his life, because he has got some inner space and the outer space where God can intervene. It is not that his whole life is packed. No. If you yourself have thought about, visualized and decided, then he thinks, all right, he is managing, why to interfere unnecessarily? And you may say, you may put a board, no entry also, who knows? That is the reason he feels he shouldn't interfere. Live little playfully. Do little less planning. You will see the miracles happening in your life. Person who is non-possessive, not only miracles happening in his life, anything happens in his life, he feels miracle. Because he doesn't possess anything. He doesn't take anything for granted. He doesn't claim anything is his birthright. Even taking birth is not your right. What about birthright? The word birthright is the wrong word. Nothing can be birthright, because taking birth itself is not your right. It's not under your control. Then how can you say something is your birthright? No. Word birthright should be removed. There is nothing for which we have a right or claim. No. Person who is established in non-possessiveness, Aparigraha, not only regains the past memory, he realizes again and again and again he is doing the same nonsense of catching some people and catching some property and saying, this is my house and this is my boundary, this is my husband, this is my wife and this is my son and this is my daughter, and suddenly he dies, goes to other place and again catches everything. One more psychodrama, and again you die and catch one more. By that time you are almost ready with your husband, daughter, son, grandson, enough of your boundary, property, everything. Life says, now chalo, bas, relax, and over. You realize again and again you are doing the same thing. The moment you understand again and again you are doing the same thing, you decide strongly to jump out of this cycle. Anybody who decides strongly to jump out of this cycle is liberated. Understand? For liberation, all you need is only one thing: strong decision to jump out. Clear no to society, clear no to the same cycle of birth and death. Aparigraha directly leads you to enlightenment. Aparigraha can happen only with a matured soul. You don't possess now all the toys with which you played. Do you possess? No. You don't possess your toy car. with which you played. But at the age of 6 or 7, that was your life. If your mother snatches it away from you and says, hey, go and eat, it is time to eat, enough you played. You say, no, I don't want food. I don't want you also, get lost, give my give my toy, give my car. That time it was more near and dear to you than your mother and food. Now, you are grown out of it. Simply the Aparigraha has happened. It's not that you don't have the toys, you may have even in your house, but you are not remembering about it. You are not possessive about it. You are not possessive. But you are possessive of little bigger car. You have grown out of the 6-inch car and now you are caught with a 6-feet car. If you expand your inner space, you will grow out of this also.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your 3 eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasudashiva. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om
Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on Aparigraha. So yes, so continuing on the same lines, we'll be moving into a technique for non-possessiveness, for Aparigraha. So understand, when Mahavira says, drop your desires and don't possess, so Aparigraha, live in non-possessiveness. If you don't practice it and directly start arguing, how can I live without possessing things? It is life negative. It is not possible. So when you have this arguing, you will start creating all kinds of words. But if you really understand Mahavira and start living in non-possessiveness, if you are clear in your inner space and you make yourself non-possessive being, suddenly you will see so much of inner space becomes available. You will take many risks, because as long as a person thinks that the wealth they are having is too valuable to lose, as long as they possess, they will never take any step in life. They will not allow the flow of happening in their life. So understand, currency means that which is flowing. It will stay only with people who are allowing it to flow. If you stop the flow, it will sink.
Possessiveness means putting boundary to yourself. It means you are underestimating your efficiency. Possessiveness comes to you only when you are afraid, only when you are in fear, only when you face insecurity. Again, insecurity means you are underestimating your ability, your capacity. When a person starts thinking and living with non-possessiveness, suddenly they feel so much of space is available for them. They can play with so many decisions, they can play with so many choices, they can manipulate their life, their boundary expands. Aparigraha does not mean to have clothes and other items of basic need, but to have attachments towards these. That means Aparigraha. Aparigraha or possessiveness means don't think having clothes and other items of basic need. That is not possessiveness, but having attachment towards them. This is the one sutra which created so much wealth around the followers of Mahavira. They were successful socially just because of this one sutra, this one teaching. This is the ultimate technique to create and enjoy wealth.
Yes, when you become non-possessive, the capacity, the capability to enjoy simply increases. The power to enjoy, the intensity to enjoy becomes so much more. You can see in your life, whenever you are enjoying something of which you are really possessive, you will be so suffocated. The fear that it may leave you, you might lose it, will never allow you to enjoy it. Only when you are with non-serious attitude, with playfulness, the intensity with which you are enjoying will be so beautiful, so amazing. You will create more wealth and live it and experience it. As of now, you are not able to have the knowledge of your past life because you are too much caught by the things that you are having, by your possessions. You are too much filled by the possessions which you are having. Your inner space has forgotten to move beyond the things which you have in your life.
The few things which you have now, like a few cars and your home, your few relationships, occupy your inner space so much, you do not have enough space to look further, to look beyond. One more important thing, whenever you are possessive of something, be very clear, you are binding yourself. You are putting a boundary for yourself. You are not allowing further expansion. You are stopping. You are curtailing the possibility for growth. Ahimsa and possessiveness. These two are very closely connected. When you really become non-violent, you will not possess people. If you possess somebody, you will be violent towards that person. Be very clear. Any possessiveness is violence, because the moment you possess, you reduce that person from energy to to matter.
Yes, only matter can be possessed. You can possess a chair, you can possess a table. You can keep it wherever you want and it will be there as it is. But you can't possess a living being. If you do, you are reducing that living being from energy to matter. See, two things. Not having desires or suppressing your desires mean suicide. It is simply suicide because desire is the energy which moves your body. Desire is prana. It is the fuel for your system. Having desire is the only way to move your system. So not having any desires or killing the desires is simply not the goal here. But create enough of inner space to accommodate all your desires so that the desire does not torture you or suffocate you, so that you don't feel disturbed by the desires. As of now, if a normal human mind has 10 acres, so Swamiji said beautifully, if a normal human mind has 10 acres, in all these 10 acres, they are growing something, some rice, some wheat, some sugarcane or something. It is filled, it is occupied. But in the case of an enlightened being, he has 1 million acres. Only 10 acres are used for agriculture. Will he even know that agriculture is going on in some place? It is such a small percentage. So the enlightened being has so much of inner space that 10 acres is just negligible. The inner chatter which is happening is just negligible. So all you need to do is expand your inner space.
Yes. Create enough inner space to accommodate your desires. Expand the inner space so that the sound in the 10 acres will not disturb you. The noise which is being created in that 10 acres of agriculture will not disturb you. You will not feel suffocated. You will not feel suffocated. You will have more space. You will feel expanded. You will feel the fulfillment. Aparigraha does not mean not having the basic things. It is creating a bigger inner space. How to create a bigger inner space? Whenever you feel that you are possessing something, decide very clearly to unclutch from it consciously. Visualize how your life will be without that object or that person. Sometimes you may think, oh, I can do without it. Then perfectly all right. Sometimes you may have little suffering. Then go through that suffering. That moment itself, the suffering itself will purify you.
Understand, when you feel that you are too much attached or too possessive of some person or some object, just sit and visualize your life without that person, without that object. If you feel you can do without it, relax. If you feel suffering, like, oh God, I can't do without him or her or that object, then sit and meditate on your life without that person. Suddenly you will see that suffering itself is so powerful. The pain is so powerful, it will teach you, it will purify you. So when you come out, when that suffering disappears from your inner space, because you can't be constantly suffering, at the most you can suffer for a few hours. But once that suffering disappears from your inner space, slowly it will settle down. The depression will leave you, the pain will leave your inner space. So living non-seriously is the plan for miracle. Yes, we apologize for that. So how to create a bigger inner space? Living non-seriously is the plan for miracles. Living in a playful way is the plan for miracles. So understand, if you are a little playful, it is okay. If you have a little non-seriousness, you will attract so many beautiful miracles in your life.
Yes. Maharishi Patanjali says, Aparigraha is the way to achieve the memory of the past life and to know about your decisions, like why you took birth and what for you came down. Aparigraha is the amazing way, the best way to create miracles in your life, to attract miracles in your life. Understand this one thing. Ahimsa makes all the people around you blissful. Aparigraha makes you blissful. Just when you are alone, sit for half an hour and visualize your life without the objects and the persons about which you are possessive. If you are possessive of some person or some object, just remove that from your life and sit. For half an hour, visualize your life without a person or object. And allow any suffering or pain which comes to you. Go through it. Consciously face it. It doesn't mean that you actually have to remove that person from your life. You just have to live through that experience, because right now, the idea that that person could be removed from your life, that object could be removed from your life, that already creates a suffering in you. So if you go through this consciously, you will become so light. So we are now going to enter into the first step of this exercise.
Yes, so let's begin by just sitting alone. So sit alone somewhere in your room or somewhere where you're not going to be disturbed. Sit alone quietly and visualize how your life will be without an object or a particular person. So identify an object or a person that you are possessive about, and just sit and visualize the life without that object.
Yes, requesting everyone to please settle down. We're going to enter into this process. Let us just first settle down and identify an object. Okay, we have a question by Ma Olga.
Yes.
I fear that if I imagine losing the beloved person, I will manifest the loss of this person because life reflects my imagination. Could you advise on how to drop this kind of fear? Thank you. See, fear is only powerful as long as you don't make conscious decisions. Your thoughts don't all immediately manifest into reality, right? So many times you would have thought, oh, how great would it be to manifest the jackpot in the lottery, but it doesn't happen like that. So just creating a visualization for the sake of completion in return opens up inner space for you to actually be able to hold a visualization, to consciously manifest something. When we don't reflect, when we don't complete, that is when the fear has a lot of intensity in our inner space. That means it is present for a long time, and that is when we manifest accidents, that is when we manifest drama, because we allow our inner space to be possessed by that fear, by that worry, and we don't expand our inner space. How it was described just now, right? The enlightened master has millions of acres in their inner space because they have removed the attachment to the inner happenings. So even if a fear or something like this were to show up in the inner space, it doesn't matter against the grand space that is available. As long as we operate on fear itself, we don't allow our expansion to happen. So understand we are going through this exercise. Actually, Swamiji, on a different note, gave a very powerful technique. So many times we judge our thoughts, right? We think, oh no, I should not think that. This is not something that I should think. He actively told us to go through all these ideas that we fear thinking about, just to remove their effect on our inner space. It might not be a pleasant experience, but it is the result we are about, right? We want to create a calm inner space that is not disturbed by the internal and external happenings.
So it's also in a way similar to how we work with completion. So in completion, we relive a certain incident that affected us. So similar here, we're going through the fear itself, through the pain itself, and by infusing awareness into this feeling, then it will just simply melt away. So live through this fear, through this pain, and and relive it a number of times until it no longer has a hold on you. And once this fear goes away, then it opens up your inner space to flower in so many different dimensions.
Okay, I hope this was helpful for you.
Yes, thank you, man.
So with this, let us now settle down. Just look in and see. You can choose an object, you can choose a person, maybe some habit, whatever is there, something that you feel possessive about, something you feel you cannot live without. It can be your pet, it can be your car, it can be your house, your favorite blanket, something that it should matter to you, it should really strike you. The idea that you could lose it should really strike you. It should not be something casual in this moment. And once you sit with this feeling that you could lose this object and visualize what would happen, how your life would be. Visualize the life without that attachment, without that object of attachment. Let us sit for a moment and just enter into this process.
Yes, now let's move on to the next step. So, create that pain, allow the suffering, and suddenly you will see the suffering itself is so powerful. The pain is so powerful that it will teach you, it will purify you. When you come out, when that suffering disappears from your inner space, because it can't stay with us forever, so the suffering... So when you come out, that suffering will disappear from your inner space. At the most, you can suffer for a few hours, but slowly it will settle down and the depression will leave you. The pain itself will leave your inner space. So let's live through this pain once again.
whatever it is that you have visualized during this technique. Take a few moments and just breathe. Settle down from any emotions that would have risen up during this process. Understand the fears that we carry about the loss, the attachment that we hold. Subtly, they will be the undertone in our relationship when we relate to that person. Whenever we hold the attachment, we won't even be able to enjoy any object. If we are too much stuck in the fear of losing it, subtly you'll not be able to enjoy it fully. We will not be able to open up to experience it completely. When we live in the space of Aparigraha, the pure non-attachment, life will happen, life will flower so beautifully in us because we can exist. We know we exist completely independent of that object, that person. We will allow that person to flower. A pure non-violent relationship can only happen from the space of Aparigraha. Only when we do not hold on too tight, when we do not suffocate them with our possessiveness, only then we can actually enter into a relationship with another person. From this very powerful exercise, this very moving exercise, I understand many of you might be in a very solemn mood now after this exercise, but let us not get discouraged. Let us enter into the power manifestation. Let us take this powerful shift, this emotional awakening. Let us decide powerfully to turn this release of energy into power manifestation. Whenever we transform, whenever completion happens, that is the best time to enter into power manifestation and declare our higher identity, declare our Paramashivoham beyond all the attachments, beyond all the emotional ups and downs, completely unclutched from the happenings of the matter and energy. Paramashiva simply exists as Ashutosha, easily pleased, Nityananda, eternally blissful. So let us now settle down. We are going to enter into another round of body scan.
Yes, so while in the previous rounds we scanned ourselves and we even scanned the acharyas, in this one we're going to ask you to connect to a friend. Connect to a friend and scan them for any discomfort they might be experiencing. So take a few moments, take a few minutes and find a friend, connect to a friend. It doesn't matter where they are, whether they're right there next to you, whether they're in another part of town, in another country. Connect to a friend and scan them for any discomfort they might feel at the present moment. So please take a few moments, a few minutes, and just a couple of minutes, and connect to a friend. If you're unable to connect, so for some people it might be very late to call a friend at this particular time. It might be very, very late, like in India or in the Chinese world. So you can ask for someone in the chat if you can scan them and they can scan you, so you can scan each other. So please post in the chat box whether if you need a partner, whether you'd like to partner up with someone. So Ma Olga, wrote she needs a partner.
Yes, requesting all the other Zoom room participants to also come on camera and join us for this round of the power manifestation. You see, some people are on camera. Ma Nitya Guru Prasadini, Ma Saroj, Shri Jaya Kumar Sundaramurti, Ma Agama Priya Chen Hai Hoi. Thank you for coming back on camera. Let us get ready for the power manifestation. Connect to a partner, be it of your teamily or here in the Zoom chat. Rajendra Babu, make sure you first connect, inform the other person that you are scanning them for any discomfort they might be experiencing, and naturally tell them not to tell you the discomfort. Happily people will do that, but you should be able to scan them without any indication. So actually it is good to connect with people here in the Zoom room because you would not know their medical conditions, their medical history. So make sure to share here in the Zoom chat if you want to connect with another partner. And once you have your partner, simply connect to Swamiji.
Yes, so requesting everyone to please find a partner in the chat room itself. So far we have Ma Olga that has requested for a partner. So a request, Rajendra Babu Aya, Ma Chen Hai Hui, Ma Agama Priya, Ma Nitya Parashakti, and Jai Kumar Aya, and Ma Saroj. Please find a partner. So make sure you partner up, find a partner in the chat room. Ma Sui Lang as well. Please find a partner in the chat room and partner up for this power manifestation. Also request Ma Anadyanta, if you're with us, please come on camera. Ma Annie, if you're with us, please come on camera. Ma Ananda Agora Rupini, please come on camera. And Sri Mahas Sharabeshwara and Yuen Chung Aya, please come on camera. And let's take part in this power manifestation session. Also Manitya Guru Prashadi Joyce, if you're there with us, please come on camera and let's take part in this. Alright, so we have Lopo Yu Aya, will partner with Ma Olga. So we also have Jakumar Aya that requires a partner. Rajendra Babu Aya, maybe you can partner up with Jakumar Aya. And Ma Agama Priya, maybe you can partner up with Ma Chen Hai Hui. Oh, okay, so Jakumar Aya has partnered up with Ma Chen Hai Hui. So Ma Agama Priya, if you could partner up with Rajendra Babu Aya, please. And do we have who we have left? Ma Sui Lang, are you with us? Ma Sui Lang, if you're taking part in this power manifestation, can you please give us a thumbs up so we know? Ma Sui Lang, Ma Nitya Shanta Yogamai. Alright.
Okay, so let us get ready to enter into the power manifestation. Connect to Swamiji, sit with your head, neck and spine in a straight line. If you can, sit in Padmasana or Vajrasana. These will align your spine, these will make your spine very straight and allow the flow of energy freely. If it is not possible for you to enter into this posture right now, that is okay, you can sit in any comfortable position, but just be informed that this is the optimal position to manifest the power. Just connect to Swami.
It's just, if anyone still doesn't have a partner, then you can always scan us, you can always scan the acharyas. So ideally, find a partner amongst yourselves, within the group. If you are unable to find a partner, so if you're still left without a partner, you can scan the acharyas. So please go ahead.
And visualize Swamiji in your inner space with a sweet smile. Connect to Swamiji in the form that you can relate with the most. If you have a sweet memory that you want to cherish, hold it in your inner space. If you have a powerful cognition you want to hold on, like static matter, dynamic activity, and strategic existence are one and the same. And the strategic existence has power over the static matter. Any of the powerful cognitions, Paramashivoham, I am Paramashiva, that itself is such a powerful cognition that you have to chew on it, you have to churn in your inner space, and then it manifests as powers. So you can always take the aid of the Living Enlightenment book, just open any page, read any line, and you will receive the powerful cognition that will help you to manifest the power now. If you already have a powerful cognition in mind, you can just hold that, apply it to your inner space, and decide, let me cognize this, let me alter my very brain chemistry to function on the bliss, on the powerfulness. And from this powerful declaration, allow Swamiji to flow through in the form of the revelation that the partner needs. Request Swamiji to reveal any discomfort the person is feeling. Many times you will see along with that information either the source of that discomfort or the solution will also be revealed. Don't try to push for anything, don't try to understand what is being revealed. See, sometimes you might just see colors, or you might hear a sound. You have some experience which you cannot cognize. How is this related to a discomfort? Don't judge. Simply write down everything. And when it comes to the end of this power manifestation, share everything. You don't know. Maybe the person can relate exactly with that color. Maybe a recent experience has happened to that person. So write it down without any judgment. Allow Swamiji to express through you. Chant the Mahavakya. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Let Paramashiva manifest. Let Paramashiva Shakti manifest. Let the ailment of the person be revealed to you. Let the solution be revealed. And let us now enter into this round of the power manifestation.
राजाधिराजाय प्रशक्यशाकिने नमो वयं वै श्रवणाय कुर्महे क्षमे कामान् कामकामाय मह्यं कामेश्वरो वै श्रवणो ददातु कुबेराय वैश्रवणाय महाराजाय नमः
சனடி போற்றி சிவன் சேவடி போற்றி நேயத்தே நிந்தரி மலனடி போற்றி மாயப்பிறப்பருக்கும் மன்னனடி போற்றி சீரார் பெரும் துறையினம் தேவனடி போற்றி ஆராத இன்பம் அருளும் மலை போற்றி ஈசனே சிந்தை கவர வந்த நேசனே நீ வருவாய் பூவோடு கனிகளை கொண்டு உன்னை பூஜித்தோம் அருள் தருவாய். கலி என்னும் கடலினில் மூழ்கிட்டேயும் இனி கரம் தந்து காத்திட்டு கருணை பொய்கையில் அலர்ந்திட்ட அலவத்மம் போல உன் திருவடியில் வாழ்ந்திட நித்தரின் வாராய். அருணாச்சலனே நீ வாராய், அகண்ட ஜோதியனே வாராய், அல்லல் நீக்கிடவே வாராய். அகிலம் போற்றுகின்ற ஈசனே, சிந்தை கவர்ந்த நேசனே, நீ வருவாய். ஒடு கனிகளை கொண்டு பூஜித்தோம், அருள் தருவாய். சூலமும் மெய்யினில் வில்வமும் நிறையாக்கடல் நீர் குடியோடு தரிசனம் அருளவா. செம்பொன் மாழ சிற்றவை தனிலே சிந்தை கவர்ந்த உன்னை சிக்கன பிடித்தேனே.
மண்ணும் புகழ் பெறும் நான் வரை நாயகா, மதியனில் நிறைந்திடுவாய். மதி உணராதவர்க்கு மதி உணர் செய்திட வான்மழு நீ ஏந்திவா.
அறவாடிட சூழ்ந்திட சேர நீ வருவாய். அகம் உணர்ந்திட புறம் மகிழ்ந்திட புலித்தோலோடு நீ வருவாய். விமுக்தி காரணே நாதிகேச திவ்ய பிரம்மரூபனே, மீனாட்சி சக்தி சகித சுந்தரேசனே, அண்ணாமலை உதித்த நித்யநந்தனே. சித்து அச்சித்தெல்லாம் முன்னாலே இயக்கும் முன்னாலே உந்தன் கண்ணாலே சிகையில் அணிந்திட்ட மதியாலே மதியின் மொழியாலே தெளிந்திடும் வழியாலே ஜீவன் முக்தி பெற விழைந்தோமே, திருவடியை தொழுதோமே. வேள்வியாகினாய் கேள்வியாகினாய், கேள்வி காண பதிலுமாகினாய். ஒளியாகினாய் உலகுமாகினாய், அதுமாகி அருள்படை தரும் கர்ம விதைகள் தீர்க்கும் காசிநாதனே. எங்கள் கர்மம் போக்கி எம்மையாலும் நேசனே, ஏகாந்தமாக ஏக பாதம் தூக்கியே மணியாரை காக்க வேண்டும் நித்யநந்தனே. சிந்தை கவர வந்த நேசனே, நீ வருவாய்.
நமஸ்தே அஸ்து லம்போதராய ஏகதந்தாய விக்ன விநாசினே சிவசுதாய ஸ்ரீவரதமூர்த்தயே நமோ நமः.
लंबोदरा नित्य गजानना, लंबोदरा नित्य गजानना, लंबोदरा नित्य गजानना, लंबोदरा नित्य गजानना. पार्वती नंदन परमदयाकर, पार्वती नंदन परमदयाकर, पार्वती पार्वती नंदन परम दयाकर पार्वती नंदन परम दयाकर लंबोदरा नित्य गजानना लंबोदरा नित्य गजानना बंद विमोचन भव भय वंचन 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 प्रणव स्वरूपा हे नित्यानंदन प्रणव स्वरूपा हे नित्यानंदन प्रणव स्वरूपा हे नित्यानंदन प्रणव स्वरूपा हे नित्यानंदन पाहि प्रभो मां पाहि गज
Yes, welcome back. You can relax now. So now let's have a look. Let's have a look at the results. So you've scanned each other, or if you haven't found a partner within the room, then we asked you to, we said you could scan ourselves as well. So now tell us how you went in terms of scanning your partner for discomforts. So please share with us in the chat box. Were you able to scan accurately? Did you manifest this power? Please let us know. Share with us, and also share us your experience in manifesting this power.
Yes, make sure you share everything with your partner and verify your power manifestation. Be as detailed as descriptive, whatever you have received. So we're going to give a few moments for everyone to share.
Yes, so for those of you who have come late, so this is the power manifestation segment. We ask participants to connect to a partner, and through the power of the third eye and through the feeling connection, the oneness, feeling of oneness with the divine, to scan the partner for any ailments, any discomforts. So we're just going to give it a couple more minutes for participants to scan each other. Meanwhile, if you have already scanned each other and you have the results, you verified with your partner, do let us know the results as well. So please take a moment and let us know in the chat.
Yes, all the Zoom participants who are not on camera right now, come back on camera and share the results of your power manifestation with your partner. And maybe we'll just enter into a second round of power manifestation. What do you guys think? We can continue this power manifestation for some time. Lopo, you just saw some heavy-heartedness and some seriousness at times, with active mind, imagination that may bring fear, insecurity, worry, and doubt. The solution is to face up, look in, and make a list. Beautiful. Thank you for sharing. Ma Chen Hai Hui also shared.
Yes, Ma Chen Hai Hui shared, scanning my partner, his heart chakra is quite congested due to a tense relationship with his partner, which leads to strained interpersonal relationships and headaches. My advice to you is to let love flow, open your heart, and do more open mind meditation. So, did you check, Ma, did you check with the partner? So what's the partner, did the partner have, can relate to what you're sharing, Ma? Alright, so, yes. Jayakumar, I think if you're just reading, yeah.
Yes. Ma Olga, can you relate to what Lopu Yu has shared here in the chat? Please let us know. Same for Jayakumar, please share if you can resonate with the revelation in this power manifestation. So Jayakumar is sharing that yes, he can relate to what was read by Ma Chen Hai Hui. Great. So definitely celebrate the manifestation and make sure that you apply the revelations from the third eye. See, whenever we receive a reading of this kind, make sure to immediately follow the advice, follow the revelations, and see how the breakthrough will manifest. It is directly Paramashiva revealing through your partner. So simply apply whatever you receive and see the immediate breakthrough, the immediate benefit that you can receive, and the breakthrough for your life itself. Yes. So
Lopo Yu Aya is also sharing. Thanks for scanning and sharing. I do have a little itchiness in the throat. Wearing light green, having light green tea. So maybe you saw that. Nice one. So I assume you've had a private message with scanning Ma Olga. Yeah. Okay.
Yes. Please make sure to share the messages public, so we can also communicate the power manifestation.
Yes.
Share it with everyone. When you have a breakthrough, when there is a revelation from the third eye, don't keep it to yourself. Share it. This will not only enrich others, this will also make the experience more permanent in you. You have to build the confidence to stand with your manifestation.
Alright, so now let's have a second round of power manifestation. So now let's pick another partner. So rotate partners in the group, in the chat. Find another partner, and we'll be doing the scan once again for each other. So requesting participants to take a moment and identify another partner.
Yes, great. As the Zoom participants are connecting to partners, let us get ready. Requesting everyone to please be on camera throughout this powerful process. Rajendra Babu is also looking for a partner. So please connect in the chat. They will not be able to see you on camera here, so you have to send a message in the chat. Yes.
So make sure it's a different partner, so not the same partner from the first round. We're connecting to a different partner now.
Yes.
Yes, Rajendra Babu, you can scan the acharyas. So if you haven't got a partner, you can scan the acharyas. So we have Jai Kumar Aya and Ma Olga, and we have Lopo Yu Aya and Ma Chen Hai Hui. And Rajendra Babu Aya, you can scan us. Okay. So once again, let's come to the space of oneness. Let's have Swamiji now in a space. Feel Swamiji expanding into our inner space. Feel the love. Feel the love that Swamiji is radiating. Feel the energy. And from this space of oneness, from this recognition that we are all interconnected, we are all one, let's scan the other person through our third eye. And let's see any discomfort they are feeling. So let's go ahead now. We'll be playing the oneness capsule to help you connect to Swamiji.
With a blue color. She describes Ganesha with 3 eyes. And Mummatachuvadu means the 3 muscles on the forehead. She describes as Mummatachuvadu. She is just describing the beautiful form of Ganesha. 2 big ears and the long hair, glowing in golden color. A beautiful sacred thread on the chest. O my Lord, who is beyond any description or words, Swarpadam Kadanda Turiyamenyana. Turiya means the 4th state. Please understand, waking, dream and the deep sleep are 3 states known to all human beings. There is something called 4th state which you experience during Kundalini awakening, the wakeful at the same time mind not functioning, which we call it restful awareness. So, the restful awareness is what Vedic tradition describes as Turiya, the 4th state. She says, Ganesha appears in this form only when you reach Turiya, which is beyond the Swarpadam, the word, and the state. So, verbalization or visualization cannot describe the beauty of the 4th state. O Lord, who is established in the 4th state, who gives darshan only when you are established in 4th state. So, she is inspiring all of us to experience the 4th state, to achieve the direction of Ganesha. Paramashivoham Om Nityananda 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 Paramashivoham
Paramashivoham Om Nityananda 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 Paramashivoham Om Nityananda.
Yes, you can relax now. So take a moment and verify with your partner.
What BMC?
Just check with your partner now. Share with them what you scanned, what you received in your third eye.
Make sure to share all the details, everything that you've been revealed during this round of the power manifestation. And confirm with your partner in the chat.
Yes, make sure you share it in the public chat so we can see how you went, how you manifested this power. Yes, so we have some sharing from local view, Aya. So some inner tension, stress and suppressed emotions, carrying past hurts and pain, including guilt and shame. Solution is powerful cognition shifts, completion and unclutching. Yes, so Ma Chen Hai Hui, if you can also share your revelations for local you, Aya, and confirm whether what local you, Aya, has shared resonates with you, whether that feels like the right response, the right scan.
Yes, please share, everyone, what you have been revealed. completing with all the participants for the noise in the background, but the Ganesh Chaturthi celebrations are going on, there's hustling and bustling all around. So, completing with the noise in the background. But Shenhai Hui has shared, I scanned that you just had a flight with a girl, right? Then you were having a romantic relationship with another girl and you were very happy. Actually, you are a quite happy and mischievous person. You are very excited today. I'm currently having some choices and considerations in my work or future. Okay, in this round, we're supposed to scan for the
for any ailments or any discomforts that the partner has. So we were scanning for anything, perhaps like if there's anything, any pain. So I guess pain can be in the heart as well. Romantic relationship pain, yes. But let's scan for physical pain as well, physical discomfort. Yes. Rajendra Babu Aya shares, I don't know whether it is imagined or not. Aya, do not have any doubts. So the first thing for power manifestation, drop any doubt. The power manifestation will not happen with doubt. So whenever you have doubt, please just drop it. Do not engage the mind, do not engage the logic. So whatever you are seeing, just trust it. So just trust it and pen it down straight away. So Acharya is thinking about Ganapati celebration, yes, participating in the music team. He's past and he came from media. If not correct, please explain once how to scan properly.
So definitely thinking about the celebrations and participating in the music team. Yes, actually that led to some discomfort for me this morning. I wanted to attend the bhajans, but because I was late in the morning, I was very busy. I was not able to participate. So that is definitely correct. Thinking about the past, that happens. Yes, come from media.
Yes, well done, Aya. And once again, please do not engage the mind, do not engage the logic. Power manifestation has nothing to do with logic. The mind will just get in the way. So don't engage logic, just trust what you see. Just say, hey, this is what I'm seeing, let's go with it. Simple, nothing else.
Yes, Lopo, you has shared. Thanks for sharing. Maybe what you saw was from the previous exercise where we had to visualize living our life without that person. Definitely, I feel that is still something that might be in people's inner space. Raining, I will be back. All right, Aya.
Yes, thank you, Aya. Olga Scan said correctly.
Beautiful.
Yes, thank you, Ma.
Throughout the manifestation, everyone has definitely resonated with the manifestation of their partner. So thank you all for sharing and participating actively in this power manifestation. What a beautiful session. We are now going to move on to a Jnana segment with Swamiji, where he's sharing about true knowledge. So let us look in, let us be receptive to receive true knowledge. And what is the difference between false knowledge and true knowledge? Let us listen from Swamiji directly as he's sharing the powerful conditions.
Yes, and just before we go, we'll pass you over to the next Acharyas as well. So thank you very much for being with us. Thank you for participating in, I understand it's very late for some of you. So well done to you. Congratulations for all your hard work. And we shall see you tomorrow.
Yes. Nityananda.
Nityananda.
Today's topic is true knowledge. Everybody, every master, every spiritual person claims what they are teaching is the true knowledge. How to find out what we are hearing is the true knowledge? There should be a scale for satya. There should be a scale for truth. What is truth? There should be definition. There should be clear idea with which we can find out whether it is truth or not. Mahavira is giving the touchstone, definition of satya here. Today we are going to enter into the Satya Sutra. He is giving the techniques, methods to find out what you are listening is a true knowledge or not. Through these beautiful sutras, before entering into the Mahavira Sutras, I wanted to discuss few things about this truth so that you will understand the greatness of Mahavira's words. See, one beautiful thing is Mahavira has lived Kshatriya life, the life of a king. To tell you honestly, if somebody has renounced the life of a king, he has seen the truth in reality. Please understand, an ordinary beggar becoming a Swami or renouncing the world, he has nothing to renounce. He has nothing to renounce. You can't even say he has renounced the world or he has achieved something. No. A king renouncing, that is the greatness. King achieving. One more thing, when a king achieves enlightenment, even his expression will be very sharp and to the core, to the point. He will speak to the point because basically he is brought up without fear. King is a guy who only creates fear in others. He doesn't have fear. He doesn't bother. He is not going to use the socially polite words. But a guy who was poor or a beggar or a person who lived in forest, even if he becomes enlightened, he will not talk the truth completely. He has to use the socially polite words. He can't tell the truth which goes against the vested interests of society or king. But when a king becomes enlightened, he doesn't bother. He says the truth in the best way. He presents the truth as it is. Here, the best expression is happening because Mahavira was king. See, one more thing, when you live a life with wealth and richness, you know all the secrets of human mind. Understand? Wealth gathers around you only when you know the secrets of human mind. How to handle human beings who are coming in front of you. Only a person who knows the basic secrets of human mind will acquire wealth, will become a leader. Only he can be a leader. Here Mahavira lived the life of a leader and expressing the truth of enlightenment. Very rare combination. Very rare combination. There are many different expressions by different masters. One, the person who was a beggar or who has never seen the world, just lived a life in forest and did meditation, became enlightened. His enlightenment will be the same, but his expression will not be sharp because his constitution or his mind, his inner software is not created based on fearlessness. One more thing, even after enlightenment, when you settle into the body, when you want to teach, you use the same mental setup which you left. You may not have the greed and fear which that mental setup was having earlier, before its enlightenment, but the setup will be the same. The software programming will be the same. Understand? This is an important revelation which you need to understand. Only then you will be able to appreciate the greatness of Mahavira's expression. If a beggar becomes enlightened, he may not have the fear or greed which he had before enlightenment, but the mental setup of living without possessing anything, or the mental setup of living by begging will be the same. So he has to use that mental setup only to teach, to relate with the world. Understand? The mental setup which you created after enlightenment also, you use the same mental setup. Only one difference, after enlightenment, if you want you can use, otherwise you can drop. You may have that freedom, but the mental setup, the software itself will be same. Here, Mahavira is having the best software to express enlightenment. The fearless leader software, through which he can see the depth and express it. The one thing what I expressed, that people who did not have anything, renounced the life, became enlightened. There are so many millions of examples I can give for this. Second, people who became enlightened but did not renounce after enlightenment. Example, Krishna, Janaka, all these great masters, they lived as kings, became enlightened, but they continued to live as kings. This is a second kind of a mental setup. One more thing, in this the difficulty is, they will express the truth with a clear software, with more clarity, better than the first group. Better than the first group, example is all rishis who lived in forest and became enlightened. They have never seen the world. So that is the first group. The second group, who lived as kings, became enlightened, but again continued to be as kings. Here the big problem is, their teachings is interpreted, experienced, understood by the people who have vested interests. Understand? When you are talking to your ministers, even if they don't understand, they have to listen. But Mahavir has no captive audience. Mahavir is not talking to captive audience. When Krishna is speaking to his ministers, when he is teaching to Arjuna, practically they are captive audience. Even if Arjuna doesn't want, he can't escape from Krishna. He has to listen because he is receiving some service from Krishna. When your boss makes some joke, you have to laugh. You can't do anything about it. You have to. Same way, when Janak is teaching, his whole court has to listen. They are captive audience. So, the person who is listening, whether he agrees or not, he has to listen. So, complete truth expression is not possible. It's not possible. I don't sit with my ashramites and take these spiritual classes. I give them only the instructions what to do. They ask me, what is this, Swamiji? You are not sitting and talking to us like this Shiva Sutras or Jain Sutras and all these sutras. I tell them, Arey, you guys are captive audiences. Whatever I talk, you have to listen. No other way. That way, truth can never be expressed. Truth cannot be expressed to a person who is bound to listen. Truth can be expressed only to a person who has got the freedom to doubt and question. who has got the freedom to doubt. See, you have a freedom, you can doubt me, and you have a freedom, you can put a question, you have a freedom to go out. Only to you, truth can be delivered. Truth can be delivered in its purest form only to a person who is not receiving anything else from a master. If you receive something else from me, apart from truth, you may be sitting here for that. You can't receive the truth. You are not qualified to receive the truth. Here, the whole thing, if you see, has come in a beautiful way. Mahavira is the ultimate category. Was king who became enlightened and renounced the kingdom. He is teaching, sitting on the platform as Satya. Only one thing is holding him, Satya. He doesn't have the title. He doesn't have any other title like a king. No. He is heard by the people just because he is enlightened. See, after enlightenment, if you are sitting on the throne of a king, people may hear you because you are king. You don't know what for he is sitting. You don't know why he is listening. You can't say people are sitting just because you are enlightened. They may be sitting because you are a king. There may be some other reason for you to sit. In India, during all our rituals, means the homas, yajnas, yaga, we give free food. But I never give free food during meditation programs. Because people may be sitting for food. I will not know whether they are sitting there to listen meditation or enlightenment or for food. I tell them give free food during yaga, during rituals, not during meditation. It is a disrespect to meditation. I don't want that. There should not be anything else associated with the spiritual truth. No. If you associate anything else with the spiritual truth, the possibility is there. The truth will not be heard properly. It will not be received properly. Here, Mahavir is talking to people who are not bound to him in any way. Who are not bound to him in any way. Seekers. One more thing. Seekers are the most dangerous people. Because you can't bind them. You can't bind them. And there is nothing which can bind them. You can bind them only by love and gratitude. So you can't even use the word binding. It can't be even a bondage. You can keep them together only based on love and gratitude. Here he is talking to a community of seekers who are not receiving anything else from him but truth. They are not there for anything else except truth. And he is not carrying any title. He has renounced all the titles. So nobody is sitting in front of him because he has got some title. Because he is a king of some place or he is somebody. No. People are sitting in front of him just to listen to the truth. He is a pure being without any personality, without any title. See, the word persona comes from a Greek root. In those days, the drama actors, they will use masks. That mask only is called persona. Personality means the mask which you are using. Janak has got mask. He is a king. Ashtavakra has to listen to him. No other way. Or the Sugabrahma, sorry, not Ashtavakra. Ashtavakra actually taught Janaka. Sugabrahma came to listen from Janaka. Sugabrahma has to listen because Janaka is a king. Sukhbrahma is a captive audience. Is captured. He has to. Whenever a king speaks, you can't tell anything. But here, with Mahavir, there is no other relationship except the master and seeker. The purity of relationship is important to maintain the purity of the teaching, purity of the truth. And one more thing, Mahavir has no vested interest. He is not talking to his people to make them do something. No. There is no ulterior motive. There is no goal. Whatever is said and done, Krishna has got a motive to deliver Gita. All he needs is Arjuna has to fight now. So he has to talk. He has to express the truth in such a way that Arjuna will start fighting. There is an ulterior motive. And not only that, Krishna is running a community. He is running a kingdom. So naturally, his words has to be heard. So the purity of relationship is not there. One more thing, Arjuna was thinking himself as a friend. That's why in Gita he says, Krishna, forgive me. I thought you are my friend. Hey Krishna, hey Yadava, hey Shaketi. I called you as Yadava by your community name. I called you as my friend because he was thinking as a friend. So the purity of relationship is not there. You can't deliver a truth to your friend. You can deliver a truth only to a seeker. Here, the best mental setup, best software, and the greatest enlightenment, greatest experience of enlightenment, and right persons with the right attitude sitting in front of Mahavir. So the best truth is being delivered. True knowledge is coming out. He is giving us the scale. He is teaching us what is Satya and how to find out whether something is truth or not. One more thing, even Patanjali, the greatest scientist of the inner world, says Apta Pramana, the words of an enlightened beings can be accepted as a truth. So that can be considered as a scale. If an enlightened being says, you can take it for granted, it is truth. But Mahavir says no. He doesn't even want to say that anything told by an enlightened being is truth. No. Because who knows whether somebody is enlightened or not? God doesn't give certificate. What to do? We don't have a certificate. So Mahavir goes a step further. He is not accepting Apta Pramana. He is not accepting Vedas are the ultimate truth. No. Apta is not accepted in Buddhism and in Jainism. Both religions, Apta Pramana is not accepted. Apta Pramana means the words of the enlightened ones. No. They say everything should be scrutinized. There is no such thing as Apta Pramana. There is no such thing as words of the enlightened beings. No. Everything has to be scanned. Everything has to be analyzed. He is giving beautiful teachings to find out what is truth and which is true knowledge. One more thing, please understand, this true knowledge, this is like a touchstone. If you use the sutras and analyze all your decisions which runs your life, all your ideas which is base for your life, you will achieve Satya. Lord so says, if you are established in truth, you don't have to do any spiritual practice. If you understand this one sutra and redefine all your decisions, ideas, concepts about your life, you don't need to practice any spiritual discipline. You are enlightened this moment. All you need to do is redefine all your ideas. See, there are only few pillars on which your life is standing. Your life is established. Your desires, your idea about yourself, means positioning yourself. How you position yourself in the inner world. Understand, I am not talking about how you position yourself in the outer world. That all of you know it's not worthy. Not only that, it's a pure lies. All of you know whatever you may talk about yourself to others, but you don't believe that. You may make others to believe. You really don't believe. Just look inside. You can laugh at yourself. I always tell people, really, when you sit alone and start thinking what all you project as you, actually if you really believe what all you project as you, by now you would have become enlightened. Because Ramakrishna says, Man Muk Ek Karo, means the mind and the words, if you make it as one, you are enlightened. If you believe what you speak about you, you are enlightened. Actually, whatever you speak about you, start believing that in a strong way is also a spiritual practice. Whatever you are talking about you, I am this, I am that, you don't know me, all those things you start believing. But the difficulty is you won't believe, that's the problem. When you try to believe also, your mind will tell, you can talk all these things to others, not to me. If at all you can, people come to me. Many times I have seen, they come to me and they just wanted to throw their weight to impress me. And they come and tell me, you know, I am this, I am doing that, I do so many philanthropical activities, I do this, I do that, I have so much wealth and I give so much and all those things. At the end of the conversation, I ask them only one thing. Sir, do you really believe now whatever you said? They say, what? Yes, we do believe, that's why we are talking to you. I tell them, do this only one thing as a spiritual practice. Go back. Now whatever you told me, write it down. Again and again, help yourself to believe that. That's enough. Either you should tune your mind to your walk, or you should tune your walk to your mind. Either you should tune your words to your mind, or tune your mind to your words. Some one thing, all Ramakrishna says is, let your word and mind be tuned. You can do anything. Either talk only what you believe as you, or believe what you talk as you, what you talk about you. Then you won't have pus. You won't have cancer. The gap between the words and what you believe, that space is what I call cancer or depression. If you are carrying a depression in you, be very clear, you have that gap between your words and your being, between your words and what you believe. If you can remove that gap, you will not have the tumor which I call depression. See, any person who does not have depression is enlightened. If you are not enlightened, be very clear, you carry depression. The gap between your word and what you believe as you. The other day, one of our devotees was telling me, another one devotee who saw this latest movie, Secret movie, he came and told him, I became enlightened from today. And the guy who was talking to him, he is a strong intellectual guy. He took him to task. Within 10 minutes, that fellow lost the enlightenment. He was trying to convince himself for years or months that he is enlightened. This fellow took away his enlightenment in 10 minutes. He is only telling others he is enlightened. He himself is not able to believe. Because anybody can come and talk to you and in 10 minutes you lose your enlightenment. Then what kind of enlightenment? Either you should have courage to really believe what you are talking, or talk only what you believe. See, one thing, important thing, this is an important truth which you should know. Sometime you may radiate enlightenment without even knowing the word enlightenment. I have seen in Himalayas, there was a great Mahatma, one Naga Baba. Naga Baba means doesn't wear clothes. I had the fortune to be at his feet for 6 months. I was blessed, fortunate enough to be at his feet. He will always be smoking ganja. What do you call? Marijuana. Huh? You may think that how can a person who is smoking ganja be enlightened? That's what I also thought. When I went to serve him, you see, traditionally you are supposed to serve elderly sadhus to achieve enlightenment. So before my enlightenment, I was serving. Wherever I see some elderly sadhu, I'll go and sit at his feet. I'll give them whatever food I can collect and give, beg and give, and wash their vessels, and whatever little help, small help I can do, I used to do. One thing I was surprised, I have never seen him eating. No food and no water, except ganja, nothing else. I was shocked. But such a pleasing person, I don't have any word. When you go and sit around him, you will feel so beautiful. And you will feel like sitting around him because he was so innocent. He is not even aware he is innocent. He is not even aware he is innocent. I have never seen him wearing any clothes. He is a Avaduta, Naga, no clothes. And he is not even bothered. He is not bothered about anything around the world. Anything which is happening around him in the world is just in a high state of samadhi. One day I asked him, Baba, you are such a great person, why are you smoking ganja? And don't you think it is an immoral thing? And people will start smoking, seeing you. And already they are doing. They want only some reference. They want only some reference. And especially a person with a reverence, if he becomes a reference, then you can do anything. I asked him. He said that beautiful word. Fool, you think that a big elephant can be tied inside a small hut? I can't live inside the body without any desire. So I have to just dull myself. Understand? When he said, I saw the authenticity. The other guy also, one more guy came and spoke to me. He said, Swamiji, I am also smoking to put me inside the body. I told him, do whatever that Naga Baba is doing, then do this also. He doesn't wear clothes, he doesn't eat, he doesn't drink. You also do all those things. Then do these things. Then you can justify. You can't just do whatever you want unless it becomes your experience. One important thing I saw in him, when he was telling that I had to dull myself, it was an authentic truth. His mind and his words were in one line. Not only that, when you live around him, you realize He is established in Satya. He is established in truth, not for any vested interests. See, if somebody doesn't eat or smoke, if somebody doesn't eat or drink, they would have made a big business out of that power. But I have never seen him making big fuss about it. If people ask him, why you don't eat, Baba? He says, who will get up and go and cook and eat? Forget about it. He will not even show that it is a big power. You won't even see that ego, that he lives without food and water. No. When you are really established in truth, you will not be aware of your own powers. You will only radiate, but you will not know those words. I asked him, what is Atmajnana? He does not even know that word, but he is an Atmajnani. What to do? He is radiating Atmajnana. He is radiating enlightenment, but he doesn't know the word. And he said, I am fortunate I did not learn about Brahman. I achieved Brahmajnana because I did not learn those words. Same way Ramana Maharshi. When people ask him, what is the Brahmajnana, what is the Atmajnana? He said, I am fortunate I did not learn those words before my enlightenment. Because learning some words may postpone your enlightenment. Sometimes learning too many words will postpone your enlightenment. I always tell people, never read any book which is written by an unenlightened person. Don't read anything which is written by an unenlightened person. No. Because you may create words which will stop your enlightenment. You will create a negative software which is not supporting the enlightenment process. Enlightened person's words will create a positive software in you which is constantly inspiring you towards enlightenment. See, in the end, all enlightened masters will be pushing you towards sadhana, towards enlightenment. One of the Ramakrishna's disciples, his name is Brahmananda. He says, if you read Ramakrishna's words, there is a beautiful book called Kathamrita, Sri Ramakrishna Kathamrita, we call in English Gospel of Sri Ramakrishna. He says, if you read that book every day for 1 year, I assure you will have the darshan of the ultimate. You will experience enlightenment. You will be shocked. How can a person assure? How can a person say that enlightenment in 1 year, guaranteed? I tell you, when you read these master's words again and again, when you listen these great master's words again and again, you create a new software, you create a new mental setup, which reminds you the ultimate truth again and again, which inspires you towards that higher ideal again and again. Every day you are again put on the track. You are again inspired to run. You are again given the enthusiasm to take up the journey. It's like a everyday inspiration, and it creates a new mental setup. It is true, when you read or listen to the master's words for 1 year, and 1 year is too much time. 1 year is enough to create a mental setup which will radiate enlightenment. It's like there is a light. In every one of you, that light is there. In front of the light, if there is a wall, that light can't shine. If there is a glass, that light can penetrate and it can shine. Putting glass instead of wall is reading enlightened beings' words. As of now, you have a big wall. In front of your light, the Swayam Prakasa Jyoti, the self-effulging light, which is inside your being. You have put big wall. That wall is your mind. If you just put a glass instead of that wall. The glass means the mental setup which can allow that light to express itself. The mental setup which does not block or stop that light expressing itself. You will see that enlightenment is radiating through your senses. It is radiating through your being. See, I can't even say enlightenment needs to be achieved. No. Your senses are supposed to be purified so that that light can penetrate and express through it. That's all. All of you are having it. No doubt about it. All you need to do is purify your body and mind so that you can allow that to express through it, so that it can radiate. Nothing else needs to be done. The purifying mechanism or the alchemy process, you can't even call as mechanism, alchemy process is what I call flooding yourself with this truth, Satya. Vivekananda says, flood your whole being with the truth. Whatever can be washed away, let it be washed away. The earlier they are washed away, better for you and the people who are around you. See one thing, if you have a clear idea about what you believe as you and what you talk about you, what you express as you and what you believe as you will attract that same kind of people around you and you will live completely ease. See, one thing, there is no such thing as morality. If you have the wrong ideas about morality, only then you need to hide what you are and you need to project what you want, what people want you. You need to project yourself as society expects you to be. If you have the wrong ideas about morality, the only one thing you need to understand is just be what you are. This is the ultimate morality. If you lose some friends because of that, perfectly alright, nothing wrong. It is better to lose your friends than yourself. If you present yourself as your friends want you to be, you will lose you. You are more valuable than your friends. Understand? One more important thing. If you start talking about you which is not you, by and by you will get confused. Who are you? Now really. See, whatever you speak continuously, you start believing that as a truth. That's a big difficulty. Really, take this as a simple spiritual practice and try to do. Just 10 days again and again tell everybody that you are a honest person, you are a person with the truth, you are a person with the truth. Just continuously, even if they are not ready to listen, you talk. Just say, after 10 days you will start really believing it.
I bless you all. Let you all open all.
Yes, Nityananda. So, what a powerful video where Swamiji in detail described about, he talks about the life of Mahavira himself, and he talks about Naga Sadhu whom he met. He had the fortune to meet the Naga Sadhu, and he told many the mindset of the enlightened being. Mahavira, he was a king before he got enlightened and renounced everything. So Swamiji talks about the mindset, the mental setup before enlightenment. What you carry, only from that you will function. So as Mahavira was a king, he had the mental setup of the king. That is the space of a victory. And after that he got enlightened. So Swamiji talks elaborately about different kinds of mental setup. The one who is poor, when he gets enlightened, what kind of mental setup he will operate through. So there are many powerful cognitions through this video. I would like to request to share few of the powerful cognitions that you received. You can take a moment, then we'll be entering into a small internalization exercise. So, Swamiji talks about the true knowledge. Swamiji says, you do not believe anything. Everything scrutinize what is true. Because once you are established in truth, you will be radiating enlightenment. So, when you practice Satya, it needs your continuous alertness. When you bringing your continuous alertness, then you should renounce asatya, means non-truth. When you speak only truth and honest words, then you will be continuously be aware. If you compromise on honesty, then all other vows are questionable. Swamiji is very, very clear about this. So when you are compromising on the honesty, you are questionable. Other vows that you have taken are questionable. If you compromise on the honesty, you are gone. You cannot be helped. Then you will allow other possible negativity to happen in you.
Yes. So let's start to reflect on this. Let's look at all the dimensions of our life in which we are not living the truth. It could be even in the form of casual words, casual expressions, statements that we make to the people around us about ourselves. Sometimes it could be even as simple as you don't want to offend someone, tell something that the other person could take wrongly according to you, and so you may just adjust the words that you give, not to tell something that they would disprove or dislike. So like this, there will be what we would think as small patterns, small statements that we make, that finally, if we put all of them together, we see that our life is filled with many false statements, and we start creating that kind of ecosystem and relationships around us. And finally, we are trapped because now whenever we face these people, these relationships in our lives, then we have to continuously sustain these wrong statements that we make, these wrong identities that we have now created. So let's take a look and let's see, in all the major dimensions, major areas of our lives, what all false statements we have made, what all wrong false words we have uttered towards others, and let us see how it constrains us finally. And once we realize, once we understand all of these, naturally we will be free from them, and we can just decide to realign back to the truth. So let's start penning down. I request you now to get your pen and paper and just pen down all these words that you are able to identify in all the major dimensions of your life. So we will now begin. You can start penning down. If you have any question or doubt or anything to share about this exercise, please feel free to do so in the Zoom chat. Let's begin. So I hope that you are able to not only identify all these false words, false statements uttered, but also understand how the more we utter false words, the more we start to lose our integrity with ourselves and our inner powerfulness. And finally, it is only when we complete with these words and when we realign ourselves to the truth that we start building the space of victory inside. When we feel that we are really manifesting who we are. See, the more we utter these false words, it's like we are becoming a different person. We are not aligned to being ourselves anymore, integrated to ourselves. And finally, we suffer from it because we are not able to live how we want. Now, through this contemplation process, by understanding and becoming aware of these words, we free ourselves from them. Okay, so I hope that you are able to catch this. Maybe you can share your experience, the understandings that you gathered from this exercise in the Zoom chat. And if you have any doubts in mind that you'd like to be clarified, you can also let us know. And we'll be continuing further now into our power manifestation round. And today we've been manifesting the power of body scanning. So in this round you can try to scan somebody whom you have not yet scanned before. Maybe you can partner with someone in the Zoom whom you have not yet partnered with today. Or you can call up a family member, someone in your house, and just give them a quick understanding, set the context about what the power of the body scanning is. And then through the third eye you will be directly looking within and seeing whatever is going on inside their body, revealing what diseases they may carry, eventually revealing the solution for it, how they can be healed from it. So let us get ready to start. Please partner with someone if you haven't done it already. If you're really not able to team up with anybody, you can manifest this power on yourself as well. However, it's better to team up with someone. Both can scan each other, as you have been doing already in the previous rounds throughout the day. So please get ready, and once you have chosen your partner and ready to start, please sit with your head, neck and spine in a straight line. Connect to Swamiji in your inner space and hold on to the visualization that the power is manifesting. And okay, in the Zoom chat we have Ma Olga, who is saying that she needs a partner. Somebody else is sitting here going to start the power. You can drop a message as well in the Zoom chat. I think Rajendra Baboya has shown that he is also going to manifest this power. Just give a reply in the Zoom if you are ready to partner. And maybe you can just give a confirmation that you'll be teaming up. Okay, great. Alright. So with this we can get started. Be available on camera and sit with your head, neck and spine in a straight line. Both can scan each other at the same time. Just have your awareness on the third eye and connect to Swamiji in your inner space. Rajendra Baboya, you can be on camera during the power manifestation so that Ma Olga will be able to scan. Yes, please show that your camera is on. Thank you. So let's get ready to start. Have your awareness on the third eye and chant the Mahavakya Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. And look within the other person's body. And let Swamiji reveal whatever diseases or whatever is going on inside them, eventually revealing the solution for it as well. So we'll now be entering into this power manifestation round. We'll be playing the oneness capsule. You can watch the oneness capsule and entangle with somebody, you can also just have your eyes open, gazing straight at your partner, or have your eyes closed as well. Whatever is comfortable for you, just do that. And continuously chant the Mahavakya, Om Nityananda Paramashivoham, and let us now start with this round.
प्रशक्यशालिने नमो वयं वै श्रवणाय कुर्महे क्षमे कामाय मह्यं कामेश्वरो वै श्रवणो ददातु कुबेराय वैष्णवाय महाराजाय नमः சனடி போற்றி சிவன் சேவடி போற்றி நேயத்தே நின்றதி மலனடி போற்றி மாயப்பிறப்பருக்கும் மன்னனடி போற்றி சீரார் பெரும் துறையினம் தேவனடி போற்றி ஆராத இன்பம் அருளும் மலை போற்றி ஈசனே சிந்தை கவர்ந்த நேசனே நீ வருவாய் பூவோடு கனிகளை கொண்டு உன்னை பூஜித்தோ அருள் தருவாய் கலி என்னும் கடலினில் மூழ்கிட்டையும் இனி கரம் தந்து காத்திட்டு கருணை மழையை பொய்கையில் அலர்ந்திட்ட அலபத்மம் போல உன் திருவடியில் வாழ்ந்திட நித்தியனின் வாராய் அருணாச்சலனே நீ வாராய் அகண்ட ஜோதியனே வாராய் அல்லல் நீக்கிடவே வாராய் அகிலம் போற்றுகின்ற ஈசனே சிந்தை கவர்ந்த நேசனே நீ வருவாய் பூவோடு கனிகளை கொண்டு பூஜித்தோ அருள் தருவாய் மெய்யினில் வில்வமும் நிறையா கடல் நீர் குடியோடு தரிசனம் அருளவா செம்பொன் மாழ சிற்றவை தனிலே சிந்தை கவர்ந்த உன்னை சிக்கன பிடித்தேனே வந்தும் புகழ் பெறும் நான் வரை நாயகா மதியினில் நிறைந்திடுவாய் மதி உணராதவர்க்கு மதி உணர் செய்திட வான்மழ நீ ஏந்திவா அறவாடிட கை சூழ்ந்திட புலித்தோலோடு நீ வருவாய் காரணே நாதிகேச திவ்ய பிரம்மரூபனே மீனாட்சி சக்தி சகித சுந்தரேசனே அண்ணாமலை உதித்த நித்யநந்தனே சித்து அச்சித்தெல்லாம் முன்னாலே இயக்கும் முன்னாலே உந்தன் கண்ணாலே சிகையில் அணிந்திட்ட மதியாலே மதிலின் மொழியாலே தெளிந்திடும் வழியாலே ஜீவன் முக்தி பெற விழைந்தோமே திருவடியை தொழுதோமே நாதனே எங்கள் கர்வம் போக்கி எம்மையாலும் நேசனே ஏகாந்தமாக ஏக பாதம் தூக்கியே மணியாரை காக்க வேண்டும் நித்யநந்தனே ஈசனே சிந்தை கவர வந்தனே சனே நீ வருவாய்
Yes, you can continue to manifest. We have a few more minutes, and you can, if you desire, you can start sharing whatever you have already been revealed through the third eye. And when you are done sharing, you can again scan and see if you can see a bit more. Otherwise, just continue as you have been doing. We'll be manifesting this power for a few more minutes. So continue to be in that space and you chant the Mahavakya. Let us continue to manifest this power of the body scanning.
Namaste astu lambodharaya ekadantaya vighna vinasine shivasudaya Sri Varadamurtaye namo namaha.
लंबोदरा नित्य गजानना लंबोदरा नित्य गजानना लंबोदरा नित्य गजानना लंबोदरा नित्य गजानना पार्वती नंदन परमदयाकर पार्वती नंदन परमदयाकर पार्वती नंदन परमदयाकर पार्वती नंदन परमदयाकर लंबोदरा नित्य गजानना लंबोदरा नित्य गजानना बंद विमोचन भव भय वंचन 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 प्रणव स्वरूपा हे नित्यनूतन प्रणव स्वरूपा हे नित्यनूतन प्रणव स्वरूपा हे नित्यनूतन प्रणव स्वरूपा हे नित्यनूतन पाहि प्रभो मां पाहि गजानन 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 लंबोदरा नित्य गजानन लंबोदरा नित्य गजानन पार्वती नंदन परमदयाकर पार्वती नंदन परमदयाकर बंद विमोचन भव भय वंचन 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 प्रणव स्वरूपा हे परमदयाकर पार्वती नंदन परमदयाकर पार्वती नंदन परमदयाकर लंबोदरा नित्य गजानना लंबोदरा नित्य गजानना बंद विमोचन भवभयवाचन बंद विमोचन भवभयवाचन बंद विमोचन भवभयवाचन बंद विमोचन भवभयवाचन प्रणव स्वरूपा है नित्यनूतन प्रणव स्वरूपा है नित्यनूतन पाहि प्रभो मां पाहि गजानन पाहि प्रभो मां पाहि गजानन पाहि प्रभो मां पाहि गजानन पाहि प्रभो मां पाहि गजानन.
Welcome you guys for the Ganesha Chaturthi celebration. The celebration marks the birthday of the most important and first deity in Hindu tradition, Ganesha. The Hindu tradition says that Ganesha was made out of the sandal paste applied on Parvati's body. So she makes a child out of the sandalwood paste on her body and gives life to the child. The child is Ganesha. So today is the birthday of Ganesha. Every year on his birthday we make a form of Ganesha out of sandalwood paste and celebrate. Today we are doing that ceremony only. So along with this decoration, I will also translate and comment on a great book written by a great yogi, a female yogi, very popular in South India in the name of Avayar. She wrote a beautiful verses on Ganesha after Ganesha gave her enlightenment, on Ganesha and the yogic tradition. The great truths of yogic tradition she reveals in that verses.
சீதம் கலப செந்தாமரைப்பும் பாதச்சிலம்பு பலவிசை பாட.
See, the first part of the book sings the beautiful form of Ganesha. It's a stotra. The later part is Shastra. Shastra talks more on the science of enlightenment and achieving the experience of Ganesha. The first part talks more of a Bhakti, the form of Ganesha. It describes the form of Ganesha. So she says, Sida Kalava Sendamarai-pum Badachilambum Balaisaipada. She is describing the feet of Ganesha. In the Hindu tradition, there are two ways of visualizing the deity.
Yes. So you can now share whatever you have seen through the third eye with your partner, and then exchange each other's feedback, see if you're able to relate with what your partner has revealed, and let them know if what they have scanned was accurate. And so you can take a few moments, start typing in the chat whatever the third eye has revealed. And you can also let your partner know of any experience that you had. If you experienced any healing, any shift in your inner space during this power manifestation round, you can share all of it with your partner as well. Let's take a few minutes. And so Olga has started to share what she saw through the third eye. So Rajendra Babuaya, you can type if you are not yet doing so. Just type whatever you have seen through the third eye and let Ma know of what you were able to see. And then you can also reply and let her know if what she has scanned was accurate. And so for all the participants, you see this power of the body scanning is very useful power. Once you become comfortable in manifesting this power, whenever either you or the people around you are facing any physical issue, don't hesitate to directly use the power of the body scanning to identify the source of the ailment and eventually even see what could be the cure for it. So, Rajara Baboya, are you typing your reply to what Olga had seen? You will give a few moments for Aya to type what he was able to manifest, or at least respond and see if you relate with what she has scanned of you. Okay, so let that go on. You can continue to type as we move forward, and we'll now be starting with the next session. Now it is going to be on the power of Satya. Once again, the power of truth. And Swamiji will be guiding us once again to align and manifest the power of Satya, the power of truth, as today we are discovering how to experience and create the space of victory within ourselves. Already in the previous session we have discovered why it is so important to align ourselves with truth, with Satya in our lives, and now we'll be going more in depth about it. And yes, in the meantime, Rajana, we have responded. Okay, great. So yes, we can continue to exchange and see. That's good. Now I think you were successful in manifesting, and yes, very good. All right. So let's now start with this next session. So please come to the space of listening, and let us discover how this power of truth can help us to become the best manager. How this helps us in relationship and to become a leader.
Whatever you start telling, you start believing, and what belief you had about you already, if that is same, then you fall in tune. This becomes a spiritual practice. But what you are believing is different, and what you are saying now, if it is different, then there is a conflict between you and you. Whether to create conflict between you and you, or create easiness between you and you, is in your hands. Constantly, if you say something, you start believing, and the difficulty is, if your unconscious is already believing something else, you have difficulty between, war starts between your conscious and unconscious. One more thing, person who is established in truth will not have dreams. All dreams is a fight between your conscious and unconscious mind. Whenever the frequency of your consciousness rises, you will come out of your dreams. Conscious mind is waiting to overcome the dream state, and the dream state is waiting to overcome the conscious state. Your life is nothing but the struggle between these two. The moment your conscious mind rests, dream state takes over. And the moment your dream state is exhausted with the material, your conscious mind takes over. Understand? It's like if the dream state is exhausted, if it doesn't have any more material, no fuel, then conscious state takes over. If the conscious state has no fuel, dream state takes over. If both of them has no fuel, then deep sleep state, the sushupti, comes up. Your whole life is a fight between these three. Whoever is strong, whoever has got more samskaras, they rule you. That's all. If you are suffering without deep sleep, without sleep, means you are conscious and unconscious, means that you are Jakrat and Swapna, has got too much of samskara. They are not ready to relax. They are not ready to give space for your sushupti. They say enough. No, we don't need sushupti. We have enough fuel. We have enough of desires. We have enough of anxiety. We have enough of fear to create again and again more and more scenes in front of us. One more thing you need to understand. What you see during the waking state, this auditorium, me sitting in front of you, your friends, the chair on which you are sitting, everything is created out of the same stuff in which dreams are created. Understand? Let me repeat once more. Whatever you are seeing now, this auditorium, the person who is sitting in front of you, and the person who is sitting next to you, and the chair on which you are sitting, everything is created out of the same stuff out of which your dreams are created. Now you have difficulties. Now you have a lot of difficulties. Array, for this only I am working from morning till night. No, maybe this auditorium is created out of the same stuff, but not my house and my car. No. Whatever you are seeing, whether in dream or in waking state, is created out of same stuff. Understand? I am just thinking what words to use to tell you the authenticity of this truth. Because this one understanding will put you on Satya. Will just put you on Satya, the truth. One more thing, this one understanding will liberate you from all your anxiety and you will become the best manager. If you know you are creating your wealth, if you know you are projecting and seeing things around you, you can create miracles. You can make miracles happen around you. See, it's like any slide which is kept in front of a projector light becomes reality in the screen. It appears as a reality in the screen. So if you want to change the scenes in the screen, going and scratching the screen will not work. Or trying to fight with the lights will not work. Just do a small correction on the slide. It is done. Your life is just like that. Projector light is your consciousness, and the slide is your samskaras, and the screen is the life which you are living. Now you are fighting with the screen or the light beams. You are trying to push the light beam. No, move. But you don't understand, you can't even grasp it. Fighting with the screen is not going to work. A small story. One guy fully drunk came back to house late night and fell on the way, but he doesn't want to create any sound, so he came very politely, silently, entered the house, covered himself with the blanket, but suddenly he realized blood is there all over his face, ran to the bathroom, tried to put bandage, tried to dress himself, put some medicine and bandage and everything. So came back, somehow managed to sleep. Next day morning, wife started shouting at him, "Fool, did you drink and come last night?" He said, "Drinking? Why?" He started acting, he doesn't know anything, he is innocent. No. How do you know? I drank and came. No, I came a little late because there was too much work in the office. She said, no, I can be sure you are drunk. You are drunk. He asked, how do you know? How can you be sure? Because you put the bandage on the mirror, not on your face. Seeing the mirror, he put all the bandage on the mirror. Understand, you working with the outer world is nothing but putting the bandage on the mirror. That is not going to heal you. That is no way going to help you. No. You may have an idea that you have put some bandage, you have put some medicine. You may try to sleep with the idea that you will be okay by tomorrow morning. No. Working with the beam, light beams is not going to help. Fighting with the screen is not going to help. Just do little small correction on the slide. And I tell you, doing small correction on the slide needs intelligence. That is where the problem starts. You do not have that much of sensitivity look into your life that you are creating it, you are projecting it, you are expressing it, because you never connected and verified all the outer world incidents and your inner world thoughts. You neither gave that much time to yourself nor had the intelligence to connect and see. Sitting, connecting and seeing how your thoughts are creating your world is what I call meditation. People come and tell me, Swamiji, in meditation I am getting too many thoughts, what to do? Please understand, meditation is not trying to create thoughtless state. It may happen in the end, but when you sit in the beginning, you will not have thoughtless state, and you are not asked to meditate immediately to get the thoughtless state. No. Whenever I ask people to meditate, first thing I expect them to have is thoughts which creates intelligence, thoughts which creates clarity, and the thoughts which gives life solutions. First, in the beginning, when you sit with yourself, you will have only these things inside you. You will not experience thoughtless state immediately. You will have pratyagara and dharana. Only then dhyan will happen. In the beginning, when you sit, all your problems will come up and you will start having life solutions. All the thoughts about solving your problems, you will have that clarity. So I tell people, even if thoughts are not disappearing, don't stop sitting. Because first time when you sit with yourself, it's like appointment with yourself. All the things which needs to settled, all the things which needs clarification, all those things will be happening inside you. You will be falling in tune with Satya. You will be falling in tune with the truth itself. Here, Mahavir is giving beautiful sutras, beautiful teachings to measure some idea or some truth is Satya or not. Understand? He is not teaching you to speak truth. Because if you position yourself in Satya, if you are established in Satya, speaking truth will be an automatic thing. It will become a natural thing for you. If you are practicing just verbal Satya, please understand, that is not the ultimate Satya. If you are practicing only verbal Satya, any time you may escape from it. You may move away from it. Even the so-called Dharmaraja, who is considered to be a great Satyavan, means the Satya, established, great speaker of truth, has lied. A small story in Mahabharata. such a wonderful story. Mahabharata and Ramayana, the great epics of India, still world's longest poems. Mahabharata and Ramayana remains as world's longest poem still. Beautiful story in Mahabharata. To kill Dronacharya, you have to depress him mentally. Unless you depress him mentally, you can't reduce his power. If you put somebody in depression, they will have shoulder pain and they will not be able to handle their hands powerfully and they can be defeated. As long as Drona's hands are powerful, he can't be defeated because his power in handling the bow and arrow is so powerful. You need to put him in depression. Only then he can be conquered. Dronacharya is the teacher of Kauravas and Pandavas. Now, Krishna wants Drona to be put in depression. Otherwise, he can't be killed. He can't be conquered. He can't be conquered directly. Physically, his power is extraordinary because he is a teacher. Naturally, no student can cross a teacher. The only way to put Drona into depression is telling that his son has died because he is too attached with his son. That's the only samskara in him which can put him in depression. He is unclutched, detached from everything else. Putra soga can put him in depression. Means the suffering related to son can put him in depression. That's the only thing, only possibility. Now somebody has to tell Drona that his son Ashwatthama has died. And if normal people tell him this information, he may not believe. He may go to verify. He may not immediately believe. The only person everybody believes is Dharmaraja. This Dharma, Yudhishthira, is supposed to be a person who speaks only truth, nothing else. He is established in the verbal truth. He speaks only truth verbally. Everybody believes that. So Krishna wanted the Dharmaraja to tell Dronacharya that Ashwatthama has died. Now when Krishna requests Yudhishthira, Yudhishthira said, no, I can't tell a lie. It is absolutely against my life and my policy. Krishna says, all right, we will kill an elephant which is called Ashwatthama. You tell the elephant called Ashwatthama died. Elephant which name is Ashwatthama, which has got the name Ashwatthama, has died. And I will take care of everything else. Yudhishthira asked, how can that happen? If I tell the elephant which has got name Ashwatthama has died, how can Drona be put into depression? Krishna said, that you don't bother. When you say the word, the elephant which has got name, I'll blow my conch. I'll create some noise. And Dronacharya will not be able to hear that word. He will hear only the word Ashwatthama died. The moment he hears that word from you, he will not go for verification. He will take it for granted and 100% he will believe and he will fall in depression. We will kill him. Yudhishthira agreed. He said, okay, because I am not telling lie. But he may not tell a lie verbally. Verbal truth he has not crossed, but he can't be called anymore as a Satyavan. The moment he told this word, Ashwatthama Ada Kunjanaha, the elephant which has got the name Ashwatthama has died. The word, the elephant which is called that time as planned, Krishna blew his son, Kanch, Shanka, and Drona was not able to hear those words. Ashwatthama, the elephant called, those words Drona was not able to hear. And Drona heard only these two words, Ashwatthama died. And as they planned, Drona literally believed and fell into depression and immediately lost the power of the shoulder power. You can see even in your life, if you are too much stressed, believed to always float his chariot. Even if he gets into the chariot will float. The moment he said, Ashwatthama, the elephant called Ashwatthama died, and Drona fell into depression and Drona was killed. The story says the Dharmaraja's chariot fell on the ground. He lost the title is Dharmaraja. Dharma Devi was holding him as dropped him. Then Dharma says, how can you drop me? How can you leave me and go away? I did not tell a lie. Dharma Devi says, no. You might be established in verbal satya, but you are not established in the truth itself. By knowing you did something which is against the truth, you know, see, you may tell satya, but you should ensure the person also understands as satya. You can't tell some word which will not give that same meaning, or like this cunning techniques. Even if you do that, you are not Dharmaraja anymore. And the story says, from that day, Dharmaraja's chariot was on the ground. He walked on the ground. See, it's actually, when you are really established in Dharma, you live so gracefully, you float. When the story says he did not walk on the ground, I don't think he was flying. It's a metaphysical explanation that he was never touched by these worldly things. He lived in a different space where he did not have all the problems. See, now you do not have the problems which the Indian people are facing in India. There are so many things Indians are facing. Your problems are totally different. It's not that you don't have a problem, your problems are different. Their problems are different. Same way, Dharmaraja was never touched by problems of this earth. He had problems only different level. That is what they mean by the word he was always floating. He lived gracefully till he did this act. Understand? Truth does not mean just speaking truth by words. Establishing yourself on truth. Satya Pratishta. Patanjali says, if you are established in truth, you achieve the results of the action without doing the action for yourself and for others. It looks like a too big promise. Too big promise. Too good to be true. Let us analyze how it is possible with the words of Mahavira. Then we will understand what Patanjali promises is true. Not just too good to be true. Mahavir says, Nichakala Panammetam Musavaya Vivajjanam Vasiyavam Hiyam Satcham Nicha Uttena Dukkaram. Nichakala Panam Mattenam Musavaya Vivajjanam Pasis Yavam Hiyam Satcham Nicha A Uttena Dukkaram. Let me give you the translation. Being continuously alert, one should renounce asatya and speak only truthful, honest words. Speaking such truth is very difficult indeed. A true sage does not speak words which can hurt others. Similarly, any true person should not speak sinful words, even in anger, greed, fear, or ordinary talk with friends and relatives. And he further explains on Satya with the next sutras. In the next sutras, he gives a scale of how to judge whether something is truth or not. I think we are running short of time. Maybe tomorrow we will enter into the sutras in which he is saying how to measure, how to find something is truth or not. Today we will understand only this sutra. On Satya he has got so many sutras. Means like a next sutras are called Moksha and Brahmacharya, so many other sutras. It's like I have selected what I feel as important sutras. Of course, every word from Mahavira is important, but we don't have time to understand everything. So I have selected a few sutras from Mahavira and talking on those sutras. There are beautiful sutras. We will see them further. Today we will just see these few sutras. Being continuously alert, one should renounce asatya. Understand, being continuously alert means establishing yourself on satya. Establishing yourself on satya. Being aware. One more thing, if you decide just to speak the truth verbally, you may do the mistake of Dharmaraja, Yudhishthira. You may do that mistake. If you are established on Satya, you will never do that kind of a mistake. See, if you analyze this Dharmaraja's incident, that itself shows there was a hidden greed for kingdom. That is why he has to compromise. Gandhiji, Mahatma Gandhi says beautifully, as long as I did not start practicing spirituality, my satya, my truthfulness was not perfect. I was not able to achieve perfection in my truthfulness till I started practicing spirituality. So many people come and tell me, Swamiji, I am not a spiritual guy, I don't believe in spirituality, but I live an honest life, moral life, I do good things for others, I speak truth and live a good life. Is not enough? I tell them no. Because what you are saying is a lie. If you do not have a spiritual base, spiritual seeking, you will never be moral. Be very clear. You may think you are moral. You may think you are living a good life. No. You will not even be able to scan and find out whether you are playing cunning games or not with others. Unless you are that intense. Here, that's what Mahavir says, being constantly alert. When Gandhiji says, till I started my spiritual practices, I never realized I am not perfect in my practice of Satya. Only after practicing spirituality, after my spiritual sadhanas, I am able to perfect myself in the practice of Satya also. Practice of Satya needs continuously being alert. Nityakala Pamattenam. It's a beautiful word because it's not Sanskrit. I'll tell the English translation. Being continuously alert, one should renounce asatya and speak only truthful, honest words. Understand? Not just truthful, honest. Dharmaraja was truthful but not honest. He is truthful but not honest. He said truth but he was not honest. That is why his chariot fell on the ground. He was dropped on the ground. Truthful, honest words. Honesty means you should be established on dharma. You should be established on truth. You should not have cancer inside your being. Cancer inside your being means depression. Depression is the cancer inside your being. See, at least cancer will take away only one life, but the depression will swallow your janmas after janmas. Cancer will not come to your next life. The moment this body is dropped, the disease also will disappear. But the depression is not like that. It will come with you forever. I always tell people, even if you die out of cancer, don't die out of depression. Depression is the worst thing. If you don't attend anything else, don't bother, it's okay. But do not allow depression in you. Anything can be sacrificed, but not your bliss. Not your bliss. Not your joy. If you are depressed, first thing, even if you lose everything, okay, but correct yourself. Flood yourself with the truth and remove the depression from you. Do not compromise this one line. Do not compromise in this one step. If you compromise with anything, it's okay. I always tell people, even my ashramites, if you compromise on your other vows, it's okay. Sometimes you may miss the Ahimsa, it's okay. Sometimes you may miss even the celibacy, even that is okay. Of course, I am not telling you to go and do whatever you want. Even that is, even if you compromise in that one or two things, or you miss, it's not that big sin. You can come back. But if you compromise on this one thing, Satya, you can't be helped at all. You can't be helped at all. If you compromise on honesty, then all other vows are questionable. If you compromise on other vows, the honesty is, you can't think that he is completely gone. But if you compromise on this honesty, you are gone, you can't be helped. Then you will allow all other possible negativity to happen in you. I always tell people, to be around me, the only one thing is necessary. All our ashramites, I tell them, only one thing is necessary. Honest relationship between you and me. Whatever you feel, if you are able to open up, nothing else is necessary. Master's energy is such, it will straight away penetrate you and heal you. I always tell people, if you can go and talk to that God or Goddess Murti, if you can go and sit in front of Mahavir and completely open up. Understand? When I say open up, really feeling and saying, telling him, this is what I am, I promise you will be healed. Ramakrishna says, there was a devotee called Girish Chandra Ghosh. He was a father of Calcutta, the Bengali drama. He used to go to Ramakrishna and he used to live different kind of a life, wine and women and whatnot. And once Ramakrishna tells him, go to Ganga and tell her all your life, whatever you did, and just have a honest relationship with Ganga Mother, the Mother Ganga, River Ganga, you will become enlightened. Everything will be washed away. You will become a Mahatma. Girish was not able to understand, what is this? Me going and just talking to a river, how he thinks that I will become enlightened, I will become Mahatma, all my sins will be washed away. But Ramakrishna says, go and do. Girish says beautifully in his reminiscences, I went and told everything to Ganga. Suddenly I felt, now I am not able to see her anymore if I am not able to correct myself. So whenever I cross Ganga, I started feeling that shine, that guilt. Now I know somebody is watching. And after a few days, whenever I started drinking water, Ganga water, I felt the same thing. Somehow, I don't know how it happened. Simply the purity has happened in me. Now I know I can face Ganga honestly. Understand? If you really open up, even with your teddy bear, that's okay. Even with your teddy bear, nothing wrong. But you should have honesty to open up. You should have honesty to open up at least with something. If you open up in front of a milestone, or in front of a brick, in front of a stone, anything okay. In India, all milestones are gods. See, in those days, the milestones used to be painted with a yellow and red. People have started worshipping it. That's why now they change the color. No, really. In India, anything you get, they will start worshipping. And that is true. You see, the culture which has dedicated itself for worship. Opening up and feeling connected. If you feel connected even with your teddy bear, there is a possibility. At least with somebody, you are honest. You are straight. When you feel connected to the great masters like Mahavira, when you sit in front of their murtis and feel connected and open up and maintain the honesty with them, suddenly you will see they are working on you. Their presence is working on you. Allowing the masters to work on you is the best way for enlightenment. Here, Mahavir is saying, honest, being honest, and speaking only the truth. And he is again telling, speaking such truth is very difficult indeed. It really needs intense awareness. You need to be alert. You need to be aware. One more thing, unless you raise your very frequency in which you are staying, unless you raise the very consciousness in which you are staying, you can't be truthful. You can't be truthful. Because if you are living in the same mood, you will forget even many times that you are telling a lie. Only after telling a lie you will realize you are telling a lie, because you are habituated to tell lies. Even a simple thing for no reason, the moment you open your mouth, nothing but lies will come. Just try to record. One day, whatever you speak, tell somebody else to record without your awareness. And next day, sit and edit and tick and see how many lies you told. You will be shocked. There is no word which is truth. There is no word for no reason. You are habituated. Even small things you plan. How to present to get maximum out of this situation. You do not tell what exactly happened. No. There is an automatic sensor system inside you. People ask me, the other day one professor asked me, university professor, Swamiji, every day you are talking hours together somewhere or other in the world. If you see the website, there won't be a single day gap. Somewhere or other, I am constantly talking. And he asked me, I don't see you use any hints. Here only sutra is there, no hints actually. Only the sutra and translation is there. He told me, Swamiji, I have to speak 1 hour means I need to prepare 3 hours. The same subject I am teaching for years, but every time I have to prepare 3 hours. And I know for sure you don't have time to prepare, every day you are speaking. How you are speaking, Swamiji? And he told me another one thing. The moment I finish my lecture, 2 things happens to me. 1, tired. Second thing, repenting that I forgot this point, I should have presented in that way. Guilt. Tiredness and guilt is always the result after my lecture. And not only for him, it is for all speakers. Any public speaker, in the end, he will repent, I should have done this, I should have done that. And he will be tired. Not only the speaker, audience also. Usually. And he asked me, how you are speaking for hours together, Swamiji? Only one truth, I don't have a sensor system inside. There is no automatic sensor system. That is why I don't feel tired. One more thing, you have a sensor system because you are afraid that you may tell whatever you are thinking. And you have to prepare notes and prepare and carry notes because you are not supposed to speak what you are thinking. You are supposed to speak only what you are supposed to speak. Understand? That is why you carry notes. You are carrying notes means you are not supposed to speak what is going on here. You are supposed to edit and present. If you edit and present, you will become tired. Because such a big process happening inside you, first words will come, you have to edit them and see the hints and connect with them, then speak. So naturally, 3-4 process is happening inside. You will become tired in 1 or 2 hours. And the person who is hearing also will become tired. But in my case, I don't have editing system. I just speak. Because what I am speaking has become part of me. It is become part of my blood. It has become part of my inner software. It has become part of my system. That is the reason I can continue. Not only I don't become tired, people who listen, they also don't become tired. They suddenly realize, oh God, so many hours passed. What happened? When you speak without editing, the power of Ojas expresses through you. Vivekananda says, when I speak, I don't have inner chattering because of that state. When you hear, you also will not have inner chattering. If I am speaking without editing, without 2 activities, you will also listen without 2 activities. The intense tuning will happen when you sit with an enlightened being. If you become honest in the being, you don't need to prepare. You don't need to use notes. You don't need to edit. He says, speaking such truth is very difficult indeed, because your very inner conscious has to be raised to a different level. Just speaking truth is impossible by you unless you are constantly being alert, as he starts being continuously alert. Maybe you can take this as a small homework. Just try. Till tomorrow evening you come back. Till you come back. Try with alertness. Maybe you can have a small notebook. Whenever you miss, note down. Now just one line. How many times you missed? You don't have to show it to me. I am not going to see. I am not interested in somebody else's sin. I am not asking you to confess. Confession is a cunning method enjoying others' sins. I tell you, it has got two purposes. One, to keep you under the fold. You can't escape and go away, because he knows all your sins. Second thing, it's a nice, enjoying the celebrity's lifestyle. Why do you think that so much of that tabloid journals are selling? All these defamer, all these people are so interested in somebody else's sex life, somebody else's lifestyle. Why do you think? Because it's a sort of a juicy thing. Whatever you can't do, they are doing it. And it's a sort of enjoyment. When somebody else does all these things, you just enjoy even listening and enjoying is a sort of enjoyment. This confession gives a sort of a subtle joy to people. That is why that system is created. Exploiting. I am not interested in your sins. I am not going to forgive you. I am not sitting here to forgive. No. And no Eastern tradition is interested in listening to your sins. All they ask is, you be aware of it. That's enough. There is no need for somebody else to be aware. You just be aware of, just try to mark until tomorrow evening. Just try to see. Then you will understand what I mean by the word, what Mahavir means by the word, being continuously aware. If you try just for 24 hours, only then you will understand the meaning of the word being continuously aware. Today, you need to carry only one message, only one line, being continuously aware. Please try to experiment with this one idea. Till tomorrow evening, be continuously aware and see how many times you are failing. That's enough. You will learn what Mahavir wants you to learn. You will learn what you need to learn. That is more than enough. Instead of carrying 1000 ideas on your head and not practicing, experimenting with anything, just carry this one idea and experiment with it. You will see the transformation simply happens in your very being. Let you experience this truth, achieve and radiate eternal bliss, Nityananda. Thank you.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasudashiva. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham.
Yes, Nityananda. So after this powerful video where Swamiji talks a lot about truth, Satya, only when you are in Satya, you will be able to manifest what you want. And as the time is going to be, it's already time and the darshan preparation has already started. And as today is going to be a live darshan, and all of you know that today is Ganesha Chaturthi, auspicious occasion. Ganesha, who is the remover of all the obstacles, and Swamiji himself, who is the embodiment of Ganesha. And all of you might know the story of Swamiji with his personal story with Ganesha. So now we'll be transitioning to the darshan feed, where the darshan preparation has already started. So let's get ready to receive Swamiji. After darshan preparation, Swamiji himself will be coming live for the darshan. And let's be in the space of completion to remove all the obstacles in your life that you're facing. Because Ganesha himself will be coming and giving the blessings to all of us. So, let's transition and let's get prepared for the darshan.
Yogananda Rupini, I see your message. Are you able to hear us clearly now? Okay, come on. Now all of you post here. Why is Ganesha called as Ganesha? I'm going to give you all a hint. Okay. This word is split into two words. Or take this, Ganeshwara. Why? What dimension of Ganesha is it referring to? This word is split into two words. If you know Sanskrit, you can answer this easily. Or even in Satsang, Swamiji has revealed about this. Let's see who's going to get the answer right. You all can post here. Why is Mahaganapati Ganesha called as Ganesha? Any guess? Okay, so the answer is Stephanie has posted because Devi Parvati had made it out of love and of clay. Beautiful answer, but the meaning behind Ganesha is not exactly that. Ma Grazina Maria, you're a little more closer. She's saying probably because he's one of the Ganas. He is not just one of the Ganas, but you got it very close because he is, yes, Ma Yogagnana got it right. He's a leader of all the Ganas. That's right, Ma Yogagnana. He is the leader of all the Ganas. Okay, so Ma Grazina got it very close and Ma Yogagnana got it right. Very good. See, today you're also going to experience that leadership quality, how much we've been learning about leadership consciousness since morning. Today you're going to be learning that not just as learning, going to receive that as a blessing for you. Ganeshwara, Maha Ganapati, Ganesha. He is going to be manifesting and giving that as a blessing to all of us. He is the leader, the head of all Ganas. That's why his name is Ganesha. And so nice to see actually Ma Yogagnana who speaks French. Then we have Ma Grazina Maria, each of you from different backgrounds, able to grasp that Sanskrit words. What a blessing that we have Swamiji in our lives. So beautifully are able to grasp, remember the Sanskrit terminologies. Very nice, Ma Stephanie. See, that's what all of you coming from so many different language backgrounds. Some of you speak only German, only French, and like still able to grasp all these Sanskrit terminologies. This is purely Swamiji's blessings. Now, it is time we are going to be entering into the darshan. We have very less time left. Can I request all of you, all the participants here, post in the chat how many people you're going to call right now. You should call now. Like literally pick up your phone and actually call them and invite them and to join here. Just give them the Paramashivoham